Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We have a relatively busy day ahead today. We have about over a dozen states in the path of potential severe weather today. We have multiple areas of severe weather that are currently occurring, and we are going live right off the bat with a tornado warning in Illinois. This is actually a relatively concerning storm just off to the west of Evansville in Indiana. This is right now near Fairfield, just off to the west of Albion. It is a stronger area of rotation that is right along our line of thunderstorms. We have a mesoscale convective system that is currently ongoing here in southern Illinois that is producing some significant damaging winds, and this storm near Fairfield is actually rotating right now. So on radar, we have this large hook gecko in addition to a strong inflow that is going into this little line of storms. It's on the northern side of our mesoscale convective system, and we are seeing a relatively large uptick in rotation just over the last few minutes. This is going to be moving into Fairfield, Illinois over the next few minutes and eventually approaching Golden Gate, and then it will eventually go towards Mount Erie. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building, as this storm will be able to produce the potential for a tornado as it moves to the northeast. Again, this is embedded in a line of thunderstorms, a little bit different from what we've dealt with over the last few days, but this is a relatively elongated line of thunderstorms. It is all currently moving across southern Illinois and will be moving into southern Indiana and even western Kentucky over the next 30 to 60 minutes, with significant damaging winds and a potential for embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. In addition to this tornado warning, we've been watching at least a little uptick in rotation also near Mill Shoals heading up towards Grayville, and also near Albion and Crossville here in southern Illinois. So we are starting to see a lot more rotation in this mesoscale convective system as it continues to push to the east. But again, our tornado warning is the most concerning thing right now, and at least in this complex of storms, which is moving into Fairfield, Illinois over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this warning, you've got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Additionally, damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour is likely with this line as it continues to parallel I-64 here over the next few minutes. Back over in southern Indiana, we have a few severe storms that are popping off right now near Bedford, north of Washington. These are really slowly moving to the east, heading towards Bloomington and eventually going towards Seymour. These are mainly going to be hailstorms as they continue to push east here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Back over in Kentucky, we've also had some pop-up storms that are ongoing. One near Cynthia that is currently producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. We have a much more significant round of severe weather happening back over in Ohio and Pennsylvania. This is actually where we have currently a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in effect just outside of Pittsburgh. Also, my time is completely incorrect. I do want to point out it is not 2 a.m. Give me 1 second to fix that. But as a heads up, we have an 80-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm that is going to be heading in the direction of Pittsburgh here over the next hour or so. So if you're back over in Pittsburgh, you need to be ready for the potential for significant damaging winds as this line of storms continues to push in the direction of Pittsburgh, just off to the west of the Ross Township, also near Wheeling, and as well as near East Liverpool is where there are 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently happening with the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. This is also coming up on Salem, Ohio, again, Wheeling and West Virginia, and just off to the north of Woodsfield. Very significant round of storms, though, heading that direction. And I also would not rule out an isolated tornado along the leading edge of this line of storms as it comes up towards Pittsburgh. So if you're back over in Pittsburgh, you need to be ready for a very significant round here of severe weather, as damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is likely as this continues to track to the east. I don't know why our time is still messed up. It's currently 4:18 Eastern time. I've got to fix this clock. Let me try to see real quick if I can fix the clock. Give me 1 second, guys. The clock is not correct. 1 second. Let's do Eastern, and let me try refreshing this. Once again, if you are just tuning in, tornado warning is in Wheeler County in Illinois. We're going to go back to that in a second. We also have some storms in Texas that are also beginning to ramp up with a potential tornado threat. So we're keeping an eye on that. Time should be correct now. All right, there we go. Time is fixed. Thank you. All right, back off to the west. Let's go back to the tornado warning, and then we're going to go to Texas. Here's the latest radar scan. Once again, this is near Fairfield in Wheeler County in Illinois. The latest radar scan is still showing an area of convergence right over the town of Fairfield right now. Velocities are currently being measured at 80 miles per hour, so there's actually a potential that we might not just have a tornado with this storm, but we also could just have a significant RFD surge, meaning our rear flank downdraft is very intense, pushing winds out of of our storm moving right into Fairfield and Golden Gate. Pretty much destructive winds no matter what. So even if we don't have a tornado right now near Fairfield, we are almost undoubtedly going to have a destructive area of winds move through Fairfield and eventually go into Golden Gate into Illinois over the next few minutes. This will eventually move towards West Salem and Albion. So if you're in either of those locations, be ready for this significant round of damaging winds. A little further down to the south, we are also starting to see at least a little area of rotation develop back over near I-64. These areas of rotation are also moving in the direction of Grayville and Albion, just off to the northwest of Evansville in Indiana. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning off to the west of Vincennes for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. I also want to point out that back over in Texas, this is an area that has a conditional risk for even some strong tornadoes this afternoon. So far, most of the storms have been staying north of our boundary, meaning they're in more of a colder and stable environment. The one storm, though, that has been interesting to watch for here over the last 30 minutes is back over near Post, Texas. We've actually seen some mid-level rotation. None of this has gotten to the ground level, but this supercell has looked really impressive on radar. One problem that's going to be ongoing, though, is that it has a lot of convection coming out of the south and west, so that could actually hinder its development as it continues to track to the northeast. And if it stays north of the boundary, there won't really be much of a tornado risk here. But I do think at the bare minimum, we are watching for some very large hail and damaging winds as that storm continues to push off to the northeast. In addition to that, back over near Lubbock, we are still talking about a threat of large hail. We actually just had 2-inch sized hail reported in the town of Lubbock near I-27, and that is currently tracking towards Petersburg and also going towards Lorenzo. And further down to the south and west, near McCamey in Texas, this storm also has a tornado possible label. The one near Post, Texas does as well. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation that I'm seeing on radar here, but I do think very large hail and damaging winds will continue as this storm continues to move towards Rankin in Texas. That is a relatively slow moving supercell as of right now. All right, let's go back over to Illinois, back to our tornado warning. We do have a couple of traffic cams that are going to be coming up here near I-64, so we are keeping an eye on those. This is the latest radar scan, and we still have an area of convergence right over Fairfield. If we were to have a tornado, it would be moving into Fairfield, Illinois in the next few minutes. And we also have, again, significant damaging winds that are currently moving into Fairfield. So again, if you are in this area, you got to be in your safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back over to Ohio. Quick update. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have west of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, this was just upgraded to being an observed 80-mile-per-hour wind threat. So we are talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are now moving in the direction of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, approaching East Liverpool, Weirton, and as well as Wheeling. So all of those areas are currently in the path of a really major damaging wind threat right now. This is really the worst it can get when it comes to severe storms. We are talking basically about an EF0, EF1 type winds that are moving all across eastern Ohio right now, and they're all going to be pushing into Pittsburgh over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So if you know any friends or family back over in Pittsburgh, they're not in a warning right now, but they should at least know at the bare minimum that there is a significant windstorm coming their direction. This is again a mesoscale convective system, which means it's basically a line of storms that should continue to produce at least a threat for damaging winds, but we also could see a tornado threat head in the direction of Pittsburgh. So be ready for that if you're in western Pennsylvania. Also, I have not touched on New York yet, but we do have severe weather ongoing in New York. These are mostly damaging wind and hailstorms that are basically paralleling our I-90 corridor here, just west of Buffalo, or just east of Buffalo. Damaging winds and hail, again, the main concerns. Maybe an isolated tornado as well. We have a bunch of severe weather watches that are in effect, which we're going to go ahead and talk about now. Let's go ahead and go to here. So we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches. All right, you probably already heard about them if you live in these areas, but I do want to give you a quick refresher on exactly what we're expecting in every area this afternoon, as we are expecting basically a severe weather outbreak today with how many severe storms that we are expecting. Wait one second, let me check on the Illinois storm real quick. Okay, I'm not seeing... Actually, one thing that's interesting, okay, I think that's contamination. You know, again, this is back over on our Illinois tornado warning. Once again, we do have stronger rotation near Fairfield. We're still watching for a tornado threat just to the south of Golden Gate. I am not seeing a debris signature on this as of right now, but we could have a tornado at any time. If you're in the Golden Gate area, again, make sure to be in your safe place. What I was about to talk about, though, again, is our severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect. We have a bunch of them. We have actually 4 different ones, one of which is in the Northeast. This is going to include areas in New York, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, where we are expecting expecting the potential for a couple of tornadoes this afternoon and evening, scattered hail to the size of ping pong balls, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This includes around 9 million people. So if you know any friends or family that are in the path of severe weather today and you want to, give them some coverage, we again are doing commercial-free coverage on this channel today. So make sure to spread the word, share the stream on Facebook, Twitter, and all those good platforms. Back over in Ohio, this is a different severe weather watch that we have currently in effect. Pennsylvania is in their own watch. That is the one that goes until 10 o'clock for Ohio, and also a little bit of West Virginia and northern Kentucky. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 7 p.m. tonight. This includes the potential for scattered hail, scattered damaging wind gusts, and also a couple of tornadoes being a possibility. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hello, Max. I want to talk about our storm near Post, Texas. So I believe you already touched on this briefly, but I did want to point out that the only reason that this storm is not producing a tornado right now is because that convection came up from the south and interfered with it as it was trying to go through tornado genesis. This is not going to last forever. It already looks like our storm is starting to sort of shun that storm to its south, though this could produce a tornado relatively soon after it completes its merger and or stops interacting with that storm to its south.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. As we were talking about, this is the storm again southeast of Lubbock, so that's the one near Post. We are concerned about a potential tornado threat in the near future as it goes in the direction of Spur. Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he is going towards this storm, I believe, as of right now. He's currently about 40 miles off to the east. We have a couple other chasers that are going to be coming up on this here soon as well, so we're going to keep a close eye on them. As we were talking about, there are a bunch of different severe thunderstorm watches that are in effect. Again, the one in Ohio where we're expecting at least some damaging winds, hail, and a couple of tornadoes. This is a different severe thunderstorm watch. Again, we have 4 different ones. This is our third one back over in southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, and southeastern Illinois, where damaging winds, scattered hail, and also a couple of tornadoes are all going to be a possibility. This watch goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. And then the last watch that we at least have for right now is another severe thunderstorm watch across parts of Oklahoma and Texas. They have mentioned that a couple of tornadoes are possible, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future we actually got a tornado watch. That's going to be dependent, though, on storms actually firing in this area that are surface-based and also produce the potential for tornadoes, because I do think this environment is extremely favorable for tornadoes if these storms can stay to the south and east of our boundary, basically in our warm and unstable environment. Additionally, scattered hail to the size of tennis balls is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also likely. So a bunch of different hazards are going to be coming out of these storms here throughout the day today in all different states. I mean, again, this risk of severe weather is pretty much massive today. It covers around 75 million people. It is a very large area. All right, we do have another update back over west of Pittsburgh. This storm was just upgraded to now not just 80-mile-per-hour winds, but there's now a tornado possible label on this. So if you are anywhere in this yellow polygon back over to the west of Pittsburgh, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is again a very dangerous storm when it comes to our wind threat. There's also a potential that we get a tornado out of this storm as it continues to track to the east in the direction of Weirton and as well as East Liverpool. It's also heading in the direction of Wheeling. So once again, if you're anywhere in this warning, you got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Very dangerous storm currently moving to the east. Let me see. The velocities are really delayed on here. Let me try to pull up this and get a measurement on our velocities here in the last few minutes. And again, Pittsburgh's not included in this warning right now, but you should assume if you are in Pittsburgh that you are going to be hit by this storm, because you will. You're going to at least get something out of this. It might not be nearly as intense, but I would at least anticipate that you're going to get some level of damaging winds in that area. Yeah, velocities currently, this is our latest velocity scan. And if we go ahead and measure our winds here, they're around 90 miles per hour, just a little bit off the ground. We are currently noticing around 90 mile per hour velocities. That means winds around 90 miles per hour, just a little bit off the ground.
A new tornado warning has been
Bloomington.
issued.
Wow, okay, that's a large tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning. That's going to include a large area just to the west of Pittsburgh. It'll pop up on here in just a second. This is again a large tornado warning. Includes a bunch of counties. I'll list the counties off real quick. A few of them include Beaver County, Pennsylvania, Hancock County, West Virginia, Brooke County, West Virginia, Washington County, Pennsylvania, Carroll, Columbiana, Jefferson, Harrison counties in Ohio. So that is a bunch of counties included in this relatively large tornado warning going towards Steubenville, Weirton, Toronto, Toronto, and Hopedale. So if you're in this tornado warning, including the East Liverpool area, and you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building, there are several areas of rotation with this line of thunderstorms. We got one right now near Hopedale. We got another one that's coming up towards East Liverpool, and then another one that is also heading towards East Liverpool. There are several areas of rotation in this line of storms that are all pushing towards the West Virginia, Ohio, and as well as Pennsylvania borders. Very dangerous storm once again heading in the direction of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I want to touch on with this tornado warning is because we already are seeing our line of storms that is producing at least 80-mile-per-hour winds in part of this polygon. If you were not already in shelter and you cannot go from a covered area to a covered area, like for example, if your tornado shelter is inside, if the storm is already there, your best bet is to stay inside your house, go to the most interior room. It is basically a tornado just with the straight line damaging winds we have here. So if you're not able to safely travel from your house to your storm shelter, please do not do that. Just stay inside. You're better off just not going to your tornado shelter and taking shelter in place.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a very dangerous line of storms. I really can't stress this enough. I know this is not like a PDS tornado warning or a confirmed tornado that we have right now, but this entire line right now, basically from Salem, Ohio, back towards Wheeling, West Virginia, is producing a destructive threat of damaging winds right now. We are talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds in a large swath here. This stretches approximately 40 to 50 miles from north to south, just east of Liverpool, back through Wheeling. It's about 50 to 60 miles here of 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind potential heading towards Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So if you are in this warning, again, you've really got to take this very seriously because we are easily going to be seeing some trees down, some power lines are likely going to fall down, and if we get a tornado, it will only add to the problems with this line of thunderstorms. The only good news I have right now is that we don't have a debris signature, meaning there's no active tornado. However, tornadoes can also happen in between radar scans, so we could still see a tornado that's quick and happens in between radar scans, and honestly, with how strong the velocities are, I honestly wouldn't rule out an isolated, stronger tornado out of this segment of storms as it approaches Weirton, Toronto, and East Liverpool. I know Pittsburgh is not under a warning yet, but again, if you're in Pittsburgh, you need to be ready. You got about 30 minutes or so until this line of storms is moving into your area. Like, we're not far from there being storms literally on your doorstep there in Pittsburgh. Very destructive storms still heading off to the east. They have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning in Illinois, so our only active tornado warning right now is in 3 different states. It's Ohio, it's also going to be in Pittsburgh, and also West Virginia. But no active tornado warning anymore in Illinois. I do want to still point out, though, that we have multiple areas of rotation. Still a potential for QLCS tornadoes heading into southwestern Indiana over the next few minutes. That's off to the northwest of Evansville. This is another mesoscale convective system. It's very similar to what we have ongoing right now back over in Pittsburgh. So I would anticipate that the damaging wind threat and also the potential for tornadoes will continue out of this line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. I also want to point out that if you don't think this is a significant storm heading towards Pittsburgh, you can look at the map and all the black circles that you're seeing here. Those are all different damage reports that have come out literally just out of this mesoscale convective system. That is all from this line of storms. Literally every single one of these damage reports is coming out of this line of thunderstorms. And so this is, again, a pretty major threat right now that's going to be heading towards a very populated area in Pittsburgh. So again, if you have any friends or family in and around Pittsburgh and western Pennsylvania or eastern Ohio or even near Wheeling, West Virginia, make sure that they're aware of this and feel free to get the word out there by sharing this stream with them. Again, we'll be providing commercial-free coverage throughout the rest of this afternoon and also into the evening hours today. Do have a new radar scan coming in. We'll check out the velocities. Also, the storm in Post, or I think it's Post County. It might not be. Yeah, the Post County severe storm in Lynn, Garza, and Lubbock counties in Texas was just upgraded to tennis ball-sized hail being observed. So just a heads up, observed tennis ball-sized hail now, back over just to the southeast of Lubbock. All right, this is our latest radar scan. Again, our strongest area of rotation is coming up towards Weirton right now, and it will be approaching Burgettstown and as well as Robinson in Pennsylvania here in the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, you once again need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We are keeping an eye on cameras because we do have some coming up there in Pennsylvania. So we'll be keeping an eye on those. There are a couple that will be likely being able to see all the winds that are going to be coming in. I do anticipate that the winds will be very strong and also very noticeable on any of the cameras that we have back over there in western Pennsylvania. But I also want to point out that we have multiple different little hooks on this storm. We got one, got two, maybe even kind of like a third one here just to the west of Toronto. So any of these areas are able to produce the potential for tornadoes in addition to the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Some of the most recent damage reports that we are getting, one of them is over in Delroy, Ohio, where there are trees down, according to the 911 call center. Also in Cadiz, Ohio, there are numerous trees down throughout the area. So again, expect power outages if you are in the path of this storm. And if you're in the severe warning right now, you can pretty much expect at least some scattered power outages as this line of storms continues to push to the east. And this is definitely not a sight you want to see, but look at all the power outages that we currently have in Ohio. We are already at 55,000 customers without power in the state of Ohio from this mesoscale convective system. Went through the Columbus area not too long ago, and it also went through Cincinnati and even Dayton earlier. Didn't produce a whole lot of damage there, but it's produced a lot more damage just within the last hour as this line of storms has intensified as it's come up into eastern Ohio. So this is causing a lot of power outages right now. And so definitely a very dangerous line heading towards Pittsburgh. Got a new radar scan coming in. We're going to go ahead and wait for the velocities, and then we'll go back to a few of our other storms. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is regarding our line of storms back over in Indiana. So back over in southern Indiana and southeastern Illinois, the severe weather threat, mainly for damaging winds, will continue and potentially redevelop over the next few hours as it moves in the direction of Evansville. That will eventually move towards Dayton and Cincinnati. So if you're back over in Dayton and Cincinnati, Ohio, you're not clear from severe weather yet. We got more coming for you here over the next hour. Additionally, there is still a chance for tornadoes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm becoming increasingly concerned again with our storm near Post, Texas. I think it's just a little bit elevated, but the rotation is starting to make its way closer to the surface. Definitely has very, very strong rotation in the upper levels. If this does manage to make it to the surface, it will most likely be a significant tornado. All
right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Once again, this is back over near Post, Texas. This is an area that we literally covered at least, I think, twice here in the last 7 days. This is an area that's had a lot of severe weather. This is a completely different event, though. And if this storm can stay more surface-based, it almost undoubtedly will produce a more significant tornado. So we need to keep a very close eye on this. It is already confirmed to be producing tennis ball-sized hail. Once again, we have storm chasers, including Connor Croft. They're coming up on this here in the next 30 minutes or so. So we should have a very good view of this storm very soon. I do think Ryan Scholl also might be coming up on this. So we got some storm chasers that are not far from this that are going to be coming up on it. So if we have a tornado, we'll be keeping a very close eye on this. Additionally, further down to the south, this storm's not really as concerning, but large hail will be continuing just to the southwest of Post. But again, very concerning storm right now, moving to the northeast in a fairly favorable environment for tornadoes if storms can remain surface-based. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just east of Oklahoma City. This is heading towards Wewoka, Holdenville, and Seminole, and that is currently for a threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and ping pong ball-sized hail. That is actively moving off to the east-northeast. Back over in southern Illinois, we still have a significant threat right now of damaging winds that is moving towards Mount Carmel and as well as West Salem. We are not seeing as much rotation as what we had about 15 to 20 minutes ago, but there is at least still a little bit of circulation along the I-64 corridor heading towards Johnson. So in that area, we do still have a potential again for at least a low-end tornado threat with this line as it continues to move in the direction of Princeton and as well as into the I-64 corridor just north of Evansville. There's also a camera, I believe, in this area. So once that loads, I'm going to put that up on screen. Let's go back over to, I'm going to quickly check back in on New York. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in New York right now, mainly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're beginning to at least get some of our first damage reports out of this area with trees and power lines down back over near Linwood, New York. So just heads up, we are seeing even some more power outages in those areas. Let's go back to our tornado warning. And the latest radar scan is still showing multiple areas of rotation heading up into Weirton, Steubenville, and Toronto. This is about to cross into West Virginia and then will eventually move into Western Pennsylvania. Again, Pittsburgh is really within about 25 to 30 minutes of these storms, and I do think we'll get a new severe thunderstorm warning very shortly if you're in Pittsburgh, if you're in McCandles, Moon Township, Bethel Park, or Washington. So if you know any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of this, and if you are in this area, what you should be doing right now is hatching down trampolines, protecting loose lawn items, and if you have any sort of loose lawn furniture that could go flying, make sure that you're bringing that inside. Again, this is a very concerning storm right now, moving into western Pennsylvania with a significant threat of damaging winds and the potential for embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. And honestly, we are at least seeing, this is the terminal radar site, so this is a little bit closer to where our line is, just west of Pittsburgh, and it looks like our strongest area of rotation is near Wintersville. That's pretty much paralleling Route 22. And then we also have another more definitive area of rotation just to the west of New Cumberland. So these are about to push now into the West Virginia little corridor here. It's a very small part of West Virginia, and then we'll eventually move into Pennsylvania within the next 5 to 10 minutes. This is a live shot back over in Indiana right now. This is back over where we did have a tornado warning. The winds are beginning to pick up very quickly just off to the northwest of Evansville. We've had some rotation in this area, so we are keeping an eye on at least a low-end chance of a tornado. But this is a live shot on one of the traffic cameras in Indiana. And again, you can see the winds are picking up quite a bit, at least some gusty winds. Wouldn't necessarily say this is severe winds as of right now, but the camera is shaking a little bit. This is looking westbound, by the way, on I-64. All right, let's go back to radar. This is back over to the Pittsburgh area. Our first camera will be coming up here in just a second, back over near 22. We're keeping an eye on that. Wind is probably going to be very strong. Again, you'll at least when we have a camera, you'll be able to see how strong the winds are just to the west of Pittsburgh, and they're really strong. I would find it hard to believe that we don't at least have 70-mile-per-hour winds reaching the surface. If not, though, that could be as high as 80 miles per hour. We just got an upgrade to our severe warning back over in New York for Oswego and Ontario counties. That is producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's going to be the storm here just west of Syracuse. Pretty significant storm here, also producing hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on this storm. So we are keeping an eye on at least a potential tornado threat here in New York. It's not a zero threat in New York today. It's at least on the low side of things. And we don't usually cover Canada very often, but I do want to point out that there is a large severe thunderstorm watch that's in place for a large chunk of Canada, including Ottawa, Montreal, back through Toronto and Hamilton, where damaging winds and hail are our main concerns this afternoon. There is a low chance for a tornado, and in the case we do get tornado warnings up there, we will definitely give you some updates on those. So we'll have ability at least to show you some of the radars that are over in those areas. I know we have some Canada viewers. We've had Canada viewers in the past, so I know we have some people watching from there. All right, latest radar scans coming in here in just a second. Our strongest area of rotation is currently near Weirton. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes as of right now. No debris signatures that are popping up on radar. Nonetheless, significant damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is quickly moving to the east. We just got a report in Richmond, Ohio, that there are numerous power poles and power lines down, or poles and lines down, excuse me, back over in Richmond. So this is just coming out of Richmond, Ohio, within the last 10 minutes from this line of storms that's moving towards Pittsburgh. So if you're in Pittsburgh, again, be ready for the potential for significant damaging winds. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have my eye on another storm in Texas, this time south of Midland. It's furthest south severe warning in Texas right now. I was sort of questioning whether or not this is surface-based just because it's not in the greatest environment. However, the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a tornado possible tag for the storm. So I would assume they're probably leaning on the side of this is surface-based. It does have quite the strong couplet, so I would expect a tornado warning for this in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is north of Bakersfield in Texas. This is heading towards McCamey and eventually towards the Rankin area. Again, rotation's ramping up. We also have a big hail core right now moving into McCamey over the next few minutes, and that's heading towards Route 67. So be ready for a potential tornado warning there and at least hail and wind. The rotation's also been noticeable back over near Post, Texas. We are still keeping an eye on this storm. It is heading in the direction of Spur. And we also have another storm that is forming back over near Jayton. And again, any storms that form in this environment that can stay discreet and move right, not left. This one's moving more left right now, but if it moves more right, like this storm is doing, we will have a better chance at a potential tornado threat. The storm near Lubbock is more of a hail concern, so that one's not really too tornadic as of right now. All right, let's go back to Pennsylvania, and as well as West Virginia. The latest radar scan, again, we still have very strong winds that are going to be heading into Pennsylvania here just over the next couple of minutes. If you are near Pittsburgh, Again, you're not under a warning yet, but expect a severe thunderstorm warning within the next 5 minutes. This line of storms is rapidly moving towards McCandles, Moon Township, and Center Township with destructive damaging winds. Once again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are moving in the direction of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now. We still have an active tornado warning here, and this storm will have the capability of producing a tornado threat as it moves into Pennsylvania. Actively, our strongest rotation is over Steubenville near Coketown. It's right now moving literally into West Virginia for the next 2 minutes or so, and then it will move into Pennsylvania towards Hanlon Station and Burgettstown. So if we have a tornado, the best chance of one being in progress would be this one right here near Steubenville, heading towards Burgettstown. We have a few other areas of rotation as well, further to the north in this line, but none of them are standing out to me as if they are on the ground right now. I still think the strongest area is this one near Weirton and Steubenville, where we have an inflow and as well as a hook gecko on radar moving into Burgettstown. This is also not what you want to see. This is one of the traffic cameras back over on I-70. This is literally, where's I-70 here? So this is a bit further down to the south, but back over near I-70 is an area that we could also see 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's actually traffic right now. This is a live shot on the PennDOT camera back over near Alexander, so a little bit further down to the south of our tornado warning, and you can see that it is very slow traffic right now. So with the traffic being, this slow, that could be a concern, especially since these people cannot drive super fast going into the state of Pennsylvania. This is going to be a concern because winds are going to be pretty high, and we have a lot of semis out there, so this definitely could cause some problems with traffic in the area, especially if people are trying to get from one place to another and try to avoid the severe storm. And keep in mind that this storm is moving east at around, let me get the exact number here, it's moving east at 65 miles per hour, and these cars are definitely not moving 65 miles per hour. And you'll notice actually one lane is closed here, which is the reason why there's a huge backup in traffic right now. So this is all going to be a concern if you're along I-70. Just a heads up, give yourself some extra time if you are on I-70. I believe that is eastbound. That is back over here just west of Claysville, where we do have a potential for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds in that area. All right, here's the latest radar scan. This has just come in. We still have multiple areas of rotation. We have one noticeable one northeast of New Cumberland in West Virginia. We still have one near Steubenville heading towards Burgettstown and Robinson. They have not issued a severe warning yet for Pittsburgh, but we should get one at any second here. Should get one at any second. At least a severe warning, possibly a tornado warning at some point as well. Shout out to Jay with the super chat. Thank you, Max, and the crew for all your coverage. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lynn, for the super chat. Grateful for Montreal. We are keeping an eye on Montreal today. Again, we are not just covering the United States, even though that will be our primary concern. We are going to be keeping an eye on stuff that's happening up in Canada as well, just in case something pops off up there. We are getting more reports out of Richmond, Ohio, of trees and power lines down. Another wind report coming in there. And we've had a lot of wind damage reports coming out of this line of thunderstorms, and this is continuing to produce a threat for significant damaging winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Significant damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour and the potential for tornadoes. We have a brand new tornado warning in Texas. This will be back into Pecos County, Texas. So Riley called this one. This is just south of McCamey. This is a bit more of a surface-based storm that is producing actually some very strong rotation right now, just off to the north of I-10. So if you are in this tornado warning near I-10, just off to the north of Bakersfield right now, make sure that you are in your safe place. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, the rotation is very strong on this storm, and it could easily produce a tornado at any time. It is right now crossing towards 1901 Road, and will basically be going down towards I-10 in Bakersfield in Texas. That is some very strong rotation right now. We're still keeping an eye on our storm near Post, Texas. We got multiple supercells that are moving off to the right here. Keep in mind that this will probably get pretty messy here soon. I do think we're going to be talking about an entire cluster of storms here in the next hour or two that are going to form out here in Texas. And this will actually move in the direction of areas like North Texas and Oklahoma tonight. So keep that in mind. There will be a round of severe weather pretty much for almost everybody in the severe thunderstorm watch tonight, especially since we're going to be talking about a line of thunderstorms later this afternoon into the evening hours. All right, this is back over towards Pittsburgh. Let's go ahead and go back to the terminal radar site. It looks like we have a stronger area of rotation north of Kendall right now. So we could have a potential tornado there just to the west of Kendall, or sorry, north of Kendall, west of Mechanicsburg. That is a strong area of rotation that has just now moved into Pittsburgh. And again, these winds are all going to start to ramp up here over the next few minutes in western Pittsburgh. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for literally all of the Pittsburgh area and all of the suburbs for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this. So again, a very destructive storm right now that is heading into the area of Pittsburgh, McCandles, and Moon Township. Keep in mind that we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for this entire region that we are talking about here in western Pennsylvania, northern Pennsylvania, back into New York, with the potential for damaging winds, large hail, and a couple of tornadoes being a possibility. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch as we were talking about that watch. This one is going to be back over in Ohio and Kentucky. So if you're back over in Cincinnati, you're not done. You have another round of severe weather that's coming your way with another mesoscale convective system back over in southern Indiana right now that's going to continue to produce the potential for significant damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, scattered hail up to the size of ping pong balls, and there's also going to be a potential for a couple of tornadoes. I can't stress this enough. This is the warning here for Pittsburgh. We got 2 million people right now in the path of damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. This is over 2 million people that live in this warning. So please make sure if you have any friends or family that are in this warning that they are aware of this situation. This is, again, a life-threatening situation around Pittsburgh where we will have a lot of trees and power lines coming down here over the next hour from our high winds that are moving right into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and surrounding locations. This is a destructive line of thunderstorms that is moving into western Pennsylvania, and this will continue to move through Pittsburgh and then will eventually track in the direction of more areas off to the east, like Sandy and as well as Puxatawatani in Indiana. That was terrible. Those areas will eventually be in the track of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well. So please make sure that you're taking this seriously if you are anywhere in the large severe thunderstorm warning. This is pretty much as bad as an EF0 or even EF1 type tornado. There will be a bunch of trees and power lines down here over the next hour. And we will be, again, providing commercial-free coverage here, covering this severe weather threat through Pittsburgh and many other areas. So if you want to share the stream, you can. Also, Matthew Capucci is saying that there is a rotating supercell near Stonewall, Texas right now. Bottom middle of your screen is Connor Croft. He is also coming up on that storm. Matthew Capucci's bottom right of your screen with my radar. So there is at least some rotation on that storm in Texas right now. Latest radar scan still showing very strong winds right now moving towards Moon Township. I'm not really seeing any area in particular that is actively producing a tornado. It is all still a radar indicated rotation, but we are continuing to watch for a significant damaging wind threat moving into Pittsburgh here over the next 10 minutes. New severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Pennsylvania near Waynesburg and Uniontown. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this is a significant round of damaging winds heading into those areas right now. There's a camera right here that we're going to at least see some wind on, and then also near Moon Township, we're keeping an eye on those cameras. We'll give you an idea of how strong the winds are here in just a moment, but it is getting pretty ominous right now. It's getting pretty dark and ominous out here west of Pittsburgh. All right, tornado warning has actually just been canceled, it looks like. So, yeah, tornado warning has, I believe, been canceled. If not, just disappeared on the map. But the tornado warning, if we still have one, would just be west of Pittsburgh. I think it just disappeared. It's still here. All right, so we still have a tornado warning for another 9 minutes here west of Pittsburgh. But nonetheless, the rotation is going to be moving out of the tornado warning here in the next few minutes. So the concern for a tornado, if we were to have one, would be moving into Pittsburgh. So it would actually be moving more outside of our tornado warning. Latest radar scan showing our highest winds now moving into Robinson, Burgettstown. It's coming up on McDonald. It's also coming up on the Center Township in Beaver and Beaver Falls here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So if you any of those locations, if you're in western Pennsylvania or near one of those spots right now, again, you got to be in your safe place right now. This is, again, a dangerous storm currently tracking to the east. All right, so any of those locations, you got to be in your safe place. Damaging winds up to 80 is coming out of the storm right now. Also, the line of storms right along I-70. I know a lot of people are traveling along I-70 right now. The worst of these winds are now moving into Washington, are going to be moving into Washington in the next 5 minutes. McGovern, South Strabane, and as well as Cannonsburg. And then if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you got about 5, maybe 10 minutes until this storm is literally knocking on your doorstep. So it's basically about 5 to 10 minutes away from hitting your area if you're in Pittsburgh. It's very close by. Is this a derecho? This isn't a derecho. It is a mesoscale convective system, which is not a derecho, but it is a long line of thunderstorms. It's about 70 to 80 miles north to south. I mean, it's always possible in the future that they call this a derecho, but I would say right now it's not meeting that criteria quite yet. But nonetheless, this is a significant line of storms. And I do want to point out that this is not our only line of storms that's happening right now. We have one also happening back over in Indiana and Kentucky and Illinois that's producing damaging winds as well. It's not nearly as organized, but it's also producing pretty similar threats right now when it comes to damaging winds and hail. And then there's also potential for a tornado threat out of this too. We also had a mesoscale convective system go across southern Missouri this morning. Many of you probably woke up to warnings if you live back over in Springfield. We had a ton of warnings that were issued over there for hail, wind, and tornadoes, and we end up having, I think, a few QLCS tornadoes, and Riley will give us an update on that at some point here in a bit regarding that threat that happened. Update on our tornado warning in Texas, north of Bakersfield. The last couple scans have broader rotation north of I-10, but continue to stay in your safe place if you are in Bakersfield in Texas. All right, that storm's not as concerning as before, but we are still keeping an eye on it, still producing large hail and damaging winds. All right, once again, significant winds right now heading into Pittsburgh in the next 5 minutes. This is a live shot right now back over in near This is east of Wheeling. This camera had a view of a lot of stuff not long ago, and now has a view of almost nothing. It is very windy. I know this camera probably doesn't do a great justice of it. This is on that one lane closure back over to the southwest of Pittsburgh on I-70 near Alexander. It is very windy. The visibility is near zero, and there's only one lane currently open, and you can see the cars on the bottom of your screen. It's very hard to see, but they are very slowly moving right now. And this camera's looking west, so all of the rain right now is basically coming into the camera, and the wind is coming into the camera. So since we have straight line winds coming from west to east, you basically can't see anything right now on I-70. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds potentially moving into Pittsburgh right now. Very low visibility, and there will be a potential for falling trees and power lines in this area. And then further to the north near Moon Township, we should have a view of this as well here in just a moment. Yeah, we're gonna have back over in Washington. Where's Washington here? Anybody know where Washington is? It's right here. Let me look up Washington, Pennsylvania. Washington, Pennsylvania is the next spot they'll have cameras. So that's right here. Coming up towards Washington, that'll be another area that we're gonna have significant damaging winds here soon. Also, this is a live shot that... Oh, that camera went out. Never mind. We have more live shots coming up back over... This is a live shot right here. This is back over near Pittsburgh. This is the storm rolling in right now. This is on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So the line of storm's moving in. Look how dark it is, by the way, outside. It is very dark and ominous out here. It is very, very dark. The worst of the winds and also the tornado threat is moving now into going towards McCandles and Ross Township and Moon Township over the next few minutes. So the worst of the wind and the tornado threat is moving into these areas here just over the next couple minutes. Right now, basically traveling right along Route 30 and coming up into Pittsburgh in the next 5 to 10 minutes. 80-mile-per-hour winds and a potential for a couple of tornadoes will exist. Again, these tornadoes are going to be embedded in our line of thunderstorms. These are QLCS tornadoes, meaning that they are tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So they are not super easy to pick up on radar all the time, but our strongest area of rotation that we have on radar is right over Independence, and it is crossing over I-376 right now. So it's crossing over I-376 right now. This is coming up on the Pittsburgh International Airport, by the way. So Pittsburgh International Airport probably is not going to have many planes flying out right now. I would have to assume that the flights are at least being delayed for our 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat. I would be awfully surprised if any plane was taking off right now with winds this high. We are getting another damage report back over in Wheeling, West Virginia. There are numerous trees down in Wheeling, West Virginia. So another damage report coming out of Wheeling. That is, we actually have a multiple now. We're getting so many damage reports. There's more and more. And these are coming in so quickly. We got a tree on top of a building in Triadelphia, West Virginia. And also in Beach Bottom, West Virginia, there is tree damage in the area. We are getting a lot of damage reports, and I only think that that number is going to skyrocket here over the next 20 minutes, as this is moving into an area with approximately 2 million people that live here. There's a ton of people that live here. So there are, again, a lot of people that live in this warning, and we will likely have a bunch of damage reports coming out here in the next 15 to 20 minutes as this line of storms moves into the Pittsburgh area. I think power outages are already happening too. Back over near Pittsburgh, or near the Pittsburgh International Airport, almost every single traffic camera has just gone out there. So the winds are definitely high enough for power to go out. This is a live shot right now near Pittsburgh International Airport. You can see how strong the winds are right now, coming from right to left. This is purely straight line damaging winds right now. This is literally not even a mile from the Pittsburgh International Airport. Definitely at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We'll see if it intensifies even further here. And that camera may have just gone out too. This is another live shot coming up near, I'm going to put it up on the screen in a second. Quick little update, another area of rotation near McDonald, another one near Moon Township. Rotation is also a little bit stronger near Center Township. So a few areas that are dealing with at least some rotation. Again, potential QLCS tornado threat. And this is what it looks like right now coming into Pittsburgh. Visibility is dropping rapidly. Look at the wind right here. It's all coming up right with the cars. Right there on the right, middle right of your screen. The visibility is dropping rapidly here. And look at how strong the winds are right here, coming into Pittsburgh. It's literally surging. And the cars that are moving eastbound, look how slow they're going now. They just slowed down a ton. Visibility is dropping rapidly. And gotta be careful with these semi-trucks, too. It's very dangerous with semi-trucks. My goodness, the wind is very strong, though. This is easily 70 mile per hour winds, possibly 80. It's again live on one of the Pennsylvania traffic cams. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning moving into Pittsburgh with 80 mile per hour winds. It's kind of crazy how many people are driving right now in the direction of this storm, but they kind of have to. The wind is getting even stronger. This is definitely upwards of 80 mile per hour winds here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get a much larger severe thunderstorm warning tagged with tennis ball sized hail for both of our storms around Post, Texas. I'm working on some more in-depth analysis of the tornado threat. The NWS has gone ahead and removed the tornado possible tag on this new threat. Our boundary, or on this new warning, our boundary is somewhere around here. If the storms are north of the boundary, which they may be, they won't produce a tornado. So I'm working to try and figure out exactly where that boundary is, and I'll have a map of that shortly.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, by the way, this storm right now that's producing 80 mile per hour winds, again, it's moving into Pittsburgh within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I do also want to point out that this is coming up on the Costco Wholesale Club here on the west side of Pittsburgh. Again, just outside of the Pittsburgh Airport. If you are in Pittsburgh, you're probably familiar with where that is. It's coming up on the Costco Wholesale Club right now. And again, if you're in the Costco Wholesale Club, I would honestly just stay there. I would not try to go to your car at this point. Just stay in that building. Again, 80 mile per hour winds are going to continue here all across the Pittsburgh area. This is still a destructive, severe storm that is really tracking into a very populated area. Again, about 2 million people live in this warning. By the way, we haven't gotten to Connor at all right now, but I just want to quickly show you guys what Connor is looking at. This is a storm that is trying to rotate. We actually got at least some sort of wall cloud forming here near Guthrie, Texas. So this is a live shot back over in Texas of at least a lowering. And this is a storm that just went severe. So we're keeping an eye on that back over in Guthrie, and we'll keep him bottom middle of your screen. Ryan Scholl is also on that bottom right of your screen as well. So we got 2 chasers there out there in Texas. I do want to point out, again, a lot of the traffic cameras are going down, which means that there are power outages that are actively happening right now across the west side of Pittsburgh. Like, they are actively happening, and they are probably going to keep continuing. So, again, power outages are very likely. This is another live shot just outside of Pittsburgh. This is west of the Trader Joe's on the south side of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Look how dark it is at the top of your screen. It is very ominous. That is our likely shelf cloud that is rolling in here to Pittsburgh. By the way, if you have any photos or videos in the Pittsburgh area, please send them to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I do want to see what the shelf cloud looks like. And I would have to assume that we have a pretty, decent looking shelf cloud with how intense this line of storms is. That is how ominous it is. It is moving rapidly into Pittsburgh at approximately 65 miles per hour. It's a very fast-moving storm. And this has just hit the Pittsburgh International Airport here in the last few minutes. Another damage report over in Hookstown, Pennsylvania. There's a tree down on Route 168. We have more damage reports coming out of this area. And also, this is just off to the northwest of Pittsburgh. This is another live shot. Winds are picking up once again on the PennDOT camera. Wind will really pick up here in the next minute. You can see the trees going left to right. Very strong winds. Right here into the northwest side of Pittsburgh. And now the camera's shaking. The camera will probably go out here too. The winds have been strong enough to knock out power, and there it goes. It didn't even take that long. We can't even see like the peak of the wind because of how the cameras just keep going out because of how high the winds are. I will see if I can refresh it, but I think that one's gone too. Pretty crazy. Almost every camera is not able to stay on. I'm telling you, I mean, I think the power outages are going to be pretty numerous to widespread here around Pittsburgh. Be hard to believe if they stay on for very long. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to go ahead and pull up the second monitor, this storm is probably producing a tornado right now as I finish this. B, I kind of have a black line drawn where I think our boundary is. You can kind of see I have 2 blue dots and a pink dot. These are with personal weather stations that we have out on the area or out in the area. The blue ones are on the north side of the front, so no tornado potential there. The pink one is on the south side of the front, so that is where our warm air is, and we can see that the potential tornado, basically the hook echo of that storm, is attached to our boundary right now. Assuming this stays attached to the boundary, this is an absolute worst case scenario because it's just going to keep rounding that or riding that boundary north for hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. This is the storm that we're talking about back over near Post, Texas. This is a nasty looking storm. We got a hook echo and a strong inflow and likely a tornado. We actually have a pretty tight couplet right now in radar. So if you're back over here near Augustus or Justisburg, you should definitely be in your safe place right now, away from windows, and please be on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is a dangerous storm. We also need to keep an eye on the storm off to the east of Post. That one's also rotating, and that one could become concerning here soon as well. This is the storm that Connor's on right now and many other chasers back over near 83. That is what this storm looks like right now.
Time to hit the gas pedal, Storm.
So this storm is a right mover, and it could also produce the potential for a tornado risk. So we need to keep an eye on this storm. Heads up if you're in Pittsburgh, 80-mile-per-hour winds moving into the downtown area in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Moving right into downtown over the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Come on, Storm.
We're going to keep an eye on him bottom middle of your screen. Ryan Schull, bottom right, has an unbelievable view of a storm, too. I don't know if he's on the same one. Yeah, Riley, can you give me a location check on Schull real quick? I don't have him on my thing right now. Once again, if you are just tuning in, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, about to be hit by 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, a destructive, severe storm heading into the town. We've had a lot of power outages here as of lately. This is actually a photo that we just had moments ago here, just off to the northwest of Pittsburgh on the PennDOT traffic camera. Top right of your screen, again, that's the leading shelf cloud that is moving here into the Pittsburgh area. Very ominous skies. The traffic, by the way, is pretty heavy right now in Pittsburgh. This is pretty much worst case scenario, by the way, for Pittsburgh. We currently have 80-mile-per-hour winds moving in during rush hour. It really could not get much worse than that. There's a lot of people that are traveling right now. There are a lot of people traveling right now. But pretty much every camera has gone out across Pittsburgh. We're going to get an update on power outages here in a moment, too. Wow, I want to go over to Schull. This is unbelievable. Look at this storm. It's back over near Guthrie, Texas. Schull has a quite the view here. Very blue tinge there in the middle of your screen. What a storm looking. What a crazy looking storm here back over near Guthrie, Texas.
This thing's dark. It's really dark. Let's stick the inflow notch as long as possible here.
Wow.
Until we need to run. So we're sitting in a really good spot here. That's scary. No, my windshield's not polarized. This is the color of the storm. This is the actual.
Yeah, this isn't like a
color of the
gradient or
storm
anything.
in
This is
person.
literally what it
Like,
looks
this
like. That blue
This is how
tinge is
The
crazy.
storm is. This is the real-time color of the storm.
I know
The
Shoal
storm's
doesn't usually
blue.
use any sort of
I'm
like
not even joking.
filters. This is not a
the
filter.
actual
This is
color
literally
of
what the storm looks like from his perspective. It's the same one that
actually
Connor's
really
looking at. Connor's at a different angle. That's crazy.
Auto. Okay, yeah, that's good. I'm not even joking right now. Like I'm not messing around with colors here. This is like actual from the camera color. It's a little bit more overdone for some reason on my phone, but like color of the storm. It's really blue.
By the way, this is a live shot back over west of Syracuse, New York right now. Look at this. West of Syracuse, we have very strong winds. This is on I-90 eastbound at 304. A very strong area of winds right now moving through this area. I'll try to get this on screen here. But very strong winds right now. This is back over near Syracuse. We currently have severe warnings up here for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also the potential for quarter-sized hail. So we're not just talking about severe weather in, you know, the southern plains or even just in Pennsylvania. We even got severe weather back up in New York right now. So some significant damaging winds and low visibility currently rolling through those areas. All right, damaging winds now are moving right into downtown Pittsburgh. We have a new damage report coming out of Imperial Enlow from National Weather Service employee of trees down. So trees down back over just west of Pittsburgh. Honestly, this is crazy. This looks even crazier. I feel like I'm looking at an ocean. If we get past these trees. See if we can get past the trees here. You can see the blue tinge in the background. This is a crazy looking storm. I'm going to go back to him once he's past the trees. The blue tinge is actually insane. All right, latest radar scan. We are still talking about significant damaging winds again moving into Pittsburgh, approaching New Kingston, Plum, and as well as Butler, also going towards Irwin and Greensburg. If you're in any of the locations I just named off, make sure again that you're in your safe place. 80 mile per hour damaging winds are moving into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Also, we no longer have any tornado warnings as of right now. The one in Texas was canceled, but we do still actively have a destructive severe warning here just outside of Pittsburgh, and it's moving into Pittsburgh as we speak. The storm over near Post, Texas has not been warned for a tornado, despite the velocities being really strong and also having a very strong inflow on this storm. So this is still a storm that we need to keep an eye on. Again, I would not rule out a tornado with this as it continues to move to the east-northeast, just off to the south of Spur right now. And then our other supercell that's south of 82, this one's producing some big hail and wind. That is the one that Connor and as well as Ryan Scholl are on, that is coming up on 82 right now. So we should at least continue to see the threat here for at least some large hail and damaging winds. And if this can stay south of our boundary, the tornado threat would eventually be more elevated in this area. This is a view here from Connor at looking at the storm right now. This is a little bit further from the distance, but you can still see the structure here.
Right to left motion ongoing right now.
Jordan Hall is reporting right to left motion on this storm. Ryan Scholl's view is a lot different. This is, again, there's no contrast here or anything like that. This is literally just a camera. Looks almost like the ocean. Maybe over in Bermuda, if you want to think tropical.
Unless the mount wants to fall again, which it is. You guys might not have a view for long. Might just have to hold you guys there. The mounts kept slipping.
By the way, who gave me the 100? Who was that? Huge shout out to Donkey with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Donkey. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Donkey.
Sucks that you guys keep slipping. So.
Joel's camera's having a lot of problems, but you know, it's still a crazy looking storm right now. That blue tinge is absolutely wild.
I don't know what is wrong with that mount today, but it's having problems.
Absolutely wild looking storm right now. Matthew Capucci, bottom left of your screen, also has a view of that. All right, as of right now, damaging winds are now moving right through the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If you are out in front of the storm, be prepared for power outages in and around the Pittsburgh area. We've already had a lot of the traffic cameras that are in this area go down, and that is purely because of the severe weather that we're seeing. We have a lot of power outages. So, again, the 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat will continue, and power outages are going to continue here in western Pennsylvania. I'm going to get a quick update on our power outage count here. And right now we are sitting at 59,000 people without power in Missouri. So Missouri, we have a bunch of power outages from the storms that we saw early this morning back over near Springfield. Back over in Ohio, we are now nearing 90,000 people without power. Look at how many people are without power right now, or at least customers without power here back over in eastern Ohio. And then also, if you are over in Pennsylvania, we are just starting to see some people lose power. This number will definitely increase, though, here very, very soon. This is a live shot from Ryan Scholl here in Texas. Crazy looking storm. This is also Matthew Capucci's view of this. Look how low the clouds are. Matthew Capucci with My Radar, meteorologist for My Radar. Also, I'm getting a report over in Monroe, Pennsylvania. That's about 11 miles east of Pittsburgh, that there are lights flickering. Huge shout out to Viking with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Viking. You guys are way too kind. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hey, hype for the super chat. I'm on the 9th floor of an apartment complex in Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Should I go to the lowest part? I mean, you'd probably be fine. If you have like an interior room, you should be fine. But if you can, I would go to the lowest floor. If you have like a bathroom or something like that, that's definitely preferable. Especially with an 80-mile-per-hour windstorm. Shout out to Ian as well for the super chat. This is a stunning view. This is an unbelievable looking storm. Ryan Scholl once again is looking at the same storm a bit closer. The blue tinge is coming from our water droplets reflecting or fracking inside of our storm, and so that's what we're seeing here with Ryan Scholl. Quite the view of the storm right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was just going to provide another update on this storm. I know we've been talking about where that boundary is over and over for both of these storms. This one has actually managed to catch back up to the boundary. The boundary is pretty much stationary. It's moving just a little bit to the south, but because it started to make more of a directly right-hand motion instead of going a little more off to the north, I do think it managed to get back into that warm air, and it is once again conducive to produce a tornado here shortly.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Again, this storm here in Texas definitely looking more concerning, heading up towards Route 82 right now. This one is right near the boundary, so there's a potential tornado threat that could come out of this here very, very soon. There is a large lowering that we've been seeing on Matthew Capucci and as well as Connor Croft. This is back to Ryan Scholl. We're gonna go back over to Connor and just get a little bit of insight from him. That's what the storm looks like right now.
Oh, dude, I can picture the tornado under this thing. I can just picture it.
By the way, if you're back over in Pittsburgh or the surrounding areas, make sure that you are charging your devices. Have flashlights ready to go and all that good stuff, because power outages are frequently happening right now back over near Pittsburgh. Just a little heads up, by the way, our tornado threat for today is a bit more elevated, I would say, in Texas, especially if storms can be near the boundary. This is NATOcast outlook for today across parts of Texas, Oklahoma. We do have a 10% tornado risk outlined by NATOcast. For the record, the Storm Prediction Center has a 5% tornado risk. On the other hand, back over in the Northeast, NATOcast has a 2 to 3% tornado risk, and the SPC also has a 5% tornado risk up there. So, generally speaking, I do think our highest potential is in Texas and Oklahoma today for tornadoes, but the potential for a few tornadoes still exists throughout the Northeast here over the next few hours. Another thing I want to point out is look at all the severe thunderstorm watches that we have. You don't see this very often. We usually don't just have a bunch of severe watches. We usually have a mix of tornado watches and severe watches.
A new tornado warning
but in
has
this
been
case,
issued.
it's a little bit different. Today we just have a bunch of severe watches that are in effect, so don't see that super often. And it's also across again, a massive area. Today's risk of severe weather literally includes a ton of people. This is our risk that's outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. Enhanced risk in Texas and Oklahoma, and then one throughout the Northeast. The Northeast one is more driven by wind, and the one down in the South is driven by hail. So pretty interesting stuff there. We do have a new tornado warning in Pennsylvania. Let's go up to that. This is all the way back up near Pittsburgh. This is on the east side of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, coming up on Penrose, and we actually might have a tornado in progress. If we do, it's going to be right along I-376. It's near Shadow Shuttle, moving towards I-76. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a dangerous storm right now that is tracking towards Worcester, as well as Polk Run, Delmont, Export, and Murraysville. Got a hook echo embedded in our line of thunderstorms here. My goodness. My jaw is going to drop. Look at this. This is Jordan Hall's view from a drone. It'll load here in a second. This is unbelievable. Wow. This is the supercell back over in Texas. The one that is right near the boundary. Jordan Hall has a stunning view of the storm. Very low clouds. I mean, this thing's not far from producing a tornado, in my opinion. Velocities have also been increasing on radar. I put this on a picture frame. Jordan has some of the best shots, I swear. Like, he has crazy shots with his drone.
I feel like it is.
He's already said that there was some left-to-right motion.
I feel like it's definitely right there, over the hood, just to our right. Yeah.
Oh, it's cutting, I think.
We do have a report near the international airport in Pennsylvania that there are several large trees down right now, with 1.5 to 2 feet in diameter, as of 5 o'clock Eastern.
Drop is right there. It's getting a really nice cut. This thing looks great.
Hey, Kat, can I show that video? Okay, this is a video. I'm going to try to see if I can just download this. It's a video back over in the tornado warning right now that was just sent in to us. That's what it looks like out there. The winds are gusting out in front of it. Storm looks quite elevated. I don't think this wouldn't be where our tornado would be located, but you can see the storm rolling in back over near our tornado warning. So that is a view there. Let me go ahead and do this. Oop, wrong thing. That. So yeah, our tornado warning right now is the one that's back over near Monroeville going towards Delmont in Pennsylvania. Slickville's in the path of this near Penn Hills, and it's going to be coming up on Plum, eventually going towards Avonmore and White. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, dangerous storm right now moving east. The entire line of thunderstorms is still actively producing the potential for damaging winds up to 70 or up to 80 miles per hour. So this is still a very dangerous storm right now that is tracking to the east. I think that's Connor. Connor is blocking Jordan's shot. Oh, we'll go over to Connor's view. This is the storm back over again in Texas right now. Very weak rotation as of right now. We're keeping an eye on it. By the way, we just got a massive severe thunderstorm warning across Pennsylvania. Puxawanatawi, Sandy, Clarion, Indiana, and Latrobe. And what? You're included in this new warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and a potential for an isolated spin-up tornado in this line of storms. Again, our tornado warning right now is for the Monroeville area. We do not have a clear debris signature as of right now. If we did have a tornado, it would have happened back near Swissvale. Still watching for a potential tornado threat going into Murraysville and eventually approaching Polk Run over the next few minutes.
22? Yeah, let's run it.
All right, so Connor's going to reposition. Pretty much all of them are going to reposition here. And this is the storm back over near Guthrie, Texas, that is right near the boundary. Could produce a big tornado if it's able to stay along the boundary.
Let's run it.
You guys say go punch through
This is also Matthew Capucci's view here as well of this storm. What I'm going to go ahead and do, though, I'm going to put Ryan Scholl here. Get him on here. Ryan Scholl has a pretty good view of this storm, too.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a better view.
Not as much of a blue tinge as what we just had. Thank you, Alexis. Riley, check my tweets and see if there's anything photo-wise. Yeah, if you guys have any photos, again, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We also have, we'll put Stormer Media bottom left of your screen. He's also on that storm. Once again, tornado warning is in just east of Pittsburgh, outside of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. It goes for 6 more minutes. Still watching for a potential tornado going towards Slickville. There is still a threat for an isolated tornado in other areas as well. We have a little bit of rotation traveling up towards Ford City and another one moving towards Worthington here in western Pennsylvania. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour will continue. We are getting a lot of damage reports right now across New York. There's a swath of damaging winds and hail that is moving towards areas like Utica near Syracuse and also going towards Leyden. So that will continue here over the next little while. It's pretty unbelievable to see this, but these are all, again, damage reports currently across Ohio and Indiana and as well as Pennsylvania, all the black circles. We've had so many damage reports coming in here just over the last hour or two from this line of thunderstorms that is now pushing throughout western Pennsylvania with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. We just got a new one out of East Washington, Pennsylvania, of more trees and wires down. That is in Washington County, which is just south of Pittsburgh. We have another line of storms that is heading in the direction of Cincinnati, by the way. I know for many of you in Cincinnati and Dayton, you've already had severe weather. You're probably cleaning up right now from some of the trees and power lines that fell down. Well, guess what? You might have to do more of that later today because there's another round of severe weather heading your direction. They did issue a new severe weather watch, or severe thunderstorm watch, excuse me, that goes until midnight tonight. That includes Cincinnati, Hamilton, and it also includes areas near Louisville, where we are expecting another line of storms to move in that area. Damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat would be a possibility in that area. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. Back over in Texas, we are still watching for a more elevated threat for some very large hail and a potential tornado threat. This storm that's going towards Knox City, this is the one that a bunch of chasers are on right now. This one is right-hand moving. So as long as it can still move off to the right, meaning moving more to the east and northeast, the tornado threat should naturally be a bit more elevated with this as it tracks towards 82. East of Post, we are talking about a big hailstorm as well right now. Not as much of a tornado concern as of right now. And then the storms back off to the west of San Angelo near McCamey. These are mostly hail and wind producers as well. Not much of a tornado risk out of those. All right, latest radar scan east of Plum. We do have a little bit more rotation developing again on the leading edge of this storm. East of Plum coming up on Slickville. Vaughn Moore and White are in the path again of a potential tornado risk. So make sure that you're in your safe place if you're in that warning. And again, I can't stress this enough. If you're anywhere in these severe thunderstorm warning polygons, you should be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Simply because this area is where we're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds, which is around EF0 tornado intensity across basically this entire line. We do have a new mesoscale discussion back over in Texas. This is basically where we've been watching storms back over in the vicinity of like Guthrie, Texas, for example. The tornado threat will be maximized with supercells that can route along and ahead of our surface boundary, which the storm that Connor's on and many other chasers are on has been more surface-based here as of lately. That is the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. We are starting to get some photos and videos out of the Pittsburgh area. We actually got a bunch. They're coming out. This is some photos from Chase Kaiser back over in Springfield, Missouri from this morning. And you can see the damage back over in Springfield. We had a mesoscale convective system go right into the town of Springfield, Missouri this morning. Snapped power lines back over there. We had upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. And also, today is Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, and we had a tossing trampoline. Look at that. Lots of branches down, lots of leaves down, which is pretty typical with severe weather. Wow, look at that. That's a huge tree that's down there in Springfield. This is on the northwest side of Springfield, by the way. Huge tree down. I'm going to retweet this. A huge tree down. And that tree fell into a red car. Wow. This is something that could happen, by the way, with the storms that are in Pennsylvania, too. Like, this type of stuff can easily happen with the storms in Pennsylvania. That's some major damage. Very fitting, though, to have a trampoline in the middle of somebody's yard on tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. We also have some more photos coming out of a few other areas. This is from Brett. I think it's Poopitch back over in White Oak, Pennsylvania, just southeast of Pittsburgh, with power flickering. So this is a video that just came in a few moments ago. Again, we've been getting a lot of reports of both power flickering and power outages already across Pennsylvania. Pretty ominous skies there. Back over in White Oak. And this is another, I think, photo or video. It's another video coming in from Brian Ghoulish on Twitter. This is back over near the international airport there in Pittsburgh. Look how ominous the skies are. Very ominous skies. Clouds not super low to the ground. Looks a little elevated, but the downburst winds were definitely pretty strong. This also, as the storm is moving in, very strong winds. So you can get an audio little cue here. Very strong winds there. I'm gonna go a little bit further here in time. I mean, realistically, the winds here are probably 60 to 70 miles per hour. Could be a bit higher. Hopefully those plants are okay. Those are some of the videos coming out there of the Pittsburgh area. They have gone ahead and let the warning, I think, expire. Yeah, the warning just expired. So no new tornado warning. They have gone ahead and just let the warning expire for the time being. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I have 5 different tornado reports from yesterday, all within the NWS Twin Cities region. So the first tornado that occurred was an EF1 tornado in Rice County, Minnesota. It touched down east of Faribault and went all the way west of Kenyon. The other 4 were all associated with that Eau Claire storm that we were talking about for about an hour. We had one EF1 that touched down in Buffalo County and briefly crossed into Eau Claire County. A second EF1 that touched down south of Allen and went west of Foster. We had a brief EF0 touchdown near Hale Corner, and one final EF1 that touched down between Augusta and went to Fairchild before lifting in Clark County.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So we have at least had 5 tornado reports from yesterday, and that number might increase. So yesterday, again, I know a lot of people were saying it was a bust, which, in all honesty, like, when you look at the risk, I definitely think yesterday could have been a slight risk. I mean, that's just how it is, though. Like, we cannot, yesterday's event could have easily been a moderate risk if all the ingredients came together and we actually had storm initiation, but that did not happen. But I do want to point out that even though we did not have as many tornadoes as what could have happened, we definitely still had damage yesterday and definitely still had some severe weather. So definitely something to keep in mind. By the way, shout out to Mike with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. All right, let's go state by state again. We still got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We're going to go back to New York, where we do have active severe thunderstorm warnings around Syracuse, right near I-90. This is where damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail is going to continue. Actively, I think we have some cameras here that are going to have a view of that wind coming in too. Yeah, there are a couple cameras here. This is a live shot right now back over on the east side of Syracuse. The wind is picking up pretty quickly right now. Camera's starting to shake a little bit. This is right along the interstate. By the way, shout out to Lobster with the super chat. Helped my workplace shelter in Springfield, Missouri this morning. We had that storm system coming to the town. I sent you a couple photos on Twitter. All right, I'll check that out here soon. By the way, we would have been live this morning, but I was not awake. So that would explain why we were not live. We would have been live, though, otherwise. Don't think anybody had a 9 a.m. Mesoscale convective system going through Springfield in their playing cards. And I honestly don't think anybody was expecting tornadoes to come out of it too. So that kind of came out of nowhere. It really surprised me. I woke up and I was like, what happened? It was like, it literally came out of nowhere. All right, back over into, let's go to Southwest New York. Back over in Southwest New York near Eau Claire and Bradford, we are watching a severe storm moving in the direction of Wellsville and Alfred, mainly for hail and wind. That one's not too concerning for a tornado risk as of right now. The most destructive line of thunderstorms that we have ongoing right now is across western Pennsylvania, where we do have significant damaging winds moving in the direction of Indiana, White, Latrobe, Johnstown, and Sandy, just to the west of State College. So be ready for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading in the direction of those areas, including Punxsutawney. I don't know why I can't say that today. I've been able to say it in the past, but those areas are in the path of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a potential for tornadoes embedded in our line of thunderstorms, which is what we call QLCS tornadoes. That will be a possibility as this continues to move to the east. We also have some severe weather back over near New Martinsville, moving towards Morgantown with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being a possibility. Some strong storms are moving in and around the Cincinnati area near Hamilton. These will be mostly damaging winds, but there is a potential also for some large hail as these move into those areas. While that's happening, I do want to quickly go to Ryan Scholl. He has another stunning view of this storm back over in Texas. Look at Ryan Scholl's view right now. It's back over near Guthrie, Texas. Very blue skies again.
I have not.
We'll talk more about the Indiana storms here in a second. We're going east to west, but I wanted to show you guys this crazy view. Hey, Rachel, for the super chat, you need your sleep too, you know, we understand. I hate missing severe weather events. I don't care what the circumstances are. I literally do not like missing them. I want to be here for every single event possible.
Whoa!
So that is a view right now of this storm from Ryan Scholl. And we'll put him bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, over on the second computer, I have a observed sounding from Monday, Texas, from one of the NSSL research scientists. This is one of the craziest soundings I've ever seen in my entire life. Every ingredient that you need for a tornado is there. And if you, after I'm done talking about this, if you want to pull up Monday, Texas on the map, this is basically right along the front. This is where all three of our potentially tornado-producing storms are moving. They're moving into this environment. So if we actually do see them stay south of the front and be able to take advantage of this environment, it will certainly produce a significant tornado.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So Monday, Texas is right over here. So we're not really that far from Monday, Texas. And that is basically just off to the west of where the storm is. So again, if this storm can get into that environment, a significant tornado would be in play. For right now, that is not an imminent concern, but it is a concern that we could have at some point here in the near future. So definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware if you're back over here in central Texas. Again, strong tornadoes are not impossible today. It's very conditional. It's very conditional, and there being storms in our more unstable environment, but nonetheless, if they can get into that unstable and warm environment near the boundary, just east of that boundary, that's where we're gonna have a more elevated chance for tornadoes. We've had a very similar setup, by the way, the last several days. All right, as we were talking about, we also have a round of storms currently moving across southern Indiana and also northern Kentucky. Not really much severe weather left here across southern Indiana, but we could see this mesoscale convective system upscale again as it heads in the direction of Louisville, eventually going in the direction of Cincinnati, with damaging winds being our main concern, and there's also a potential for an isolated tornado threat. Back over in Oklahoma, we do still have at least one storm that is producing some hail and wind that is near Wewoka in Holdenville, heading towards Henrietta. So again, some hail and wind possible with this storm. The tornado threat should stay on the lower side of things, despite it looking pretty nasty on radar. I do think the tornado risk is at least low for right now. And then back over in Texas, we have multiple supercells that are ongoing. A cluster of supercells back over near Spur with mainly hail and wind. We did have tennis ball sized hail reported in Post, Texas not too long ago. And then back over here west of Rochester, by far the most concerning supercell that we have. If this thing can organize, the tornado threat could be much more elevated with this as it moves off to the northeast. This is what the storm looks like from Ryan Scholl's view. Again, very blue tinge of this storm coming up towards Route 82. A lot of the chasers are currently repositioning on this storm, and Scholl still has a pretty cool view of this storm.
Okay, we have another turn.
All right, let me see. Let's do that. All right, let's go back to live radar.
My goodness.
Whoa. All right. Might be a little bit of contamination, but there is definitely at least some spin on this storm heading off to the northeast. We have a couple other chasers out in front of the storm too. A lot of the chasers are going on Route 82, so they're repositioning, but we'll keep an eye on them. Let's go back over to Pennsylvania. We have even more damage reports coming out of the Pittsburgh area. More recently, we had a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust measured back over in the Pittsburgh airport. So the international airport, we just had a report there. 71-mile-per-hour winds from this line of storms. In Freeport, we also have a report of a tree down. And there's also trees down on the Pennsylvania Turnpike at mile marker 44. So heads up, we are actually getting trees down on some of the busier roadways here back over in western Pennsylvania. This line of storms is moving in the direction of Sandy, Indiana, and Clearfield, with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour being a possibility. Our highest measured winds here as of recently are around 70 to 75 miles per hour. Thank you, Zachary, for the super chat. What do you think about the cells moving across New York near Syracuse? Damage reports are rolling in. I honestly think damaging winds are going to be the main concern with this. I think that's generally going to be the greatest concern. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado threat. As this continues to parallel I-90, we should continue to see a lot of trees coming down. So be ready for that if you're anywhere east of Syracuse, going towards Utica, near Leyden as well. Those are some of the general locations in the path of this. We have some cameras also in this area. I'm going to see if any of them have a view of anything. But we've had some strong winds going here across the Syracuse area over the last few minutes. And that threat should continue. Also, low visibility is pretty likely as well. I'll pull up a camera and see if any of them have anything. And they're not loading. Cameras might be out on I-90 near the truck stop. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. What do you think about Buffalo? I don't think Buffalo is going to see much more today, to be honest. There could be maybe another isolated wind or hail event that happens, but generally speaking, the only threat that's left is back over here in Canada. And as a reminder, we are keeping an eye on Canada. I know we don't usually cover Canada, but we are keeping an eye on Canada in case any of the potential for tornadoes exists with anything out here. I think generally, though, most of Canada is going to be dealing with damaging winds and hail. I think the tornado risk should be staying pretty low back over there, but definitely not zero. Definitely not zero. Here is... All right, let's do this. Let's go to Freddie McKinney. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what button it is. We're going to try multiple buttons here. Is that Freddie? That is Freddie McKinney. All right. This is Freddie McKinney. He is on the east side of the supercell, back over here west of Knox City.
Yeah, that guy. Oh, you're gone.
This is a view from a distance of the supercell that is going to be possibly capable of producing a tornado if it can stay along or east of our boundary.
That is a done, buddy. Ooh, big CGs here. Couplets increasing there, Andrew.
But the velocities have been intensifying a little bit on radar here as of late.
Right in the path of it.
So we're keeping an eye on Freddie. We will put Freddie... Oh, wait, actually, let's go to Shoal. Dude, Shoal has had some crazy shots. I mean, honestly, any of these looks at this supercell could go on a calendar or on like a painting. That is a stunning view here of this supercell. Back over near Route 82 west of Knox City, Texas. Big blue tinge. Again, that comes from our water droplets reflecting or refracting. This is not necessarily, you know, imminent. Like, it doesn't prove that there's a tornado coming. Just has to do with our sunlight and how it's being directed into our storm. But really a cool view of this supercell still from Ryan Shoal. The warning has been upgraded to golf ball sized hail, by the way. This is for Stonewall and King counties. The hail threat has been observed.
Now we're good. Nice, dude.
It'd look great on a t-shirt. You could put it on a t-shirt.
Maybe the tower just hitting everything. I think it's gonna try right up.
A stunning view. Keep them bottom middle. Or actually, I'll put them bottom right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking at some of our storms around State College in Pennsylvania. I love an advance warning. However, some of these warnings are 70 miles ahead of where the storm is right now. So you're already under a warning. You're going to be under a warning for probably like an hour and a half. So you need to keep in mind that although you might be like, hey, I've been under this warning for half an hour, I'm good to go. These storms are still 70 and in some parts already 80 miles away from you still. So you have to make sure to stay in shelter for a while we wait for this line to move through.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this entire line right here from east to west, it's 72 miles of a difference here in the severe thunderstorm warning. They're issuing these warnings ahead of time, right? Because this is a line of storms that's not going anywhere. It's going to continue to produce significant damaging winds heading in the direction of State College. I don't think it's going to be weakening that quickly, so you need to be ready if you're in any of these warnings for damaging winds. Could again be as high as 80 miles per hour moving to the east northeast.
The velocities are just glitched.
It's back over to Ryan Scholl, who is again in Stonewall County, Texas. Very blue tinge in the storm. Hey, John, for the super chat. Is Columbus, Ohio in the clear? It's a good thing you asked that, because you're not. Again, I know you might be confused because we just had this line of storms literally move across all of Ohio, and you might be thinking you're done. You're not. There is a new severe thunderstorm watch. It does not include Columbus, but if this line of storms can organize again, I wouldn't rule out some severe weather back over in Columbus later this evening. So we are watching for more severe weather potentially back over in southwestern Ohio that could trickle into areas like Columbus as well. So make sure that you are continuing to stay weather aware. Trying to see if any of these cameras have views of that storm. There's a storm going into Hamilton right now with at least some gusty winds and small hail. That's an area that we've already seen damage in, so. It's back over to Shoal.
Yeah, it's glitched out on the latest scan, though. I can't really tell what's going on.
Unless if I'm looking in
person. We gotta go. We're about to get ran over. I don't think we want to get ran over.
This is, if you look on your screen, bottom right, that is contamination entirely.
We're gonna get
I would think. I think it is. Back over near Jayton.
Clear from all directions. Let's roll.
So that's not the storm that Shoal is on, but if we go back to live radar here. That right there is definitely some contamination here, but I do think there's at least some hail and wind with this storm. I don't think it's as high as what the velocities are showing. Thank you, Kim, for the super chat. How are the two storms in Texas not tornado warned? Well, they're staying off to the north of our boundary. We talk about the boundary a lot, especially this time of the year, because the boundary is critical for these storms. Essentially, these storms have been staying just barely to the north of where our warm and as well as moist and unstable atmosphere environment is. Basically meaning our surface-based storms have to kind of be down to the south of this line to be producing a tornado or be right along that boundary. Currently, they're just barely to the north of it. The storm that would have the best chance of getting along the boundary is this one west of Rochester. It might take a little bit of time, but it's moving still more to the east and it's going towards Knox City. Currently on radar, we're not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but it is a storm down the road that could become more tornadic as it goes towards Route 82 and going in the direction of Seymour. So, again, just south of 82 is where this currently is located. By the way, these are all the damage reports that we've had so far today. I just want to point this out. We've already had a ton. The Storm Prediction Center map has over almost 200 wind damage reports alone today. That is crazy. For it only being 5:46 p.m. Eastern time, we have literally 192 damage reports already, or wind reports, I should say, and we're probably going to get a lot more of those here over the next few hours. I wouldn't be surprised if we end today with around 400 wind reports alone, just because of how many storms we've had that have been producing wind damage. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, NWS Green Bay just had another 2 damage surveys complete talking about our storms yesterday, and we have confirmed 2 more EF0 tornadoes north of Wittenberg, Wisconsin, and south of Antigo, Wisconsin.
What does that
Antigo, Wisconsin.
What does that bring our count up to?
That is 8, so that's 8 total. That's technically actually a tornado outbreak in terms of the SPC, but definitely a very, very low-end tornado outbreak.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So 8 tornadoes now confirmed from yesterday. Obviously, it was not what we expected, but we have had a lot of tornadoes, and a lot of those, honestly, again, have been back over in Wisconsin. That's where a lot of it happened. So let's go to Freddie McKinney. He's on the storm west of Knox City. This is his live shot coming up here. And very ominous skies, some low clouds out in the distance. This is near Paducah, Texas.
For a second so we can get the whole supercell kind of coming in. Starting to get some structure on it too. Oh, yeah. Getting a little structure on this thing. Still pulling some inflow. It's just on the north side of the outflow boundary right now. Although I think the edge of the boundary is a literally right there. I think you can see it actually.
That line.
I think that is the boundary. Yeah.
A
just
tiki boat capsized at the point in Pittsburgh. That is according to somebody in the
boundary
chat.
there flowing into this thing. So, and that would line up.
I'm not sure if
pretty
that's
well up there
accurate,
with
but
that
if it
blue
is, that
boat.
is not what we want to hear.
Oh, look at the turquoise blue developing.
I really hope that everybody took the warning seriously there in Pittsburgh. There's probably going to be a few people that did not, but, you know, Pittsburgh is one of those areas where we definitely had some significant wind damage. We've been getting a lot of wind damage reports out of that area here recently. Let me go back to Pennsylvania. The line of storms does not look as destructive as before. I do think we still have 70-mile-per-hour winds that are moving in the direction of Sandy and State College. I don't think this is as significant, though, as we once had. Like, generally speaking, I think damaging winds are going to continue, but I don't think we have 80-mile-per-hour winds anymore. We are getting more damage reports out of Latrobe, Pennsylvania, of more trees down, numerous trees down in Delmont, Pennsylvania. North Irwin, we have widespread damage across Huntington Township, so widespread damage there. And we have a lot of other black circles here. Riley, if you can look into some of those storm reports, and if you see anything interesting, just let me know. Back over in the Pittsburgh area. We've had a lot of damage reports throughout the state of Ohio as well, which is from our storms that were within that line of storms as well not too long ago.
And she's getting a lot closer here.
Freddie McKinney still has a view of this supercell here west of Knox City. A little bit of a lowering out here in the distance.
Texas supercell here.
Still not really rotating much on radar near the surface, but
Still so low to the ground.
there's a
over here.
potential that we could get a tornado if it gets near the boundary.
Low to the ground over there.
Almost ground scrape.
Shout out to Ellis Lee for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that.
Flow's ramping up.
Thank you, Durham,
The
for
inflow.
the super chat. People in Pittsburgh are treating flashing lights
hear
like
it,
they're
too.
not there. Flashing light
Whistling the
means
power lines right now.
it means the same as a stop sign. I don't know what a flashing light is.
Wow, she's a beautiful supercell.
Very gorgeous cell.
I'm not
Beautiful
familiar
supercell
with a
here.
flashing light in Pennsylvania. I've never heard of that.
Still keeping an eye on this right here. That looks like just scud though. Main area should be up in here. That's where you're gonna get your RFD. See, that's on the south side there. And this right here, right in the middle, that's your hail core. And then right up in here, tucked in the north side, that's where we could be looking for some sort of tornadic development here.
We got someone in chat named Alpha.
Flashing red light? Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Thank you for the
I didn't know what you
5
meant by
gifted
flashing lights. I've seen like
Alpha
little
Cactus.
flashing lights like on an
Cactus,
actual
so.
stop sign before. I didn't know if that's what you meant, but okay, I gotcha.
Who's the real?
Yeah, keep in mind there are power
Who's the
outages. There will be
real
flashing
Alpha
red
Cactus?
lights, especially with the power outages
Wow, look at that feeder
on
band.
traffic lights and stuff like
There's
that.
feeder band flowing in there now. We got such a good view here. Really, really good view here. Set it up here for a second.
Hey, Peter for the super chat. Is Rafine, Virginia
might
going to
as
get
well
hit?
get
I don't think we're going to
A7
see
up
much
in
in Virginia.
Locked.
If anything, just some
Locking
damaging
guys
winds.
in
It's the
on
main
the
concern
mountain
over
here
there.
for a second. It is really flowing in there. Really, really flowing in there. It's lifting a little more north. We're going to have to maybe go up north a little bit. I'm going to get my glasses.
Just a little heads up, this warning is getting a little bit more intense now. The one that Freddie's looking at right now here near Knox City in Texas. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Seymour. That is for baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and notice that there is a tornado possible label on this. The other storm here was just upgraded to baseball-sized hail as well. So there's some big hail coming out of the storm that is destructive hail right now near Route 82, and this is tracking in the direction of Seymour. So if you're over in Seymour, be ready for this storm. It's still ways away in my opinion, but it is a storm that will probably continue to be pretty destructive here over the next hour or so as it continues to move east.
Circulation, so we're going to have to kind of drive up.
Any concerns for Ohio and western Pennsylvania? Wind is going to continue. There will still be a continuing damaging wind threat. I think this evening, especially if that other line of storms
You can go ahead and
organizes
maneuver that
back
camera
over in
and look
Indiana.
around, do different things with the DLI.
Bottom right of your screen are the storms coming up towards
It is
State
lifting
College in the
more
next
to the
hour.
left now.
What we're looking at here is near
left.
Paducah, Texas.
Not what we like to see, but also.
What do we got? Severe thunderstorm warning here for baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail. This thing just got warned for baseball.
Clouds are so low on this storm.
For the people who like chasing tornadoes,
The clouds out there in the distance are very low.
but very good for.
Let's. I don't know. I think it still can do something though. So Still could do something here. We're gonna have to go up the road a little.
I live in
bit.
State
We gotta
College.
see
Should I
what's
take any
in the
precaution?
airport.
I would take precautions. I would make sure that you're protecting loose line items, and if you have anything else that could go flying, like a trampoline, I would personally go ahead and hatch those down, because we already had a flying trampoline earlier back over in Missouri, and we could have more. Okay. There is DVD-sized hail being reported by storm chaser Matthew Capucci back over on this storm near Guthrie. He's also on the My Radar app. I just want to give you an idea of what that hail looks like. That's the hail. That is the size of a DVD that has just fallen on this storm back over near Guthrie. Shout out to the helmet, the My Radar helmet. That is storm chaser Matthew Capucci, who is getting some hail. Ryan Scholl is driving through a huge RFD surge right now. I want to go over to Ryan.
Gifted beta. Okay, Cactus.
Ryan Scholl is driving through some really high winds right now in this supercell. See if it loads here. Come on, load. This is some of the high winds that he's currently driving through. Right to left motion. He's currently on 82.
The blast east.
It's gotten a little bit lighter here. He's starting to drive through some of the hail core as well, which again we have had at least a report here from Matthew Capucci of upwards of DVD-sized hail.
We need to get ahead of this because there's a one-lane bridge ahead, 8 miles. We gotta go. Ward for... Oh, God, it's Ward...
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking in between Layden and Rome, New York. There's a small little hook on our line there. I do think this warrants a tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the updates. Where is that? Is that northeast of Syracuse?
Yeah, use the KTY. I can pull it up on the side.
Okay. Thank you, Karen, for the very generous $50 super chat. New window fund. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let me see here. I need to put... Let's see, Freddy bottom, middle. All right. All right, so it's this storm right here, heading towards Forest Port right now in New York. We do have a little hook forming on this just south of Layden. That's coming up towards Remsen and also Highway 28. There's a little bit of rotation here. It's not really that strong, but there is enough here for a tornado warning. A lot of the time, we've covered New York in the past. A lot of the time, they do issue tornado warnings for stuff like this. We often do get, at least brief tornadoes out of like a rotation like this in New York. So if you are over near Forest Port or Remsen, definitely stay alert. Currently at least producing damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail, also moving into the town of Utica over the next few minutes. Also, we do have more storms that are firing off to the south and east of Buffalo, mainly a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat heading in the direction of Geneva near Portage. There's also a ton of damage reports right along I-90 from our other cluster of storms that moved through Syracuse not too long ago. And then off to the west of College Station, we have a big line of storms moving east at about 60 miles per hour right now. Very fast-moving line of storms coming up on Puxawanatawi, and as well as Sandy, Johnstown, and as well as Somerset here in western Pennsylvania. Damaging winds again up to 80 miles per hour as possible. That is a destructive threat of wind that is moving across Pennsylvania. Back over in Kentucky, we are actually seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings being issued now. We got some outside of Lexington, got another one over near London and Corbin. Those are going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So just heads up if you're back over there. Our line of thunderstorms that's trying to reform has been struggling. Generally, it's just a really messy area of thunderstorm activity across southern Indiana and western Kentucky. I do think our main concern across this region will continue to be damaging winds. If this can reorganize, a tornado threat could come into play again. But generally speaking, I think the wind threat is more of a concern right now. We also have one lone supercell right now in Oklahoma, south of Henrietta. This is mainly for damaging winds and hail moving in the direction of Highway 375. Will eventually go towards Eufaula and as well as Chicota in eastern Oklahoma. Here's that 4-inch hail report. Actually, this is on a different storm. This warning's upgraded. Okay, so we're up to softball-sized hail now. Matthew Capucci was able to intercept 4-inch sized hail near Jayton. So he's on the destructive hailstorm back out here to the west. And so that was, again, Matthew Capucci who was able to intercept that. We're going to put Matthew Capucci bottom right of your screen. That was softball-sized hail, though, reported on this supercell. So destructive hail currently falling near Jayton. This is moving in the direction of Highway 83 and also going towards Highway 82. Those are some of the areas that are in the path of this destructive storm. Very slow moving, by the way. Also, shout out to Nathan with the $30 super chat. I appreciate that. A little bit of personal news, by the way, in case you guys have not already seen my tweet, or if you've not seen at least something on Facebook. It is official. If you've not already heard, I will be graduating in about 7 days with my bachelor's degree in meteorology. It is now official. Well, not official. It's pretty much official. I have been able to achieve all A's and B's this semester, despite me doing YouTube, by the way, which is kind of crazy. I was able to achieve all A's and B's this semester, so I will officially be graduating with a bachelor's in meteorology in about a week. So I'll be officially meteorologist max velocity. Huge shout out to Susan with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Let's go over to Freddie McKinney. This is his view here of this supercell.
Another super chat. Freddie answered my last super chat.
What did he say?
What's your opinion on chasing in Argentina?
I would love to chase in Argentina sometime. I think that'd be a blast. I think that would be a blast. We'll have to go down there and do an Argentina storm chase.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. By the way, if anybody's curious about my GPA, you might think it's really low. It's actually not. Surprisingly, I don't know what it exactly is, but I'm pretty sure it's above a 3.5. And that's doing YouTube, by the way, full time.
I'm wondering if I should do.
So if you're going into college and you have like a full-time job or something, I mean, you can make it work somehow.
Might just go for a hail intercept here in a second. We're gonna enjoy this view.
I basically proved it. I was still able. I was basically honors everything. I think almost every semester. So.
Oh my gosh, this thing is probably putting baseballs out.
Good. Well, I love
probably putting out some major baseballs right now.
Ooh.
What a beast.
James with the super chat. Big supercells. Only in Texas.
This is back over to Ryan Scholl on this same storm as well. Look at Scholl's view again. He's had the blue tinge of magic here over the last couple hours.
Oh my gosh, this thing's mean. Okay, where's that one-lane bridge? We need to get ahead of that one-lane bridge.
Hey, everybody, appreciate it.
I think it should be like right up here somewhere.
Once again, this is a storm just outside of Knox City in Texas that we are looking at. This is again Ryan Scholl.
Okay. I can't do much about a reflection right now, so.
Thank you, Edward, and as well as Kelly for the PayPal donations. I appreciate that, guys.
Oh my god, this thing's brilliant.
What school? I will not release my school until
so
after I graduate.
Road right ahead of
because
us.
I don't want people to show up to graduation and just, you know,
if
know where I am.
I might sneak out of my car.
I think that'd be kind of weird.
Green, but...
This is a view right now from Jordan Hall. This is a drone shot. He's also on my radar, Storm Chaser. This is the same storm here near Knox City. So, this is a drone shot here.
I believe him.
What storm is he on?
Hours.
Oh. Well.
I mean, this is... It's back to Ryan Scholl. Or that's Freddie McKinney. This is back to Ryan Scholl. He still has a pretty crazy view of this supercell.
We got a green.
Hey, KJ, for the super chat. Power outage in Puxawanatani. Puxatawny, Phil did not predict this. He did not predict it. You are right.
Storm, man.
Once again, this storm is producing baseball-sized hail. Never mind.
My God.
This is now producing softball-sized hail. This was just upgraded for Knox County, Texas.
Wow.
We're now up to softball-sized hail on this supercell, going towards Knox City and Monday in Texas.
Oh my gosh.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do weather coverage like this all the time. Also, don't forget, if you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather today, you can share our stream. We are doing commercial-free coverage here throughout the day, also this evening. What we're currently tracking right now is a softball-sized hailstorm that is currently impacting impacting parts of central Texas, off to the southwest of Vernon and southwest of Wichita Falls, northwest of Abilene. It's a drone shot of that supercell as well. Look how low the clouds are to the ground.
I don't know if you heard topic, but DL and yeah,
Jordan Hall.
Their windshield.
Both of these storms are producing softball-sized hail. We got 3 softball-sized hail warnings out here in Texas.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to mow my lawn until tomorrow. That's what she said.
What? I don't know if you guys just heard that. That was inappropriate. Not appropriate for a weather stream. All right.
I had to line the car up.
We're gonna do this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I've counted up all of our damage reports in Philadelphia and confirmed that we have a minimum of 27 individual trees down in Philadelphia. That is how many reports of trees down that we have. So there are at least, if not more, most likely more, 27 trees that are where they're not supposed to be in Philadelphia right now.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Next thing we need is a trampoline counter. We at least have 1 trampoline that has flown away in southwest Missouri, but we'll see if we get any more trampoline reports. And as a reminder, if you have any flying trampolines, you know who to, contact. We're the trampoline connoisseur when it comes to reports on trampolines. Let's back over to Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl still has a crazy view of this storm. That's Jordan Hall. He meant to say, sorry, Pittsburgh. He meant Pittsburgh, by the way, not Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. That is a correction. Shout out to Wilt for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocity. Thank you, Jenny, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jenny. Storm's also producing softball-sized hail. That is Ryan Scholl, who is taking some photos for the... Oh, okay, who are these people? They're taking photos of the other camera. Alrighty, I guess we'll go away from that. The blue is still there. The blue is still there. I want to be there with your camera. I mean, you could fly out here. You might not get there in time, but you could definitely make a trip. You can make it work somehow. Ontario will be mostly wind. Mostly wind. A little bit of hail is possible as well. Go back up to Pennsylvania. Actually, real quickly, Memphis. We got a severe storm forming over in northern Mississippi right now. This was not my bingo card today. Back over near Olive Branch, got a little bit of hail and wind coming in that direction. This is it's one of the radar mega cyclone ports right there in the town of Olive Branch. Rain's coming down. Pretty typical summertime storm, even though we're in spring. Coming up towards Collierville as well. Got a bunch of warnings now back over in Kentucky. Plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging winds and hail being the main concern. We also have a new warning back over in Ohio near Middletown, and as well as Dayton. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Once again, Ryan Scholl has a stunning shot of this supercell in Texas.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to stay on Ryan Scholl. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
Oh my gosh. This is insane. I went to go and take a few pictures on my camera. It's blue. It is bluish green right now in real life. That's... Yeah, we're staying out of the hail today. I don't care. Unless if we absolutely have to, we'll go in the hail, but not today. Rather not right now. I think we're gonna run again.
All right, we are back.
Chase is rolling down the road now too.
DVD, yeah, again, this storm is producing DVD-sized hail right now, and this is what it looks like from the outside. Pretty crazy. Freddy's talking about punching the hail core. Bro, Freddy punches the hail core, his windshield is a goner. No way he punches the hail core. Actually, I think he is right now. Freddie McKinney. Freddie McKinney is in the middle of a softball-sized hail core. Bro, what is this guy doing? He's literally in the middle of this hail core.
Starlink is
He's probably about a mile from where the softball-sized hail is falling. He already has a crack on his windshield. I guess it doesn't even matter.
Picking up, Andrew.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but this is.
Oh yeah, they're getting big.
They're getting a little big.
This is against. This is up to softball-sized hail. This is not. Never do this, by the way. Never try to punch a hail core.
Big here.
This is a recipe for disaster. I mean, his windshield's already cracked,
so. Big stones.
It is what it is.
Big stones. Oh, here they come.
Here they come, dude.
Here they come.
Oh my goodness.
Big hailstones here, chat.
Yeah, don't try this at home, guys. This is Freddie McKinney. He's also on YouTube.
Go wide on the windshield. Go wide on the on the stream. Big hail coming in.
In the last 10 minutes, there's been softball-sized hail reported. Oh, that was big.
All right, got tennis balls now.
The tennis ball-sized hail.
Big.
And closer and closer to the core.
They're getting big. They're getting big.
Oh.
They're getting really
The
big.
thumps.
See him bouncing? See him bounce?
This is nuts, dude.
Wow. Oh, the car's getting. Give it a second.
Taking a few hits.
See all the hailstones bouncing, by the way, off the ground.
Wow.
Come on.
Got some big. Oh, they're getting bigger.
Thank you, Smiles Network for the super chat, and Gene for the super chat. Oklahoma should be mainly hail and wind today. Very low tornado risk. Southern side of the state has the best chance of tornadoes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're getting big.
Holy cow, dude.
Give it a second. Give it a second.
5-inch sized hail was just reported by a storm chaser 12 miles to the south-southeast of Guthrie, Texas.
Keep it held off.
We could have DVD-sized hail falling on either of these storms right now that are out here in central Texas. Freddy's in the middle of this storm.
Better now? I'm just getting eaten by the hail core right now. Ooh. Ooh.
It only takes one hailstone for his windshield to get cracked even more.
Yeah.
It looks like they're on the side.
See him down there.
A lot of golf balls there.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yep.
Chicken wing sized hail. I don't think it's that large.
Probably
I don't know what a chicken wing diameter is.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten any.
I mean, Buffalo Wild Wings chicken wings are like kind of small, so I mean, you could get away with that.
It's weak. Oh. Now it's getting a little.
It's getting a little more hectic.
Getting a little bigger here. Give it a second.
Put a helmet on? Should have a helmet on.
They don't really seem all that big though. I mean, they're maybe max tennis balls right now. Max tennis balls.
He's pretty much in the middle of the hail core. And again, so far it's been pretty modest, the hail.
All right, looks like we're in the core. I'm just gonna flip around and like maybe take it south now, because it looks like the core is almost transitioning down here a little bit too. All right, let's just take it down here.
Okay, this could get sus. I don't know if we're in the sus hour yet, but this is sus. Look at all the hail falling. Jeez.
Zoom in just a little bit.
A lot of hail. Not really that big, but there's a lot of hail falling.
Yeah, you can see them bouncing. Really not as big as I thought.
Yeah, I know.
This hail's not as big as I thought. Oh wow, there is a pretty good inflow signature developing there. Holy cow. How did we get to that?
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this store is north of Knox City in Texas. It is warned for softball-sized hail.
Back and then take
not look like it's softball-sized hail.
Yeah, maybe take that. Still some pretty good hail coming in here. Rotation's picking up, chat.
Oh, hey.
Rotation's picking up. What? That was there before.
Was it?
Yeah. Oh, it's getting bigger now. Some of these are getting bigger now.
Ooh.
Yep. Getting bigger. Getting bigger. Some of them are blowing up. You can see them blowing up.
Yeah.
Oh! Yep.
Has no love for his
Big
car.
stones, big
All right,
stones.
For the record, Freddy's car is legitimately used for storm chasing, so I don't think it's like he cares that much about
Big
it.
stones coming in.
Getting that little fogginess right on the top.
There's actually a little bit of hail fog here.
Getting some fogginess on the hail fog. Hail fog.
Thank you, Will, for the super chat. PDS cheese curd sized hail warning. Honestly, got hail fog here on the road too.
Yeah, it's just sporadic. Sporadic stones now. Getting just a couple rogues.
These are basically ping pong balls that are falling out of the sky.
Still have not done anything to the windshield.
What is the Rav's windshield made out of?
Yeah, what do they make this windshield? I mean, honestly, none of these stones, though, are like bigger than tennis balls.
Yeah.
All these stones are actually pretty small, if you ask me.
We have one big
Compared to
weak
what I
spot.
was expecting, I thought these stones would be bigger. I'm gonna turn back around, honestly.
Freddy might be going right back into the hail core. While that's happening, look at Ryan Scholl's view of this storm. Still an unbelievable looking supercell from the outside. By the way, we were at 25 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's quite
We're
a
just
bit.
gonna sit back and watch a storm for a little bit here.
This is a storm that's currently producing up to 4-inch sized hail.
Shelf out, man. This is incredible.
Freddy is driving right
That
back
one blew up.
through the storm. And this is what it looks like. Hail
All right.
and wind are
here's
both
some
picking
pretty
up
good
right now.
wind here coming with this. These might be wind driven. Really strong wind here. Holy smokes! Oh, there's a big stone. Oh, now we're getting the big hail. Here it is. Here it is.
Loud one.
Here it is. Oh, there we go.
That's
Yep,
a big
here
crack.
we go.
It's-
Here we go. Big time hail here. That's a
monster
big
crack.
that's a big one right there. That's a
The-
big one
the
right there.
windshield's
You might have to run.
Might need to.
Might have to run in a second.
Chat, I don't think you'll be able to see.
Oh, that's a bad spot for the stream. That's a bad spot for the stream. Might have to flip back around.
Well,
Their
Oh, it's
windshield
like
is
zero
cooked.
visibility
oh,
here.
yeah.
Oh, big one just hit the car. Might have to flip around. Might have to flip around. I'm gonna flip around. Flip around here real quick.
Winds are pretty strong, by the way.
There's a softball.
In addition
All
to the
right,
hail.
run.
Time to go.
Again, this
Quarterback
warning is warned for
windshield goes out.
softball-sized hail. That was
Chat.
probably around softball-sized hail.
Go.
How's the visibility?
Yep. We're gonna blast out of it here in a second. Big hail, big hail.
This guy is nuts. I mean, his windshield was already cracked, so it just went in. But
That was a good stone.
is this live? This is live.
Oh, one just blew up. I just saw one blow up. We might get more here in a second.
Once again,
Yep,
just outside of Knox
baseball
City,
plus.
Texas.
Wow. Big. Oh, look at the hailstone on the road there.
Jeez, dude.
That was a giant hailstone in the road. Giant hailstone in the road.
So once again, the outside of the storm, which honestly looks a bit more pretty than what we just saw on the inside. This from Ryan Scholl. Again, large shelf cloud. This is a storm that, again, could produce a tornado if it can get south or east of the boundary. For right now, though, it has remained non-tornadic. It is a big hailstorm, big windstorm as well. Pretty unbelievable what we're seeing here. And again, Freddie McKinney's not the only person that's seen this hail, by the way. In addition to that, we've also had Matthew Capucci with my radar report up to 5-inch sized hail. So there's been some very significant hail out of this supercell that's going in the direction eventually of Seymour, Texas.
Look at how blue it is back there.
This is still actively producing softball sized hail. They updated the warning. It is
It's
still
so
warned for
freaking blue
softball
in
sized
person.
hail.
I can't believe it, man. How is it so blue?
Look at this, by the way. Corey Gherkin is coming up on this. I'm going to try to see. Let me get Corey Gherkin on here. Let's do bottom left. Corey Gherkin has a pretty crazy view of that storm. Of this
We might
storm
end up
too.
focusing on the south storm though. Here eventually, if it's gonna try to do something, we're gonna. The road network is so weird.
This is Corey Gherkin's view of this supercell. Wow.
That is a beast. Yes, it is.
Rotation's still very weak at this point. It's more of a hailstorm right now, but
Yeah, that's pretty.
I think Freddy is still getting pounded by hail. Wow.
That is what we refer to as a beefcake.
A who?
A beefcake.
A beefcake? What is a beefcake?
Well, it's warm out here.
It's back over to Freddy, who's in the hail course still.
Clear windshield here. Eli's just getting annihilated
I don't know
here.
what's with me. Jordan with the super chat.
Probably about to get one here in a second, though. Probably here in a second. Oh. Oh. It's getting wind driven.
He's about to get smacked by more hail, isn't he?
I don't want to lose
raise
the back
money for the
window.
windshield.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of facing in.
Owen with that super chat.
Bro's literally just getting rid of his windshield within 5
We're
minutes.
still about tennis balls right now. Sporadic baseball plus. But I think in general it's above 2 inch, two to a baseball right now. See him all bouncing over there.
So the wind's picking up now. Again, this is near Knox City, Texas.
Ooh, that one sounded good. That one sounded pretty good.
It's those deep thuds that make me nervous.
Yeah, here, I'll put it back over there. Put it back over there. Looks like the cup looks like picking up on this thing for
Shout out to Craig with the super chat. Hello from Arlington, Texas. Congratulations on graduating. Thanks for the great work. How's DFW looking tomorrow? I honestly think the tornado threat tomorrow is going to be a bit more significant.
Back into the core.
Oh my goodness. Freddy's punching the core again.
Go up here.
Bro literally just wants to get rid of his windshield.
See if we can find.
The hail isn't frequent, but when it falls, it can be huge.
Though, in here. Definitely gets a big hail. Big wind.
Big wind.
Really big wind here.
It's a ripping, dude.
Really big wind here.
Come on.
Almost zero visibility now.
You just said in the chat, good thing nothing's going on. There's a lot
Zero
going on right now.
visibility in this hail core. Cannot see anything.
There's gonna be a hailstorm that comes out of nowhere and cracks this windshield further.
Literally can't see a thing here. I want to pick some of these stones up.
I do too.
Gonna keep cruising. This is kind of like light. It's like fluffy hail.
It is.
It's like fluffy right now.
Jordan with the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat, Jordan.
While Freddy punches the core, again, this is what the outside of the storm looks like from Court Gherkin. Also, Connor Croft has a similar looking view here, just outside of Knox City.
Nice.
Back over to Freddy.
Where did the max part of this hail core go? I wonder. Wait, where does it look like the biggest stones from? Maybe
So
right
he's basically
here?
in the middle of the hail core right now. Maybe
right
just west of it.
Yeah, probably.
Been a lot of hail, nothing big in the last couple minutes. I'm not trying to jinx that though.
On the road here.
Let's go ahead and do this. We'll put Freddy on the bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just crossed 300 total storm reports today, so 272 of those are wind reports, 6 of those significant, and 33 of those are hail reports, and again, 6 of those are significant.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I mean, today we've already had a bunch of damage reports, and you might be wondering how. Well, we had a huge couple of line of thunderstorms, one of which went through Missouri this morning and ended kind of over here in Indiana. And we've had another significant line of storms go right into Pennsylvania, which, by the way, is still going. It's not as significant as before, but it is still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and a little bit of hail, but it is not as bad as before, but it will be continuing to knock down trees and power lines. The storms, even in New York, have been pretty impressive, too. The one over here going in the direction of Saratoga Springs is right now producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's a tornado possible label on this. Quarter-sized hail is also a possibility. We have some more significant storms south of Rochester as well, and that is for mostly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile mile/hour, damaging winds. There's also a severe storm off to the northeast of Cincinnati. This is more of a wind threat at this point, but if you're over in Lebanon or Wilmington, be ready for a threat of damaging winds as this moves to the east. This is a live radar mega cyclone port looking into our storm here that is severe, just outside of Harveysburg. And then this is the one from Harveysburg, which very ominous skies there on the right side of your screen. I think the one in Blanchester has a shelf cloud. Maybe there was one that has a shelf cloud, but it might be this one. Sorry, let me check this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. Not really much of a shelf cloud, but definitely an elevated storm here. This will be mostly hail and wind as this continues to move to the east.
Might be turning right.
Did Freddy's windshield get cracked again? Did another one hit his windshield? It looks more cracked than it was just a minute ago. Got lines going across literally the entire windshield.
This thing needs to turn east and pull from the south.
Once again, this storm is producing 4-inch sized hail right now.
Is it officially
Freddy core punched here.
I don't know. Let's pull in pure rut. It's even road.
I'm debating about going for the one behind us. See that one down there? Yeah.
Who's gonna punch through the back of it?
On 82? Because that's what I'm considering doing. I just don't want to lose my back.
Once again, that's a view from Freddie McKinney. Still has a cracked windshield. But again, these storms are not fast, but they are producing softball-sized hail. If you have any plans on traveling along Route 82 here between Seymour and Spur, I don't recommend. I personally don't. We got really large hailstorms in this area right now, and they are also tracking in the direction of Highway 83 as long as they continue to stay more right-hand moving storms. Back over in Oklahoma, we no longer have any severe warnings as of now. We are keeping an eye, though, on these storms that are west of Wichita Falls for an elevated threat of hail and wind in the near future.
All right, let's just go east. Let's see if we get into hail here.
That's what Connor's looking at right now on this supercell that is producing softball-sized hail. It will come up in a second, north of Rochester. A little bit of a blue tinge. The sun is actually not setting, but you can kind of see the sun there on the left side of your screen. Still quite a ways away from sunset. Thank you, Sour, for becoming a minimum velocity member.
Really interesting feature right there. Whoa. Really interesting feature right there.
Yeah, right there in the middle. Looks like it's rotating a little bit. Might be rotation. It's spinning.
Drop a little weak tour, I think.
Might get a tornado here. There's actually a little bit of rotation right there in the middle of your screen. This is coming up on Benjamin, Texas right now.
I got a weak tornado forming.
That looks like a tornado that's about to drop. It would be really weak if one, I think, dropped here, but...
It's trying to drop a weak tornado right there. Tornadoes... Yeah, I got a tornado trying to form directly south of the road.
On the Benjamin storm? Yeah, I saw that too, Connor.
Yeah, it's definitely stable. It's trying to drop, though.
That was like one of the first legitimate attempts that we've seen on this storm trying to drop a tornado. It did not.
It scud about halfway to the ground, and it was spinning. Just not very fast, but it was spinning.
That's interesting.
It's trying even though it's stable, so, oh gosh, everybody's pulling off here. Probably big hail.
Oh.
Just almost out of tornado here, guys.
I think Freddy's going to drive through even more hail here in a minute.
All right,
It's gone away. It almost dropped.
Yeah.
That is not live. I have to fix Storm Media. Let's go to Corey. That's what Corey's looking at. He's kind of where that area of rotation was. Let me get Storm Media fixed on here.
Dude, see how dark it is? It's 5:30. We have 3 hours at least of daylight left. And it is dark under here.
Alright, let's quickly, let me go to Freddy. Freddy is still in that hail core on this supercell.
My YouTube, I have no chat. Your chat's frozen? That's not good. Sleathus, thank you for that super chat. I don't know if we
Apparently some people are pulled over because of the hail.
Where are you, Scott?
We do have a pretty strong inflow going into the storm, by the way. I do want to throw that out there. There's another chaser that's currently looking at a very strong inflow going into the storm near Knox City. So this storm might be trying to gear up for a potential tornado threat. It's not certain right now. I do think it's trying. This is what Corey Gherkin is currently looking at. Coming into the storm. Freddie doesn't care. Freddie does not care. He does not want his windshield.
Oh, she's trying. Clouds are ripping near me.
Storm Intermedia. This is their view of it right now.
I'm zoomed in right there. You're fine.
And this thing is still trying to drop a tornado. I don't think it's imminent, but it's at least attempting.
See how fast those clouds are moving up and in. There's still a 70 dBz spike down there, but the majority of the hail is off the road. So if he doesn't get into it, it's because it's largely off the road. But man, is he trying.
We're on the right side right there. Clouds are getting a little bit lower on the right. It's still raggedy. It's not very organized.
Look, we just want to call him.
Blue tinge again. This storm has had a blue tinge for the last like 3 hours.
Oh, there's spin right here. It's this little lowering. Yes. And it looked like there was almost something down right back there like 5 minutes ago.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do weather coverage like this all the time. It's a live shot from Storm Intermedia, who's also on YouTube, just north of Knox City in Texas, near Route 82. Storm is one of the ones, this is really the one storm in Texas that does have a chance at trying to produce a tornado at some point. It's definitely getting lower.
Circulation rain wrap.
From our vantage point,
Not rotating very quickly, but there's at least some spin here.
Okay, copy that. I just don't want it to be like in here somewhere as I'm coming in.
They fix their camera. I might go back to.
Wow, look at that! Look at that!
I think I'm gonna fix it here in a second.
Out of focus. It went out of focus, and I can't fix it because we're.
Is the camera not gonna fix? All right, we'll go back over to Connor, and I think half his camera's broken. All right, we'll go back to this view. We put Storm Intermedia on the bottom left. Hey, Justin, for the super chat. Happy to support Max for all his commitment to keeping us safe. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. So once again, the storm north of Knox City in Texas. Back to Storm Intermedia here.
Yeah, I see that there. I'm wondering, like, I'm going to keep up with the lead one, I guess, but might fall back on that one.
Yeah, I'm having my same kind of
A
feeling.
lot of people have been asking why we have a blue like tinge here, and it's again a lot of the reason why is because when we have light, like sunlight for example, we basically have the light scattering from water. So that's essentially what we're seeing here. Basically blue light scattering. That's essentially what it is. Again, it sometimes can be green too. Some people correlate colors like this with tornadoes, but that's not necessarily what that means. Honestly, the easiest way to describe this, it's a UFO. All right, we got a UFO coming. It's landing here in Texas. Thanks, Mom, for the super chat. Just got my Picasso Riley Supercell mug. That's awesome. W's. Thank you, Hillary, for becoming a member.
We went from being able to see it to...
the eastern cell's got more inflow on radar as of right now in velocities. So, but I'm sure the western cell will start doing the same thing here in just a moment. I think the western cells are on the boundary as well, or just maybe the only one on the boundary.
Just a quick update. We do have now a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued. This is across Kentucky until 1 a.m. Eastern time, with isolated ping pong ball sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour being a possibility, and frequent lightning. About 2 million people are included in this new severe thunderstorm watch, again until 1 a.m. in Kentucky. Back over to Storm Intermedia. Again, this is a supercell producing 4-inch sized hail and a potential tornado risk. Rotation is still broad, going towards Benjamin. Going back over to Connor here. who is also looking at this storm.
Gotta keep an eye on this one, though.
See if is this Scholl? That is Freddie McKinney. Let me get Ryan Scholl on here. Actually, what I'm going to do, we're going to go to Storm Intermedia again. They have wind start to pick up a little bit here. Very dark skies. Again, the sun doesn't set for another like 2.5, 3 hours. It is very ominous here. Gives you an idea of how tall this thunderstorm is. We're currently looking at a supercell about 55,000 feet tall. 55,000 feet tall. Shout out to Gwen with the Venmo donation. What? Oh, really? Okay, we do have more fan mail. I haven't been able to get it, but we do have more fan mail, so I'll check that out.
See that, you guys, for discretion.
This looks like a lowering up here.
That does not make any sense, but I don't know. There is a little...
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, Connor Croft just reported a brief tornado on the ground.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Let's go to Connor. So possibly a tornado in the last minute or so. Connor is in very low signal, but he just reported maybe a brief tornado near Route 62. And alright, that's not the tornado, by the way, but that is...
So confusing.
Where was I gonna go? Where's this audio coming from? Other audio? It's back to Storm Intermedia. They're in the same general area here. So Connor reported a brief tornado near Route 82. It's coming up into Benjamin. Storm could be gearing up for a bigger tornado if it can stay near our boundary, but it's pretty uncertain if it will or not. Hey, Leland for the super chat. Just want to congratulate you on graduating. Also, how do you think North Cumberland County will fare with weather tonight? I don't know where that county is, or Northumberland County. I don't know where that is. There's possibly multiple of those counties. I don't know what state that is. Any report in chat of pea-sized hail in Butler County, in Ohio?
Southern storm.
Let's go back over to Connor. He did come back. And he reported a brief tornado here near 82 in Texas. And you're coming up on Benjamin. And I'll have to refresh it. 1 second here. Alright. Back to Connor. So if we have a tornado, it'd be left like the left middle area where we do have a small little lowering there. I don't think we have it anymore, but we probably had at least a brief one.
I guess you can see the western one doing so. I like the way this eastern one looks. I'm on the Everett radar now.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I don't know.
To me, it seems like they both look almost the same now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I said, this thing did try and produce a tornado about 15 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically the southern one is a little bit further south, but then again, this storm right here is probably pushing the outflow boundary further south, so... Yeah, I don't know, it feels like it's probably the same situation. I don't know, I might be talking...
Cut out, Corey. What storm are you on? A, and B, the review he said.
I'm on 83, I'm on the west one.
I mean, the east one, wait, 83. Where's 83?
Let's go back over to Storm Intermedia. They're a little bit closer to this.
The north-south road.
Oh, is that one outflow, stable? What's it look like, Corey?
Once again, this is a life-threatening hailstorm in addition to the potential of a tornado heading towards Benjamin. Softball-sized hail is falling with this. We did have a report, again, not long ago from Matthew Capucci, who's on this storm with DVD-sized hail. Going up towards Benjamin.
Fish that is trying to get to Benjamin.
I'm just gonna try to pick them off on 222. Yeah, I'm dropping south on 6. Right now.
Northumberland County in Pennsylvania. That county is probably not going to see much of a tornado risk. I think our tornado risk in general in Pennsylvania is pretty low. All right, while everybody's repositioning, I do want to quickly go over some of the other severe weather that we currently have ongoing, in addition to what we have obviously on screen right now. We obviously have big hailstorms right now in Texas. That's really the biggest concern across the board right now in terms of our severe weather risk. We have 2 storms that are trying to rotate, 2 different supercells that are not far from our boundary. Again, there's a potential tornado risk out of these as they continue to move to the northeast, so we need to continue to keep a close eye on those storms. Back over in Kentucky is one state that we do have a little bit of severe weather right now. Damaging winds and hail, the main concern just outside of Lexington, heading in the direction of Richmond and as well as Winchester. So again, be ready for that. Back over in Ohio, we've seen an uptick of severe weather here over the last hour. A lot of these storms are pop-up storms with damaging winds and hail. Not really expecting a whole lot of a tornado risk out of this activity, but nonetheless, I would be staying away from windows on if you're in any of these warnings here around Dayton. We've already had a lot of damage from our first round of storms that happened this morning. That brought a pretty large swath of damaging winds that has now moved now into Pennsylvania, and it's again moving really rapidly. State College is actually about to be hit by this line of thunderstorms, producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This stretches from about Altoona and Hollidaysburg back towards State College and Bellefonte. It is eventually going towards Lamar and Lock Haven. So again, damaging winds being the main concern. Back over in New York, we have a scattered area of severe weather as well, mainly with wind and hail moving in the direction of Elmira, Ithaca, and as well as Syracuse, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern. And then the storm that is moving in the direction of Thurman and Johnsburg is a little bit different. This is a line of storms that is going to be approaching the I-87 corridor with mainly a wind risk. However, I would not rule out an isolated tornado out of this storm as it continues to move east. And we also have an update for you on power outages. We have 94,000 customers without power across the state of Ohio. 94,000. That includes most of eastern Ohio, really, near Harrison, Jefferson, and Carroll counties, where almost half of those counties are dealing with power outages, or at least half of the county is without power in those counties. And then back over in Pennsylvania, we have a lot of people without power near Pittsburgh. We actually have in the Pittsburgh area about 50% of the customers without power due to the severe weather threat that just rolled through your area. So around 382,000 people are currently without power there in New York and as well as West Virginia. About 25 to 30,000 customers are without power. So again, lots of power outages right now from the storms that have moved across the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. We are keeping an eye on Canada. Again, not really much happening in Canada right now, just some hail and wind were our main concerns. No tornado risk as of now, but we'll see if that changes at all in the near future. Let's go over to this, back over to Storm Intermediate. I want to see if we can get a view of that thing that I think. Oh, that's the wrong button. I'm trying to get a view here from Matthew Capucci's going under some scuddy clouds right now. That's a view at the very middle top of your screen. Kind of going underneath where our area of rotation would be here near Knox City. I'll try to get Jordan Hall on here too. I don't know if he has signal though. Try the 2, and then we'll do 3, 4. Try to do 3 for Connor. He has low signal. Let's go back over to Connor.
No way, right? No way, right?
Hey, Bob from Becoming a Member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is once again near Benjamin, Texas. Hey, Bob for becoming a member. I think I just said that. Also, thank you, Crimes, for becoming a member.
It's not really rotating.
Okay, so Connor's saying not really much rotation. At least as of right now. Could be a little bit more stable. Rotation on radar is pretty weak as of right now. Again, Connor did say there was at least a brief tornado not long ago. The storm further down to the west of Knox City on the bottom right of your screen has a little bit more rotation to it.
I think this thing's
Keeping an eye on this right here.
The storm intermediate's view of the storm.
Yeah. And it does show whatever that is right out the window there.
Oh, this thing's, I got warm inflow.
If your background colors mean anything, yeah, when it's blue, it means it's just a normal severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado possible tagged on a severe warning. That's all it means. But if we have red on, that's tornado warning or confirmed tornado, and then pink is PDS, and then purple is tornado emergency. Colors are coordinated to go along with the warnings that we have active.
Chad, this is looking better and better.
No problem, Tufts. Ohio has another chance of a little bit of severe weather. I don't expect a whole lot of severe weather in Ohio, but there should at least be a little bit more damaging winds and hail, especially around Dayton and as well as north of Cincinnati. Thank you, Kathy, for the super chat. Is Western Massachusetts in line for any tornadoes? I don't think so. You get anything up there, would be mainly wind.
Oh, for softball. Oh wait, no. Large apple size. So
Love color coordination. We try to make it color coordinated on this channel.
Softballs for the Southern.
Shout out to Aaron for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that.
It makes it tough because now this has inflow.
It just doesn't really look like it's going to produce.
Well, it didn't look like it was going to produce until, oh, that was a good one, until it almost did, you know? In stable conditions. Still is stable, don't get me wrong.
Let's see what Connor has. I don't know if Connor has signal right now. Alright, Connor's driving. And he's losing signal. That would be why I did not go to him. What's the severe weather risk for Western Maryland? I don't really expect much severe weather in Maryland. If anything happens in Maryland, it'd be damaging winds. Wichita Falls getting hit with these supercells tonight. We'll go back to Connor in a second. He'll be bottom middle. Let me show you guys the future radar for tonight, just to give you an idea of where these storms are heading. These generally, it depends on what direct. I mean, these could legitimately go towards Wichita Falls if they go more to the right. If they go more left at some point, they will probably miss Wichita Falls, so the direction could easily change with these. As of now, we are talking about more of a risk of severe weather for those west of Wichita Falls, but if for some reason the storm goes more to the right, means it's a right-hand moving supercell, there would be a better chance of this becoming a bigger concern for the Wichita Falls area, which may lead to a new watch in the Wichita Falls region. But this is the general timing for the next few hours, and I'll go ahead and just do the southern plains, and we'll go also to the northeast. But so we already have a bunch of storms out there right now. I do think the HRRR is a little bit off because there's definitely not a storm right now near Wichita Falls, but you get the idea. A lot of storms here just off to the west of Wichita Falls, also in far southwestern Oklahoma within the next hour. By around 8 to 9 o'clock, these storms will actually merge into a mesoscale convective system, meaning damaging winds, hail, and embedded tornadoes will be possible with this line of thunderstorms as it moves across Oklahoma and North Texas. And then by 10 to 11 o'clock, that line will continue to push to the east. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll likely have another line of storms moving into Dallas-Fort Worth, which will bring some more damaging winds and also a low-end chance for a tornado. And as a reminder, tomorrow afternoon and evening could be a bit more significant across North Texas, depending on how fast this line of storms moves out. I do think there's going to be a chance for strong tornadoes tomorrow in North Texas. It's just going to depend on how fast those storms clear out. If they clear out fast enough, we should at least see a few supercells in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that produce very large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for tornadoes, and then that will upscale into a line of thunderstorms as we go into Thursday. And then if you're back over in the Ohio Valley for the rest of today, I'm going to go ahead and do the 21Z run. Again, mostly going to be talking about storms for the next few hours. They will weaken after sunset tonight, mainly damaging winds and hail across Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot more in Illinois and Missouri tonight. There could be a few more storms in Missouri later tonight, but I think, if anything, damaging winds will be the main concern. And then if you're back over towards the northeast, let me do northeast here. It's back over in the northeast. Line of storms will be moving into Massachusetts and Vermont and Connecticut around 9 to 10 o'clock, but it will be falling apart. Mainly a wind threat out of that. Low chance of a spin-up tornado.
In this thing.
Hey, Rex, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And this is Connor Croft near the Supercell, just north of Knox City. Does have a tornado possible label, still producing apple-sized hail as of right now. Bottom right of your screen. Slowly moving in the direction of Crowell and Seymour, Texas. Thank you, Kat, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We are back down to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. Still plenty of them out there, though. Low tornado threat for Kentucky, Tennessee. It's very low.
Rotating mezzo, but there's like
it's almost zero.
No tornado in here. I've been in the bear's cage for the last like 15 minutes.
Trying to get up in the notch to get a visual of it.
Yeah, I got a visual.
Yeah, I got
Freddie
a
has a pretty good view,
right
or he should in a second.
South of the highway still.
I'll have a view again here in a moment. Let's go back to see if Freddie has a view. I think Freddie's kind of in the middle of the storm still. He's in Benjamin right now.
It's right here. Yeah, it's right where you had it, Eli. Right here.
Might be a lowering back there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a tornado warning. Believe it or not, in New York. So we're going all the way to the northeast. They have issued a tornado warning. This is going to be for Tompkins, as well as Seneca counties, and as well as Cayuga counties in New York. It has not popped up yet. Thank you, Eagle, for the super chat. I appreciate that. All right, this back over north of Ithaca, coming up on Genoa and as well as Covert. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation would be near Lead Yard and coming up on Genoa over the next few minutes, and is also moving in the direction of Locke. So if you're over in Locke, be ready to go to your safe place. It'll eventually go towards Preble, and more Avia will also be in the path of this over the next several minutes.
Now it's starting to locate right here.
What is Connor looking at? Kind of looks suspicious. Connor has a view of something. The side of your screen looks like a little lowering here. Let me try to go to this camera. This one's more consistent. The left side of your screen looks like we got a little lowering forming back over in Texas. Near Benjamin. Connection's pretty spotty. Thank you, Angie, for the generous super chat. Thanks for your continuous coverage and keeping us safe, and happy graduation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Llama, for the super chat. Glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. Connor is cooked with this connection. We'll go put him on the bottom middle. Doesn't look like there's at least some sort of lowering there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Once again, our tornado warning was just issued back over in New York near Lead Yard and Genoa. I'm not overly convinced that we have a tornado here, and the velocities are not super strong, but I would be in your safe place if you are on this warning. The tornado warning goes for 25 minutes. We'll be moving into Genoa over the next 5 minutes. It is moving to the east at approximately 70 miles per hour is the current thinking.
It's right back in there. Looking south.
Jordan, I'm right behind you, not far.
It's definitely starting to spin a little bit. We got plenty of inflow going to the storm.
Trying to reach outward. It's almost like it's developing a new mezzo on the southern side. The old one is crossing in front of me. I do have a weird lowering back there.
Left side of your screen is a little bit of a lowering.
Yeah, there's like two of them. There's an occlusion-looking thing on the south side that I was looking at earlier, and then there's another one that we've all been looking at, just the highway.
Yeah.
Coverage is going in and out. This is the storm that we are keeping an eye on right now near Benjamin. I think there's a new area of rotation attempting to form just to the south of Benjamin, Texas right now. And so if that's able to form, again, we could get a tornado. We are definitely starting to at least see a little lowering here. And again, this will be tracking basically up 82, very slowly moving northeast. It's also not just producing a potential tornado threat, but there's also a threat here for up to apple-sized hail. So apples are going to be falling out of the sky as this storm continues to move northeast. This is Storm Intermedia, who's now punching into part of the where the hail core would be. It's not going to be that big here, I don't think. It'll be kind of smaller sized hail in this area. This is generally where Connor was, though. This is back to Connor, whose signals come back. They've just issued a new warning for the south side of Benjamin, Texas for baseball-sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds.
I was gonna get up in the 1756 here, I think.
Corey has...
It's gonna be a race.
Corey has some... Might be a gust NATO right there. Dust kicking off the ground here. Could be some sort of gust NATO. We saw many of these yesterday in Minnesota. Be Cosmic for becoming a member. Behind some trees. That definitely looked like at least some dust being kicked off the ground, though. Possibly a little gust NATO. Again, they're usually pretty harmless.
The trees. It's still there.
Keep them bottom right of your screen. Latest scan is showing a pretty big uptick in our hail core coming into Benjamin right now. We could be back upwards of DVD-sized hail coming into Benjamin. Again, at one point we did have DVD-sized hail on this supercell, and it might be trying to produce DVD-sized hail again. So if you are in Benjamin, you should be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. A destructive hailstorm is currently moving into your town right now near Highway 6. Again, long-term going in the direction of Seymour and also trying to head in the direction of Vernon. Again, it could go right, could go left, could literally go any direction. It's very slow moving, so it definitely could change directions. Also, we got a little cell that's trying to pop up near Seymour. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Not really much success developing, but it is something that could become a bit more concerning in the long term as that continues to move to the northeast. We do have one severe warning back over in Oklahoma, east of Henrietta, mainly for damaging winds up to 60 and half-dollar sized hail going towards Chicota. Back over in Kentucky, again, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch across eastern Kentucky. Just south of Lexington is where we're dealing with damaging winds that are moving towards Winchester and Richmond. So if you are in Winchester, Richmond, be staying away from windows as this storm makes its approach. Also, if you're in Cincinnati, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is like the third one, I think, today for Cincinnati. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail are going to be coming right into the town of Cincinnati here over the next few minutes. Loveland is also in the path of this. We also have a few warnings back off to the east of Hamilton near Fairborn and Springfield with similar threats of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you're back over in central Pennsylvania, we got a significant line of storm still going with damaging winds being the main concern. Maybe a brief spin-up tornado as this passes over State College, Bellefonte, coming up on Lock Haven and Lamar. Actually warned for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so they did upgrade the warning here recently. More reports coming out of this area. We are getting reports of multiple trees and wires down just off to the west of Bellefonte in Moshannon, Pennsylvania. So that's a recent report that we are getting there. And if you're back over in New York, we got a bunch of severe storms up here. We do have one tornado warning currently for Genoa. Honestly, the rotation on radar has not looked very impressive on this, but if you are in Genoa, definitely make sure that you are staying in your safe place in case this storm does indeed produce a tornado. Freddie is right now near Benjamin, Texas, and you can see the winds on the left side, bottom left of your screen.
And then we just
the
have
tall
this
grass.
giant kind of broad
Some of the inflow going into the storm here.
Thingy-mabob that's over us right now. You might have little eddies, like right here, like to the north. See that right there, Eli? Mm-hmm. It's like trying to drop tornadoes. Actually, wow, that's RFD's really cranking here again.
By the way, fun fact, I am wearing the Respect the Polygon t-shirt today. Somebody fan mailed me this like a year ago. We are wearing it today, so respect the Polygon.
Yeah, it definitely is, and once again, big RFD surge here. What is up there to the left? There's a big bowl.
RFD, I don't think that's the problem.
Already said there's a big bowl over here.
That bowl. See the bowl to the
No,
left?
it's not.
In the
Now we're gonna be looking at his cracked windshield from the hail intercept earlier.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like tornadic or what.
It looks like it's lifted north a little bit. But it's actually stationary. But if you follow that boundary, it goes right into the storm where it's going.
Holy,
So
here comes the RFD.
I think it's gonna latch on here in just a moment.
Winds are about to pick up here in Benjamin.
Just to the left. Oh, what's that to the left, bro? There's some crazy.
Look at that hook on this storm, by the way. Bottom right of your screen. Look at this thing. Huge hail core.
Gosh, this RFD
and then we got a large hook echo and a strong inflow as well.
Rocking here. Yeah, this is like 90-mile-per-hour RFD again.
Let's look at the grass waves.
Oh, it's going nuts.
So,
Should be like
tall grass is like the best indicator here of the wind.
The car's just shaking like a boat.
Bro, lost connection. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Pretty good indicator, though, of our strong winds. Again, this is what the storm looks like on radar right now. Big hail core coming up on Highway 6 near Benjamin, Texas. Again, this could easily be as large as apples, maybe even a bit larger than that. They do have this warrant for apple-sized hail right now. Moving off to the east, northeast, and northeast. It'll be coming up on Crowell, and that's really the main town that's nearby this storm, near Seymour. If this continues to go right, which it has been, Seymour is really the main location in the near term. Wichita Falls is an area that we'll have to keep an eye on as well, as the storm continues to move east. Freddy is now repositioning.
Watch that semi.
I gotta be careful with these semi-trucks too. With the winds being this high, they're currently warned. The storm's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and this semi is going basically right into it.
Hopefully he's like fully loaded so he can push through it okay. Oh my gosh, dude, this RFD is nuts. Just nuts.
Could southeast Oklahoma see some tornadoes? I would say the better chance is tomorrow. It's a very low chance tonight.
See up there where the rain curtains are just going nuts?
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah. He's about to plow into that.
Anyway, Angie, for the super chat, I appreciate that.
It's like weird. It looks like it's passed to the right of the road.
Some heavy rain and strong wind like to the east. And I guess I'm in the hook. I guess like the bottom part of the hook, but I just don't understand like radar-wise how that makes sense.
Yeah, not a lot about this storm makes sense right now. It's just like a huge mesocyclone that is not surface-based.
Real quickly, I do want to show you guys what is going to be continuing here today. This is a look at our tornado threat. I know some people have been asking, are we going to see tornadoes elsewhere, not just Texas? Well, we do have a tornado risk across the board. This will be updated in our next SPC outlook, which is in about an hour or two. We have a 5% tornado risk in place in Oklahoma and Texas, and then another one back over in the Northeast. We still have a chance for an isolated tornado or two, though, anywhere in the green shading. So if you're anywhere in this region, there is still a potential for an isolated tornado or two. We still have a tornado warning once again in New York near, I think it was Geneseo. So we're keeping an eye on that warning right now. And then here is your enhanced risks of severe weather, which is where our greatest threat of severe weather is for the next few hours. Again, damaging winds the main concern for the Northeast threat, and then very large hail the main concern for our threat in Texas and Oklahoma. Freddy is now driving through the storm.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Got 3.2 thousand people.
He's right behind that semi. Hey, Jamie, for the Venmo donation, appreciate that.
On the stream.
You also Madison for the super chat.
Tracking a big-time supercell.
I don't think Northwest Arkansas is gonna be too bad tonight. I think it'll be mostly just wind if you get anything severe. There's a very low chance of a brief tornado, but I don't think we'll see much up there tonight.
At the moment.
We're going back through the hail core?
Well,
I'd say yes.
I think your question is getting answered in real time. Because yes, we are definitely getting back into some hail here. I kind of want to go back into the hail again, like flip back around, see if we can get back into that hail.
So they're punching right through the supercell right now here near Benjamin, Texas. I do want to go back over to our tornado warning in New York just for a quick second because they still have it ongoing. North of Ithaca, this near Genoa. I don't think this tornado warning is going to continue. There's really no rotation here anymore, so the tornado warning should be allowed to expire here at any moment, or they might just cancel it is what I mean. It goes for 14 more minutes. Storm Intermediate is right now driving through some of these strong winds. They're driving right into the supercell near Benjamin, Texas. Here's a live shot of that. Some of that rear flank downdraft that is coming from the storm.
I didn't even think the guy this far behind it. That's what I'm saying. Nothing about this storm makes sense right now.
This is interesting, by the way. I do want to throw this out there. This is actually pretty interesting. The Storm Prediction Center has just put out a new mesoscale discussion indicating that parts of the current severe thunderstorm watch that we have will likely be upgraded to a tornado watch within the hour. So we will likely have a tornado watch here soon. Currently, the biggest concerns are hail up to the size of softballs, which, again, we've already seen softball size hail. It says 3.5 inches. It's in the same ballpark. There is still a potential for an isolated strong tornado, but tornadoes are a possibility, and then damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour are also possible. Once again, this is our stationary frontal boundary, so if storms can stay south or along this boundary, the tornado threat will naturally be more elevated, and we'll be able to see the potential for strong tornadoes or just tornadoes in general in this environment. So definitely be staying weather aware. This includes areas around Wichita Falls, just south of Oklahoma City as well, is where we're currently looking for that threat.
Just a little bit.
Storm Intermediate coming out now of the hook. They're right on 82 right now, heading towards Seymour.
Establish service-based status. It's game on.
That's sideways. You can see what we just broke free out of.
I have a feeling, gut feeling he's going to do it. Making a hard right turn again.
We did allude to this earlier, though. The tornado watch does appear like it'll actually be issued. The storms, again, are not far from our boundary, so as they continue moving more to the east, it's going to be getting closer and closer to our stationary frontal boundary, which means that the threat of tornadoes should be increasing here as we get closer to about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, and maybe even sooner than that in Central Time. We are going to change our clock over also to Central Time here in a minute because it is on Eastern. Eastern threat is still ongoing, though. We still got plenty of severe weather across the board. Back over near State College, we still got significant damaging winds right now, moving across State College, Belafonte, and coming up on Lamar and Lock Haven. Once again, if you guys have any photos or videos of damage or just looking at the storm in general, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and your photos or videos might be shown on stream. And then back off to the north in New York.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we do now have a tornado warning in Texas, so let's go ahead and go over to that. That's going to be for Knox County and Baylor counties. It is this supercell here near Benjamin that is now tornado warned. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. And then get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be for Benjamin, heading in the direction of Seymour over the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, just another piece of information on this mesoscale discussion. Now that it has loaded on the Storm Prediction Center's website and I can read the text, it says that we may see very large hail up to 5 inches in diameter continue. That's a lot of inches for hail. That is DVD-sized hail, so we can continue to see that over the next few hours with these storms.
Hey, Riley, for the update. We already had DVD-sized hail reported earlier from Matthew Capucci, and so again, the hail threat's going to continue, but we now have a tornado warning, once again, near Benjamin. Rotation is the strongest right now along Highway 82. It's going to be moving towards Seymour over the next few minutes, so if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The storm is definitely dangerous. We've already seen a lot of stuff come out of it. This is a live shot from Storm Intermedia.
Tornado warned.
So they're kind of underneath this right now. Matthew Capucci has quite the view as well of this.
What's your position on this thing, Scott?
Let me go to... Let's get Matthew Capucci on here. This is what he's looking at right now. Matthew Capucci with my radar meteorologist. This is live. Once again, we're not on Central Time at the top of your screen, but I'm going to change it to Central Time now. There we go. Really appreciate that, Justin. No need for you to donate, but I do appreciate the generosity. So again, a live shot of our tornado warning cell here near Benjamin. Not mistaken. Wait, let me double check. Is Matthew Peach on? Shoot. Is he on the Southern Storm? Alright, Matthew Capucci is on this storm. So this is a live shot again of our tornado warning. Freddie McKinney has something coming a little bit lower on the right side of your screen.
Look to the right there. Look at that. There's like a bowl.
Look at the hook echo on radar, by the way. This thing might not be far from producing.
Just, inflow though.
But it is latching onto the boundary.
SC Gilmore with the 5 gifted.
Beautiful inflow seeker now.
Yep, W Gilmore there. Thank you. Thank you, SC Gilmore. Oh wow, this inflow is cooking right now.
That bowl is huge.
Inflow is cooking right
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I don't know if you said this. I don't think we did, but the severe thunderstorm warning for this storm in Texas has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for both 3-inch sized hail and 90-mile-per-hour winds. Those are observed 90-mile-per-hour winds.
Wow. All right. Thank you for the update. Yeah, we have 90-mile-per-hour winds on this storm. That is unbelievable. 90-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch sized hail on this severe warning here. Just to the south of Crowell, again, going in the direction of Seymour, Texas right now. This is a very dangerous supercell currently tracking to the east, and it might be about to produce a tornado here. So if you are in this area, you got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and you got to be on the lowest floor possible. I mean, this is a seriously dangerous storm. 90-mile-per-hour winds is fairly rare. Our storm behind it is still warned for softball-sized hail, by the way. So that's also pretty crazy. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, it looks like we just saw that update come through. It's actually a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust in Benjamin, Texas. That was the reason to upgrade this warning.
That is crazy. So 95-mile-per-hour winds coming out of this supercell that is now moving and basically paralleling Route 82 heading towards Seymour. So this is a very destructive supercell right now moving to the east-northeast, and it could literally smash your windows if you are traveling along this roadway. So you should not be traveling along 82 right now, anywhere between Seymour and back through Benjamin, Texas. And again, in the long term, if this storm continues its trajectory, it is going in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas. So if you have any friends or family in this general area, they have plenty of time, but just make sure that they're aware of this situation in case this storm does cause some problems over there. All three of our chasers on the bottom of your screen are all on this supercell right along 82 that is attempting to produce the potential here of a tornado. The rotation has gotten a little bit stronger over the last few minutes, a stronger area of convergence right now along Route 82. It will be moving in the direction of Seymour and Red Springs. Red Springs is the main location that's in the near term, as well as Vera. So those are two spots that you need to make sure that you are staying in your safe place now as the storm moves east-northeast. Even if we don't get a tornado, 90-mile-per-hour winds and apple-sized hail is going to cause serious damage. I mean, this is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which means particularly dangerous situation on top of there being a tornado warning. So the situation here is obviously relatively dangerous here, back over here west of Seymour. This is what Storm Media is currently looking at.
Get through in the walkie.
Let me try to get Storm Media on here if they will load. This is what they're looking at. They're looking at where the tornado might be located. They're looking into the hook here. Still a very large blue tinge. The velocities are the strongest over 267 in the intersection of 82. A little bit of scud there at the top of your screen. Thank you, David, for becoming a member.
Especially. Norman issued the tornado warning.
Norman?
Yep, we're in Norman's CWA now.
So yeah, this storm may be producing a tornado here shortly. The tornado might be more rain-wrapped as well. Freddy is actually in the middle, it looks like, of our surge of wind. He's right in the hook right now, so he's staying in the hook. We could see upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds here from the RFD surge. You can see his location, tracker on the bottom right of your screen, bottom right of his camera view.
Inflow.
So he's currently more in the inflow, but he's going to be in the RFD here in a moment.
I would keep going, box truck. I would not be slowing down right now. Gonna do probably exactly
waiting for the super
what
chat?
the tour van's doing here in a second. We're about to get enveloped by the RFD.
Freddy has been wild today. He might try to wind punch or tornado punch, one of the two. Yeah, we don't have a confirmed tornado, but the highest winds are literally going to hit him here in the next minute or two.
No way to see it right now.
So he is going to start driving, so he will not be wind punching.
Jeez, dude. Look at the RFD to the right. That's the RFD starting to wrap.
Storm Intermedia seeing some pretty fast motion as well. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. We're starting to see some motion in the clouds right above them here.
I'm going to go to Seymour. I just don't know if I'm going to go...
It's very... Not really a wall cloud or anything like that, but definitely strong inflow going to the storm. It's a healthy supercell. And it's getting closer and closer to our boundary. Velocities on radar bottom right are honestly really strong, just still not tight right now. Very strong winds going away and towards the radar.
And this area here in about a minute is about to get smacked. So... do myself a favor and get the hell out of here.
Clouds are very low to the ground right now. This is again a view of our supercell on radar right east of Benjamin, Texas. It is going in the direction of Seymour right now. Again, our velocities are very, very strong in our rear flank downdraft. Those are the winds that are going to be basically going right into Highway 82 over the next few minutes east of Benjamin, coming up on Vera, Texas. So we are talking about significant damaging winds. The new warning that they just issued is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and tennis ball-sized hail. I do want to point out, though, that our last warning was 90-mile-per-hour winds and as well as apple-sized hail. So this could still be very dangerous as a windstorm as well as it continues to parallel Highway 82. And as a reminder, in the long term, it will be going in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas. This is a view here of the Hook Echo. You can see it spinning a little bit, by the way. You can see it spinning a little bit there at the top of your screen. There's a little bit of spin kind of going around our Hook Echo. What we're looking at with that rain shaft would be where the hook is. So there's at least some spin there. Definitely still spinning. This is again from the outside of the Hook Echo. Connor is punching into this right now. Let's go to Connor. Connor's punching into the hook. Bottom right of your screen, Connor's like literally in the inflow notch. Assuming his location's right, which I believe it is. He's punching into the hook right now. It's looking the other way. I'm gonna go back to him in a second. Freddy has something too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Actually, Freddy is just commenting on how strong the inflow is. Looks like it's about 40 to 50 miles per hour at least. We already know that the rear flank downdraft of this storm produced a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust. Obviously, a tornado is basically the combination of our RFD and our inflow. So before we even get an actual vortex, we'd already be up to about 130 mile per hour of wind speed if this were to drop a tornado, and the actual tornado would most likely be more significant than that. So hopefully this thing manages to stay off the ground. However, if it does drop, we've been saying it all day, it's probably going to be significant just with how crazy of an environment we have going on here.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's go back over to Connor. He's punching through the hook right now. So this is his view of that. I'm gonna try to see what Freddy's not looking at. I don't think at anything. Let me go back to just Storm Intermedia from the Hook Echo for reference, or from the east side of the Hook Echo.
Crazy inflow I just experienced there.
Bottom right of your screen, it's not tight rotation as of right now, but very strong velocities going both away and towards the radar. And a potentially, again, I wouldn't rule out even a large tornado with this if it does drop.
Appreciate you guys. If you guys are enjoying the view, make sure you're smashing that like and subscribe button.
So I don't know if I can get... This is Tornado Pagey's view of the inflow coming into the storm right now. Look at that. Very strong inflow coming to the storm, right to left motion there.
Yes. I have that on.
It's a rapidly organizing supercell and is getting very close to our surface boundary, which means that this storm could become surface-based and produce a tornado. And the wind's now really picking up here.
I got a lot of videos and that can be
So once again, just west of Seymour, Texas.
so low in there. I know it does.
Look at all the rain curtains that go from right to left. Very low clouds, by the way, right there on the left. I don't think this thing's far from producing a tornado here. If one drops, it could definitely be big.
And everyone's facing this way. We're just in it.
This is Storm Intermedia from the Hook, or just east of the Hook, Echo.
Rapid motion. There's crazy RFD in this thing.
Look at that shot, guys. Look at that shot.
Matthew Capucci is like in the middle of this right now. I'm trying to get Matthew Capucci on this. This is his live shot right now in, looks like kind of downtown. I don't know where exactly where this is. I think it's near Route 82 near Vera. It's like in the middle of this here. Camera's not focusing. See how strong the winds are here. It's like a rest area. Do we have an exact location on it? Let me look. Now he's where is he? Okay, so he's actually like in / just west of Benjamin, so he's gonna be just back off to the west of where we would have a possible tornado. Pretty strong winds though, where he is currently located. This is back over to Storm Intermedia. It's looking at our tornado warning cell from the east, which they're driving away to position here. Again, the velocities on radar are a little bit stronger here on the latest scan, coming up right near Vera. And so they're going to be moving into Red Springs, Texas in a moment. And then eventually going in the direction of Seymour. Freddie McKinney has really low clouds too.
We haven't seen him. I haven't seen either of them.
Freddie's turning around and he's going to be positioning here, but left side of your screen, still very low clouds with this storm.
Kind of like a leading edge wall cloud thing there, guys, but that is not where the tornado would be.
Mm-hmm.
See this right here? This is not where the tornado would be.
Also, look here in the middle of your screen. You can see again the rain curtains kind of going right to left there.
Probably preemptive.
They're paralleling the ground almost. It's very interesting to see that.
Which cable do you want to use?
It's all the inflow going into the storm right now.
That's plugged in your walkie.
Okay. Oh, wait, I have it.
We don't have any tornado confirmed at this point. The velocities are not tight yet, but they are still strong.
I'm just
Going to be heading towards Seymour, Texas. If you're in Seymour, you're not really in the warning right now, but you'll be in the path of this here soon.
There we go.
The audio
Back
just,
into that crazy inflow here.
audio just blasted.
There's that tour van.
It's one of the storm chasing vans there.
Chad, would you guys be in a tour van in these kind of winds?
It's back to Storm Intermedia.
Right now, what I'm going to have to do is go another 12 miles, go into Seymour, and then turn around and go back up.
They just re-updated the warning and it's still not observed.
I'd be very surprised if it was, to be honest.
Moving east at 25. Damn it, we need one of these. Oh, there is a 2069 and a rocks. Oh, that's the road I was saying.
By the way, we only have one tornado warning right now. It's the one in Texas. The one in New York has expired.
Norman, you can go 1789
As a reminder, this is southwest of Wichita Falls, Texas, west of Seymour right now. It is heading in the direction of Seymour. Honestly, I don't think this thing's far from producing a tornado with the environment it is entering. It's going to be a matter of if it can stay
Thanks, Davis.
near our surface boundary.
W. Davis in the chat.
W. Davis.
Love you, bro.
I don't know what happened there, but
Everybody check out
Freddy
Davis
is...
Does Weather on YouTube.
Let's go back over to here. Freddy... We put Freddy bottom right. All right. Watch out for the south storm. The storms down here to the south are not as concerning. It's going to be mostly hail. I know the velocities look crazy on radar, but this is just a lot of contamination. So I'm not super concerned about that. More concerned again about this supercell. It is literally going right and it's moving east, which means it is going into our more unstable environment, especially if it can get past our surface boundary. So I do think our tornado threat, again, will continue to stay more elevated with this storm as it moves to the east. Connor is driving in the middle of the hook/inflow right now. He's basically over Vera. Again, I don't think we have an active tornado right now, but he's driving through the middle of this thing.
Come out to play, Mr. Tornado. Where you at?
All the grays there on the bottom right of your screen is broader rotation. So again, it's not really strong right now, but the velocities are strong enough to the point where we could get a strong tornado if this did drop. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are getting reports of a large wedge tornado on the ground with this storm.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Apparently there is a large tornado here near Vera. So, we have not seen anything yet. But if you are in this warning, take it very seriously.
Right in front of me, man.
Connor, if there is actually a large tornado, it would be near where Connor is. Connor's again right where this tornado would be near.
Got some right here. I got some just to the left of the road.
Okay, so Connor's saying there might be a tornado here.
Oh, I got an edge. I got an edge.
Okay, so again, a tornado may be in progress here near Vera. The velocities on radar... Oh, actually, look at the velocities. They've upticked. Yeah, I do think there's a tornado. There's likely a tornado going right over where Connor is right now. This could be a large tornado easily with the velocity uptick here. That's tight rotation now. I'm believing this more now. There actually could be a large tornado here. And Connor's again right in the middle of it. Velocities have seriously increased in the last scan. So again, Connor's in the middle of the hook. Velocities are very tight. The wind is really picking up where Connor is too. It's been consistently high wind for about 2 to 3 minutes now.
I had a left edge for a second. Hang on, guys. I think it's down.
Got another velocities update in a second. Very strong rotation. Likely tornado near Vera. Coming up towards Red Springs, Texas.
Here comes the hail.
And now he's in the hail core. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I sent the graphic in Discord. We have a new tornado watch for this region, as the mesoscale discussion was alluding to. We have a moderate risk with this tornado watch within the tornado watch of tornadoes, EF2 tornadoes, severe wind, 65 knot or higher wind, severe hail, and 2-inch plus hail. So moderate all across the board for this tornado watch.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And as a moderate risk, that does not mean a moderate risk of severe weather. It's just according to the watch probabilities. Just a little clarification there. Our new tornado watch does include a couple of strong tornadoes being possible, by the way. That's some stronger wording than our other watches that we've had. Additionally, there is a potential for scattered tennis ball-sized hail and also scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour across this region. Again, we do think that there is a tornado right now in progress. We don't have official... Again, we don't have official wording yet, but we've had many, at least Connor reporting a left edge. There could be a tornado. He's basically driving towards it right now. He's on the just off. He thinks he's on a tornado. The velocities match up with there being a tornado here. And it's going to be a rain-wrapped one coming towards Red Springs, Texas.
It's right in front of me. Still right in front of me.
Obviously, it's almost impossible to see anything right now, but this tornado would be coming up right along 82, heading towards Red Springs. And there's reportedly damage as well in Vera, so there is likely a tornado in progress right now. Could be a large one, too. It's not significant damage, but there is damage. Or might be losing signal. Once again, likely tornado in progress near Vera, Texas. It's going to be heading in the direction of Red Springs. This is some of the stronger rotation that you'll see on a storm like this. Again, the hook echo is massive, and we have a very strong inflow. It very easily is probably producing a tornado, again, heading in the direction of Seymour, going towards Route 82. It's going to be basically paralleling Route 82, and 1919 road will also be in the path of this. Connor has mentioned a few times that there could be a right edge. This tornado would be going, again, just basically along Highway 82, heading towards Red Springs. And after that, it'll go into Seymour, Texas, if it does stay on the ground. This is back to Connor Croft, who's getting a little bit more clearing, at least temporarily. There's a semi pulled over here. This warning is still radar indicated. Again, we've not had anything official. We've just had reports of a possible tornado, which, again, velocities on radar would match up with a strong tornado if we had one. Connor's now into the town of Vera. This is where we have had some reports of damage. Connor again in the middle of this storm near Vera. The velocities are the strongest right along
down the road.
Right along 82. Want to give you an idea what the outside of the storm looks like too. This is Storm Runner Media. They're looking at the outside of the storm, and notice it might look elevated, but again, our rotation is completely embedded in the rain, so you cannot see it from this perspective right now, but you can see the storm with all the rain that is falling and even some hail. So again, our tornado at this point is pretty much fully rain wrapped right now. All right, so this is not a tornado that's going to be very visible, assuming that we have one, which again, there's been reports of one.
Somewhere.
Tornado would be right in front of Connor.
We are not far away from this thing. We are up right in the sucker.
He's going right back towards it now. Latest scan still showing a stronger cut, at least a couplet here, coming up on right along 82, approaching 266 road. And then Red Springs, Texas will be in the path of this. See how strong the winds are left to right. If we had a tornado, it'd be right in front of him. So this is the winds right now that we're seeing are coming out of the north. So he's still on he's on the west side of the storm, which matches his position. Hey, Brooks to the super chat. I'm in Electric, Texas. Is this coming right at me? It will. This storm is going in the general direction of that area, I think. Wait, isn't that farther west though? It's more than anything. If it continues to go more right, meaning more east, it'll go more in the direction of Wichita Falls and not necessarily Electra.
Wind is still moving from left to right, so we should be good here.
Yeah, if we have a tornado, it would be right in front of Connor. We don't know if we have one right now, but there's been reports of at least some damage, not major, but some damage from this area of at least rotation. And there could be a tornado. Hey, Terry, for the super chat. Memphis, Tennessee is probably all right. If you're talking about Memphis, Tennessee, I think Memphis will be all right tonight.
Now we're close.
Winds are coming out of the northwest from where he is now, so he's getting closer to the area of rotation. The road is basically going east this entire time, so the winds have changed directions a little bit. Now they're coming back out of the west. So if we had a tornado, it actually might be a bit more off to his left. We still have a couplet right along 82, so there could still be a tornado. Heading into Red Springs, Texas in the next couple minutes. Look how strong the wind is. Wow. This could be 80-mile-per-hour winds from the RFD surge here. Oh my goodness. We have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 90-mile-per-hour winds. 90-mile-per-hour winds. In our new warning going towards the Wichita Falls area and Seymour. The storm is warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds. That is a very high wind warning. Thank you, Aaron, for becoming a member. And Connor's right in the middle of where this tornado be. Not far from it, at least within about a mile of it, if we have one.
I can't see it, chap. Can't see quite anything. Wow.
This is a very rare situation. But we have a new 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning, which does include a fairly large area just west of Wichita Falls, Texas. This is a destructive storm that is currently moving to the east, and this will be capable of producing a threat of not just a tornado, but 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's basically an EF1 tornado across a large area from the supercell. Again, going in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas. Very strong rotation still. May have a tornado, and if we have one, it's coming up on Seymour right now. So it's back to Connor, who's in the middle of this thing. The wind has easily been upwards of 90 miles per hour just from what we're seeing in the RFD surge of this supercell. Literally coming from behind his car, which again, this is west to east right now. He's going eastbound on 82.
Somewhere right in there.
Once again, Connor Croft.
There's a beast somewhere in here. I'm trying to fish it out without dying. It's a fine line. Fine line between fishing it out and dying. So I'm just trying to walk the tightrope here.
I'd agree with him.
Might be just north of the road now.
I have seen some reports of damage. We've not gotten any more recent reports. We've gotten at least some damage or reports of damage in this area, likely from the 90+ mile-per-hour winds that we're experiencing here along 82 between Vera and Red Springs, Texas. Huge shout out to Aaron with a very generous $50 super chat. Lawton, Oklahoma. I think Lawton will be mainly a hail risk tonight. Very low tornado risk.
Hang with me, guys. We're close.
Also, Jordan Hall. I want to go to Jordan real quick. Jordan Hall is also kind of driving through this right now. This is his view Very strong winds as well. This connection's been a little bit more in and out. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, in the newest severe thunderstorm warning, which is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, they have upgraded this from a particularly dangerous situation to an extremely dangerous situation. So that's not something that we see very often, but that is one step above PDS in terms of severity.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is an extremely dangerous situation heading towards, going into Seymour. It will go in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas. So if you are in Wichita Falls, if you're over in Wichita Falls, be ready for a threat of upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds and even maybe a tornado threat, as this storm is still trying to produce a tornado literally along Route 82. We'll be going into Seymour, Texas over the next 15 minutes. The velocities are still really strong on this. I mean, again, I would be shocked if this thing does not have a tornado within the next few minutes. This has been very strong rotation here consistently for the last 10 to 15 minutes. This is back over to Connor. You'll come up in a second. Jordan Hall has some connectivity issues. So again, Connor's on the backside of where we would have a tornado. Very strong rotation, which is moving actually a bit more northeast now, going up towards 1919 Road. Lake Kemp is in the path of this. They will probably issue a new tornado warning in the next 5 minutes, as this one expires in 8 minutes. Freddy had flying debris. I don't think Freddy... Let me check quickly on Freddy. I think he's driving away from this. He has low connectivity. We'll go back to him in a second. Connor just said there's debris on the road, so there is debris. Possible tornado once again. If not, at least the winds are producing this damage. Connor just said there's debris in the road. We're looking off to the northeast from his camera view, which would be looking where the tornado would be.
I'm trying to punch out ahead now.
We are once again getting reports of debris and damage in this area from this tornado. Connor Croft again is trying to position back out in front of this. Real quickly, I want to see if we can get Jordan Hall in here if he doesn't lose signal. Jordan Hall is in the midst right now, very high winds as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh boy.
So he's right near where this tornado would be as well. They're all kind of in the same general area. What is that? It's a truck. Is that a... It looks like a weather truck. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Seymour, Texas, going towards Route 183 near Lake Kemp. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is heading into the town of Seymour, Texas. Again, very strong rotation right now, right along Route 82, heading into town, heading towards 1919 Road in the next few minutes. Connor is driving into this. We'll go back to him. And actually, let me go to Connor here. Jordan has really strong winds. Look at that. Very strong winds where Jordan is. Let me get Connor on here. Look how strong the winds are whipping. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I believe Stormrunner Media had this on the ground, by the way. Also, that truck that you're seeing, that is the hail truck. They use that to take pictures of hail as it's falling from the sky. The big weird light array you see on the back of it is actually brighter than the sun. I've seen it in person. You have to wear a solar eclipse glasses to look at that light. So hopefully they don't try taking pictures of hail while Jordan's behind them, because Jordan will no longer be able to see if that happens.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so again, I think Jordan has some sort of... I'm not sure what's going on here. He's still in a really... Jordan might be near where this tornado is. Look how strong the winds are. Oh, that's damage. Oh, look at that. That's damage. That's some serious damage here. There's likely a tornado. That is some very significant damage here just northwest of Red Springs. I mean, look at the velocities on radar. This thing's insane. We got big damage here just outside of Seymour, Texas. from this tornado. And again, Storm Media apparently had a view of it. They're driving currently and repositioning. So this is near, again, Red Springs, Texas. Hopefully everybody's okay here. Please get the word out there if you know anybody in Seymour, Texas. A potentially large tornado might be in progress. We don't exactly know if there is one. We still don't have any official confirmation, but I think there is a tornado. Let's go back to Connor. Jordan's getting back into position. Connor is currently driving, again, into where the strongest winds are. The velocities, bottom right of your screen, are very strong. It would be surprising if we did not have a tornado right now on this storm. This is a PDS tornado warning. It just got upgraded.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So, again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress in Texas. It just got upgraded to PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently in progress, heading in the direction of Seymour, Texas. We have major damage that was just visible there on Jordan Hall's feed. And this is undoubtedly a large tornado just based off the velocities and also the damage. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is once again a particularly dangerous situation. It is a radar indicated PDS tornado warning, so no official observation of this tornado yet, but we've had at least, again, significant damage there being reported by Jordan Hall. Again, the velocities are very strong. Our gate-to-gate shear is at least 140 miles per hour, which means that this is almost undoubtedly, at the minimum, a strong tornado. If not, it could even be on the more, again, intense to possibly violent side of things here, just off to the west of Seymour. It's coming up on 1919 Road, and we'll be tracking in the direction of Lake Kemp and 183, which is just off to the west and northwest of Seymour. So again, last few minutes we've been seeing some very strong rotation, some damage there near Red Springs, and the tornado threat is continuing right now with a likely large tornado in progress. Connor has some low signal. I'm going to try to see if we can get Jordan back on here. Jordan just saw some damage. Looks like he's in a slightly more calm area now compared to before. We do not yet have a debris signature on radar, but the tornado, again, will be just northwest of Red Springs. Jordan's still kind of circling around where this tornado would be. I know Connor is currently trying to get out in front of this now. So he's just off to the west of Seymour. He's going to come into town here in the next few minutes. I think Jordan just passed down a down tree too, or passed by a down tree. Does have some low signal. We're going to keep going back and forth to him. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation west of Seymour. Very strong rotation right now. Moving in the direction of 1919 Road, just south of Lake Kemp. Hopefully this avoids the town of Seymour. It's hard to tell. Again, this thing could go either direction. It could go further down to the east. It could go more to the north. We don't really know where it's going to go, which is why it's important to make sure you're heeding this warning and seeking shelter. We've had storms like this that move very slowly and they change directions at a moment's notice. So if you are in Seymour, this is really, you got like 2 minutes and then you got to be in your safe place. I'd recommend, if you can, get a mattress off your bed or get a helmet on, whatever you got, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, as this is likely a very damaging tornado. We've already had at least some damage, at least visible, from Jordan Hall, of at least some damage to a building. So we at least have some sort of damage, and I do think that this will continue as it moves to the east. We are also seeing some rotation near Monday, Texas. I'm not sure if that's contamination though. Let me check our other radar site here. Looks a little contaminated. There might be a little bit of rotation near Monday. We'll have to keep an eye on this though, because it is getting awfully close to our boundary, which means it's getting closer to our unstable environment, essentially, where we could see tornadoes develop with surface-based supercells, and so that storm could become more of a problem. This is the latest velocity scan. We still have very strong rotation right now over Red Springs. And also, I do want to point out that this is not far from tornado emergency criteria if we indeed do have a tornado. So just throwing that out there. So back to Jordan Hall. Looks like we might have more damage here. Oh my goodness. There is major damage. There's major damage here near Highway 82. This is from this. There's almost no way this is not a tornado.
It's okay.
So again, major damage, again, likely from a tornado. Even got some stuff hanging on that power line right there. I can't tell what that is. That building on the right looked kind of damaged too. I couldn't tell what that was. George's gonna possibly go try to help. This is, again, a very dangerous situation. We do have, again, major, at least some damage being reported here in and around Seymour, just in the suburbs of Seymour, off to the west of Seymour, near Red Springs. The velocities, again, are still very strong on this storm. There's almost no doubt that we still have a tornado in progress, especially with some of the damage that we are seeing here. So if you are, again, in this warning, got to take this seriously. If you know any friends or family in the Seymour area, please make sure that they're aware of this as well. It's a very, very dangerous storm. Connor Croft is now positioning out in front of this. Stormer Media is also coming up on this. We're keeping an eye on both of them. Again, our rotations basically tracking either to the east towards Seymour or could go towards the 1919 road. The last few scans are showing this actually going more in the direction of Seymour, Texas. Pretty much worst case scenario. If this thing does stay on the ground, it's basically beelining it there for Seymour, Texas, which would not be a good thing. So if you're in Seymour, please get to your safe place now. You only got like a minute until this thing is basically there. It's going to be there in the next few minutes. I would be in your safe place, though, ahead of time. Don't wait till last second, because this is a very dangerous supercell moving to the east-southeast. Keep in mind that we also have a severe thunderstorm warning here for damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour for this entire yellow polygon. So that includes areas just outside of Wichita Falls, where damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour is going to be a possibility, in addition to hail as large as the size of baseballs. So this is a destructive storm right now that is tracking towards Lake Kemp and will be moving in the direction of Wichita Falls in Texas. The latest radar scan is showing the strongest area of rotation now coming up towards 82. It's about to be moving into Seymour in the next few minutes. Jordan Hall's still on some of that damage. Let me see if we can get Stormer Media on here.
Yeah, copy that.
Seymour, or sorry, not Seymour. Stormer Media here, they're on the just outside of this. You can see the clouds going left to right. Our tornado would be buried back in the rain. We still think that this is a rain-wrapped large tornado, assuming that this is still on the ground, which, again, we've not really had any official view of it. It is a PDS radar-indicated tornado warning, which means it is a large and extremely dangerous tornado via radar.
Is 144. It's not really dropping.
Or
south.
114.
It's not really dropping southeast though.
The circulation, that's all.
No, it's not. Well, okay. I'd want a couple more scans to actually see if that's really what's happening.
Let me see if we have. Let's see here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like a substantial drop to the south, but it's definitely wobbling to the south and more of an eastward track.
We're gonna go back to live radar here. We're gonna stay here. But they're kind of on the outskirts of the storm right now. Again, all the chasers are trying to get out in front of this in position. Again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be fully rain-wrapped. It's going over some of the communities here just west of Seymour near 2069 Road. Again, Jordan Hall's had a lot of damage already. We've seen that over the last few minutes, and it is coming up right now in Seymour. So hopefully everybody in Seymour is aware of this. Hopefully everybody's heeding the warning and seeking shelter. Please take this seriously. Again, we got a potentially large tornado heading into town in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The storm currently is moving east at approximately 20 to 25 miles per hour. It's not the fastest storm that you've ever seen, but it is obviously moving at a pretty decent pace. I mean, we've had some storms really slow recently. This is actually not that slow. This is the latest scan. So if we have a tornado still, it's coming up into Seymour right now. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we get a mesocyclone handoff off here to the north. This is something to keep an eye on. This area of rotation, it's not really rotating quite yet, but it might start to rotate here soon. We could have a new area of rotation trying to form further to the north. Again, our tornado, though, is going to be now coming into Seymour over the next few minutes. It's near 82 and 1789 Road. So 1789 Road currently in the path of this, and it will move into Seymour. The gate-to-gate shear, again, well over 140 miles per hour, indicating that this could be a potentially intense tornado, maybe even worse than that here coming into Seymour. This is back over to, let me go to Connor here.
I'm stressed out, and I'm far enough ahead of it.
This one definitely had 90 plus.
Oh wait, Connor's not loading. Give me 1 second. This is a view from the storm. Again, this is from Seymour. This is a live shot of the storm. He's now driving north. It's down in front of the hook.
This thing's coming into Seymour right now, guys. It's gonna be completely buried in rain, I think.
That's a live view from the storm. You can see the shelf cloud above, and our tornado would be fully rain wrapped, is what we think is currently happening. We have not seen a clear tornado visually, which means it's not photogenic. It's gonna be rain wrapped. The strongest rotation is all wrapped around the rain. Riley, can I get a location check on Shoal? I do have some, at least I do have some decent news. Hopefully this is going to continue. The velocities are still tight. I do think we still have a tornado right now, but it is not as large, or at least as strong of rotation as we've just seen. Like, it's not nearly as strong. That's at least a good sign. I do think there is still a tornado, though, actively in progress. There is still a couplet here that's heading into the northwest side of Seymour right now. It's coming up on 1919 Road. Connor's about to intercept, I think, that. And then we have another area of rotation beginning to develop further to the north near 1919 Road, which is heading towards Lake Kemp. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. Actually, this rotation's not really going northeast. It's going more east. Sorry, I keep drawing arrows northeast. But that actually might be going more in the direction of paralleling 1919 Road. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this. Again, tornado threat is still active, and we definitely, I think, still have a tornado here. We've not had a clear debris signature at any point on radar, but we've had many shots of damage in addition to damage that definitely looks like it was from a tornado.
Tumbleweed. It looks like the tornado stayed just.
Tumbleweed, like the size
Let me see if we got. Let's go back to Freddie.
Did you say PDS tumbleweed?
This is Freddie McKinney, who's also in this town.
Yeah, PDS tumbleweed, like the size of a small car.
Holy cow, okay. Appreciate the heads up there. Where's this turn?
Yeah, we got one on the stream. It was crazy.
Let's go back to Connor.
Probably 200 chasers just stuck in a conga line. That like, we got close. Like, I don't even think you realize how close we were to a catastrophe here.
Warning was just updated. No longer a PDS tornado warning. So it was downgraded to being radar indicated again. Again, I think our tornado has been occluding over the last few minutes. If we still have a tornado, which it's possible we do, it's going to be moving over to 1919 Road. It's just off to the northwest right now of Seymour, and it's coming up on Mabel, just north of Route 82. So that is where our tornado is currently lying. It's going to be continuing to move east. And again, I think there's going to be a chance that we get a new tornado risk out of this here near Lake Kemp. That will also be moving to the northeast over the next several minutes, just south of Electra, heading up towards Wichita Falls and also going towards Iowa Park. Keep in mind that even though we don't have a tornado on the ground, at least that we think as of right now, this storm is still producing damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, which means this is basically still producing EF1 level winds across this entire area right now near Wichita Falls, Texas, which is honestly kind of crazy. I mean, this entire storm could be producing that. I think the core of it, though, is near Seymour right now. So it's definitely still a very destructive storm right now, moving to the east. Let's go back over to...
Had like a barn explode on the east side of the circulation. It was pretty gnarly. Had power lines coming down and everything. And
This is back over to Tornado Pagey.
Yep.
See if I can get them on here. All right, let me give that a second to load. Tornado Pagey has a pretty good view of this storm right now. All right, latest scan is still showing our strongest area of rotation again on the northwest side of Seymour, coming up on 1919 Road. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. This is a view of the storm right now.
And the moment it walked into that cooler, like rained-in air.
Look at this cigarette cloud.
Oh yeah. What you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is they might be trying to Fujiwara or something.
I
like
texted
that.
you. I said Fuji.
Oh, that was you.
That was me.
I don't know what they're talking about. This is a view of that supercell though here near Seymour.
I didn't even know you were here.
Everything going good?
Yeah, fine. Today's been boring.
Yeah.
But yesterday was way more boring.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to shoot myself.
Dude, that drive last night from Minnesota to like Kansas City.
Let's go back over to Stormrunner Media. They are in the town of Seymour right now. This is what it looks like. It is very ominous. The rear flank downdraft is about to come right into town. So the wind should be picking up in Seymour at any second here.
Oh, I forgot what Connor drives.
Trying to get east out of the RFD. I don't have a long-term plan.
Thank you, Kyle, for the super chat. Will this storm hit DFW more Justin area? Not really. This is not really going towards Dallas-Fort Worth. And here comes the wind here in Seymour. This is what it looks like in downtown Seymour right now. But no, not really. This is not really going towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Tomorrow, though, North Texas is at risk for potentially some tornadoes, maybe even some strong tornadoes.
If it's just going to be rain wrap,
Burner was talking about a stream he had a semi blow into. It appears like a grain bin that was in the middle of it.
So wind's definitely picking up here. This is some of our rear flank downdraft. I do think we're going to have a new area of rotation developing over the next few minutes north of Seymour. I don't think the storm's done, by the way. So once again, back over to Tornado Pagey as well. This is a view of this storm from the outside. Not in the inside, it's from the outside. A large shelf cloud rolling in, and again, if we had a tornado, it would definitely be more on the rain wrap side of things. Actually, look at the wow, look at the bottom right of your screen. This thing is cleared out. Again, a really impressive hook echo. Velocities are intensifying too. I think this is about to drop a new tornado here in the next few minutes, going towards 183.
Do you want out here?
No, we're okay because we're going to turn around here in just a second.
No, to be honest, this does not look really good here, going towards Lake Kemp.
We're gonna get a big tornado here in just a moment. It's gonna go right up 183 here, right where we are, Freddie.
Visibility is really low in Seymour right now. This is again from our rear flank downdraft on this tornado warning.
This storm is sketchy. I am done chasing it. I am running away from it. No point. Keep chasing.
Bro's a storm chaser and is not chasing anymore.
Okay. You're sitting right, just parked. The chaser just about yeet themselves into me there. I was going 80. No, I'm flying east. Oh, copy that. Okay, I'm flying east too. I'm gonna try and get north. I might go north on 183.
Stormrunner? Yeah, living up to the Stormrunner name. They are running away from the storm.
But it's definitely gonna get big. Yeah, I'm thinking about the 183 play as well. Maybe we can see it from the north. I don't know, Connor, were you like behind it when you saw it, or like what angle did you have? Yeah, I was behind it.
Man, this storm on radar looks absolutely crazy. It absolutely looks crazy right now. All right, Riley's going to take over for 60 seconds. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm just looking at this storm basically in awe like everyone else here. This thing is very quickly starting to clear out its inflow notch here, and that is going to mean that it can produce an even stronger tornado than it did before. Once again, this is riding our front that we have, our sort of stationary front. So it is going to continue over the next few hours. Unfortunately, I think we have a situation here where there's not only Storm Runner media running, we had a lot of chasers get themselves in a very, very bad spot. A lot of chasers who've chased basically their entire lives and are very trustworthy say that we almost had a very bad incident with multiple chasers getting stuck inside this tornado. Many of you probably know Aaron Rigsby. Aaron Rigsby said that this is one of the strongest storms he's ever chased in his entire life. He thinks the inflow region of the storm was over 100 miles per hour. That's just the inflow. That's half of the equation for a tornado. This is going to continue to move off to the northeast along Highway 82 here in Texas. So we're going to have to worry about this thing for quite some time. I do think it is going to cycle. Hopefully we don't see it sort of lurch off to the south like it did a few minutes ago when we had our last tornado. Let me go ahead and flip it over to the dual pane here. Yeah, our velocities are really, really quickly tightening up here. I would expect a radar indicated PDS tornado warning to be issued for this storm sooner rather than later. We're already at that criteria where we need that warning. Hold on.
I'm back.
Click some buttons. Oh, you're back?
Yep. All right.
My remote access.
Oh, W. All right. Back to live radar. Again, Storm Media's been punching through this. This is a live view on radar right now. We still have a potential here again for another tornado over the next few minutes. And honestly, there might be one. The velocities are really strong again. And again, I would not rule out a strong to potentially intense or violent tornado at something like this. With the magnitude of the rotation, I mean, the velocities are literally off the charts. This is unbelievable. Our winds going towards or away from the radar around 80 miles per hour, and then going towards the radar are at least 60 miles per hour. So there's almost no doubt that this is going to produce something on the stronger side of things if it does drop, which honestly, it looks like it's about to. I do think tornado genesis is happening right now. And yeah, this hook echo looks crazy too. That is a fat hook echo moving off towards Lake Kemp right now. So again, if you are in this area, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It is a radar indicated area of rotation right now, but again, there's a chance that this does get upgraded. Connor Croft, bottom of your screen, is currently getting out in position for this. And the latest scan is showing that we have a strong, at least a tight couplet right now over 1919 road. So a new tornado might have dropped or might be dropping right now, coming up towards Mabel. So if you're in Mabel, Texas, you've got to be in your safe place. There is still a tornado warning for the town of Seymour as of right now. So Seymour, you are still included in a tornado warning. But the strongest area of rotation is just off to your north right now. We have a new radar scan coming in here in the next 60 seconds. But wow, look at Ryan Scholl right now. This is a view from the outside.
Okay.
Not this. That is Scholl's view of this storm. Look at the pancake stacks up there at the top of your screen. Crazy looking storm. Latest scan, the velocities going towards the radar have even gotten stronger. We have, I mean, the gate-to-gate shear right now is at like 160 miles per hour. So if we do get a tornado, again, it's almost undoubtedly going to be a strong tornado. Very strong rotation still. And this hook echo is absolutely crazy. By the way, just a little update. Let me fix this real quick. We still have damage being reported back over near Red Springs, just west of Seymour. Let's see if I can pull up Jordan here. Don't know if Jordan's going to load, but Jordan still has damage. If he loads, we'll go to him, but he still has damage there. Oh my goodness, this is insane. Look at this hook echo. This is unbelievable how large this thing is. And the inflow is super strong too. The velocities on the latest scan still have a tight couple in the middle of this thing. I personally still think there's a tornado here near 2582 road. We don't have a debris signature, but the velocities are just off the charts right now. Velocities are just off the charts north of Seymour. This is currently tracking towards 183. So 183, you're going to be in the track of this just south of Lake Kemp. This will eventually go towards Wichita Falls. Like, this is taking a trajectory that would bring this in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas, Iowa Park near Electra, and even Scotland and Archer City. You guys are kind of all in the general path right now of this particular storm that's now not just producing a potential tornado, but again, producing damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. This is still a destructive storm that is moving off to the east. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is, again, Jordan Hall and some of the damage from our tornado. Again, with my radar back over in Red Springs, Texas, there was some significant damage. You can see the semi there on the left. It looks like it hit something. I can't really tell what that is, but it did hit something here on the roadway from our initial tornado. Connor Crawford now has a view of this storm now from the east. This is a live shot with Connor.
I did pretty much the same thing. I don't need to see it that bad if I'm not going to see it.
And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just another update on this storm. Looking at our couplet on radar from both KDYX and KFDR, those are both the radar sites that can see this. It looks like our minimum rotation across the meso is a VROT of about 80 to 85 knots. Would be very significant if the couplet does manage to take its entire wind field and tighten up and produce a tornado. Luckily, it does not look like that's happened yet, but unfortunately, it may in the near future.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this is a very significant storm for many reasons. And again, the velocities are just absolutely crazy on this. I mean, even if we did not have a tornado, we literally have winds going away and towards the radar at approximately 80 to 90 miles per hour. So this is just I mean, even if we don't have a tornado, this is going to produce destructive winds that would be in the EF1 type category here of a tornado near Seymour. And it's coming right now across 82, and it will eventually go towards Holiday and Wichita Falls. I know you're not currently in a warning if you're in Wichita Falls or Iowa Park, but you need to be ready for this if you're in those areas. Here in far northwestern North Texas. Also, just moments ago, we had tennis ball sized hail reported on the northeast side of Seymour. That is an M-Ping report. So that is a new report coming out of there back over in Seymour. This is Connor looking at this storm. I want to go back over to Shoal as well. Shoal still has a crazy view of this. Let me get Shoal on here. This is Ryan Shoal's view. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. I really appreciate that. I do want to make a correction. Shoal's not on this storm. He's on the one actually further down to the south, but nonetheless, this is a crazy structure. This can be back down near Haskell, Texas, north of Throckmorton. So this is basically the storm that's a little further down to the south, but it is an unbelievable view of the supercell. Pancake stacks there aloft, too. This is what we call an IHOP special. We got the pancakes going up here. I don't think anybody calls this an IHOP special, by the way, but I think we're going to call it that. This is Freddie McKinney.
Good. Working fine. Okay, good. Chad, it's right in here. There's just a giant meso and probably tornado in progress right now, just buried in that. Kind of scary. Kind of scary, if I do say so myself.
The good thing is, if you're on 82,
Connor's pinned by that conga line. We're about to be pinned too.
Oh yeah, here comes the conga.
Yeah, this is a view of our supercell. Freddy's just east of it. The latest velocity scan is showing a really large area of broad rotation.
Yep, you're good.
It's about 8 miles wide, by the way, of rotation. Doesn't mean we have an 8 mile wide tornado. That'd be pretty unrealistic. But I mean, the velocity area that we could have tornadoes in is about 8 miles wide. Again, looking at our velocities from north to south, this entire area spans about 8 miles, but this is really the core of where we're looking for a tornado. And again, it would not be that large of a tornado. I'm just trying to preface, though, the wind field is 8 miles from north to south. So we are talking about basically 80 to 90 mile per hour winds across this entire area. This has just gone over Lake Kemp and is coming up on 183. One little good thing that we are seeing on radar is that the inflow that we have going to the storm has been cut off to some extent. It's not nearly as organized, but nonetheless, nonetheless, the rotation is still very strong, and the velocities are also still very strong, paralleling 82, heading up towards the Wichita Falls area.
Rain here. Getting into some rain here. It's still back over here. We just don't really have a good
By the way,
angle.
this is Jordan Hall. This is some more of the damage that we've had from this tornado. He's positioned his camera towards the damage. Back over near Red Springs, it looks like some damage to a barn here of some sort. So hopefully everybody's okay in this area. Jordan Hall is also with my radar. This is some of the damage that came from a likely tornado. This is when it was a PDS tornado warning, meaning a particularly dangerous situation. We never had a debris signature on radar, but nonetheless, there is damage in this area. This is Connor's view of this storm from the east. We're going to go back to the 3-cam view, though. Latest radar scan is showing a couplet again, north of Seymour, just north of 82. It is heading in the direction of Mabel right now, so if we have a tornado, it's going to be moving into the town of Mabel here in Texas. So if you're in Mabel, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. I'm going to put Tornado Pagey on... honestly, this is just insane. Ryan Scholl has the... one of the craziest structures we've seen this year. Near 82. This is south of 82, excuse me, south of Seymour.
Mothership.
Absolute, not just a mothership, but an unbelievable looking supercell here. Pancakes and everything. Just need a side of syrup.
This is just too incredible.
This is back.
We're gonna stop for gas real quick, just so I'm about at a quarter tank already. So
This is back over to Tornado Pagey. Hopefully she loads. Might take a second. I'm gonna wait a second for it to load. Scholl's going crazy for the structure. All right, latest radar scan. I'm definitely seeing a good trend here with this storm. It's going to continue to produce significant damaging winds, but that inflow has been cut off a ton in the last 15 minutes, which has led to a large area of broad rotation, all between Lake Kemp and Seymour. So there's at least a positive trend that is happening here over the last few minutes. But nonetheless, this storm could still produce a tornado as it moves east. This is Tornado Pagey driving through the middle of it. Let me go over to Connor, who has a view of it as well. So this is Connor's view of this storm near 82. Clouds are still pretty low to the ground here. By the way, thank you, Bruce, for the $20 super chat.
These people going right into it.
Been waiting all year to witness a storm like this. Thanks for all you do. This has been a crazy storm.
People just driving right into it. It doesn't look very tight right now. I'm trying to direct them the other way.
I feel like we have a storm like this at least once every year in Texas. I'm
trying to send them back, but they're just driving right into it. Not listening to me.
By Connor, that's this chaser. He just tweeted on Twitter, probably the scariest chasing moment to date. He skirted south on the circulation on 82 after it was north of the road, only to emerge on the RFD surge to tail lights and the circulation flying back southeastward and accelerating.
It's really broad right now, but it's still not.
It was mainly because of the 300 chasers that were all in a conga line on 82.
I'm even getting out of the RFD here. I'm not gonna be caught back here. Nope, nope, nope. There's some sort of, there could be satellites and all sorts of stuff in here.
This is back over to Tornado Pagey, who's just getting out of the rain. This is not far from where we would be at least seeing a pretty strong inflow going into the storm here. And the good news right now is that we do not have an active tornado in progress, but the winds are still very strong, and a tornado could drop at any time. 90-mile-per-hour winds are still warned on this storm. It's actually downgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So still a significant storm currently tracking towards Wichita Falls, Texas. If you're over in Wichita Falls, Burke, Burnett, Henrietta, any of these areas essentially in our tornado watch, I'd definitely be ready for this. Again, our potential for very high winds and maybe even a tornado will definitely exist back over near Wichita Falls, Texas. But again, actively no tornado as of right now, but that could change at any time. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe down below. Again, we do weather coverage like this all the time. Make sure to like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. Once again, we are covering severe weather currently here in Texas. There's severe weather pretty much everywhere, but Texas is really the main concern right now for tornadoes and very large hail. This is Freddie McKinney looking at this supercell. A little bit more of a distance.
Yeah, it's literally a hurricane now.
The hippie mama with the super chat. Here's some windshield money.
Actually, let's go to Storm Intermedia.
Oh, thank
I don't know what's up either.
Saw good one. We saw one last night. Or 3 nights ago.
Hey, Corey, you got me?
Hey, John, for the sewer chat. I appreciate that.
I heard he said he had tornado damage. He might be out of the car.
Is Jordan still in the tornado damage?
I'll do that, thank you.
See if it loads real quick. This is the tornado damage from Jordan. He's starting to, looks like, drive. Might be getting back on the road here. But Jordan Hall has been on some tornado damage here back over in Red Springs, Texas. Or at least we think tornado damage. Again, it's not official, but we do think it was tornado damage here just west of Seymour. Stream's lagging a little bit, but there is definitely damage. I'm going to keep on bottom left of your screen. Signal's a little bit low right now. The latest radar scan is showing a very strong surge of wind coming up on 82. We also have winds that are wrapping around this near Seymour, so we still have very strong, again, velocities. It's just a large, broad area of circulation. So again, no active tornado as of right now, but if we get one, again, it could easily be strong, and it could be on the larger side of things. It has become a pretty messy storm, though, heading right up along 82, and it will be tracking towards Wichita Falls over the next few minutes. This is Connor Croft with a view of the storm from 82 right now. Pretty low clouds still out in the distance.
Behind me, guys.
Thank you, Holly, for the super chat. We've heard Texas enough this season. It's not over, by the way. We got another day ahead tomorrow for North Texas, and we also got more severe weather upcoming on, well, not really Thursday in Texas, but we do have more severe weather on Thursday in the Ohio Valley.
I don't know what people are doing back in that mezzo, but not the most intelligent decision, unless they're just stuck in a big congo.
Nebraska.
This is back to Freddie McKinney.
Not what I saw, though.
A pretty good view of the storm right now as it rolls in.
You got it on the stream. Chat, did you guys see that on the stream? Did you guys screenshot that?
Hey, Psycho, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Tornado warning was just updated.
Yeah,
it is still radar indicated. It is not confirmed as of right now. 80-mile-per-hour winds are continuing across this entire area, heading in the direction of Wichita Falls.
Think so. Well, today's just been a rain-wrapped fest, so.
Angelia?
Same here.
Angelia? Welcome to the Storm Society.
Probably have to run here in a second.
I think that's how you pronounce that.
Angelina?
Angelia.
Angelia. Thank you for the super chat there, Angelia. Or actually, welcome to the society. Join the society. Okay, welcome to the society. There is a wall cloud to the right there, though, on the top side. Woo! Another big CG. Yeah. Another big CG up in there. Here comes Connor. Connor has arrived.
Aiden asks if this storm is heading towards Lodi, Ohio.
Yeah.
Or heading, oh, the other storm? I would just say anything in Ohio at this point is mostly wind and hail. There isn't really much of a tornado risk left. For the record, our next SPC outlook is within the next hour, so we'll have more details about the outlook for the rest of the night. And whenever that comes out, we'll have it. But I don't think the tornado risk is really that relevant anymore back over in the Ohio Valley. I'll quickly go up to Ohio, though. We do have one storm southwest of Cleveland. Yeah, it's pretty much just hail and wind. Really not a whole lot to that one. And then just a lot of rain around Dayton, just some strong storms. We actually still have severe weather ongoing back over in New York and Pennsylvania. These lines of storms, though, are falling apart, mainly damaging winds and hail at this point as those move down to the south and east. And then back over in Kentucky, we do have a continuating threat of damaging winds and hail, but not really much of a tornado risk with this activity either. I do think our tornado risk will be removed from most of the Northeast and the Ohio Valley in our next outlook. The greatest concern for tornadoes should be back down here in Texas and Oklahoma. Speaking of Oklahoma, we do have a little area of convergence attempting to come together right now near Frederick in Oklahoma. So I'll have to keep an eye on this storm as it moves east-northeast. Wouldn't rule out a tornado threat as that heads towards Manitou and Tipton. We had tornado warnings there last night. As a reminder, we do have a large severe thunderstorm warning here near Wichita Falls for 80-mile-per-hour winds. We had a 106-mile-per-hour wind gust from a mesonet in Seymour, Texas. 106 miles per hour. It's basically a hurricane. That's unbelievable. Or 106 miles per hour. I've never read a number that high for a severe warning, I don't think, in my life. Holy crap. That is actually insane.
Dude, this thing's so freaking broad now, like I don't even...
Back over to Connor.
I'm sketched out, so I'm not going near it.
Connor's scared of the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, wait, what happened to your Corolla?
You have a brand new tornado warning on this storm. This will include Archer and Baylor counties in Texas. So basically going in the direction of Holiday. They have not included Wichita Falls. The storm is still a little ways away from Wichita Falls. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Basically paralleling 82, moving to the east.
You're out ahead of it in the big green, so...
This is once again our storm here that is tornado warned.
Yeah, there's a massive pothole.
Did he say massive? Massive pothole?
Massive pothole right over here.
How low the clouds are.
That I hit. Like, how do you even let that happen?
Shoal's getting excited. Well, he has a crazy view still. I'm gonna go to Shoal real quick. This is why he's excited. Ryan Shoal still has a supercell structure. That's insane. It's literally...
This is insane, dude.
He said it at the same time I did. It's a pancake stack out here. This is just to the south of the tornado warning cell. This is the one west of Olney. Honestly, on radar, it does not look like much.
This is like a supercell of sorts. It's not a real supercell, though.
Ryan Shoal's also on YouTube.
Yeah, I think you guys need to like I don't know right now. It just doesn't feel real, man. This is freaking insane. Yeah, cell service is a little rough. Just hang.
He's happy. I love it. All right. As he said,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
As he said, cell service is going out and went out too. We have a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. Ohio. Wait, what? We have a tornado warning in Ohio. Okay, that's interesting. This is back over in Wayne and Medina counties. Oh, it's this right here. Okay, I see it now. We actually have a little bit of rotation here. It's increased a little bit over the last couple scans near Lodi, heading in the direction of Barberton and as well as New Franklin. So there's your new tornado warning. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rittman, Seville, Wadsworth, and Westville Center are the main locations in this warning. No tornado as of right now, but the velocities are definitely strong enough for a tornado. Now, in this environment, we're not expecting, again, strong tornadoes, but again, a tornado is a tornado. So if you're in this warning, definitely make sure that you are in your safe place. We'll go back up to that storm on the next radar scan. Let me go back to Texas. The Oklahoma one, honestly, doesn't look as interesting. All right, so this one's not as bad. The rotation's not as tight or anything like that. It's still pretty broad. We will have to watch, though, for this Frederick storm. I wouldn't rule out a tornado risk with this as it moves into Frederick, going in the direction as well as of Lawton. Keep in mind that they have issued a tornado watch. This goes until about midnight. Includes Gainesville, Ardmore, Graham, north of Abilene. Back over to the northeast of Seymour, there is a new area of rotation attempting to develop near 183, moving in the direction of Holiday. So I'll have to keep an eye on that as that continues to move to the east, northeast over the next little while. And that's kind of broad now, so it's a little bit broader. It's really just a large, broad area of circulation, but we could get some little spin-up tornadoes around it as it continues to track east. All right, Ohio storm should update at any second. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have a new tornado warning in Ohio for Westfield Center. It's right now on the south side of Lodi. It's about across Highway 83 coming up towards Rittman, Wadsworth, Seville, and Orville. In the long term, if this continues, it would go towards Canton, Ohio. That is if this continues. Hey, Kayla for the super chat. Is Denison, Texas in the track of this? I don't think Denison is going to be seeing a whole lot until after about 10 o'clock or so tonight, and it'll be mainly damaging winds. All right, latest scan just came in. Let's see where the velocities are at. The rotation should be right over I-71 now. Just waiting for an update. Tornado page, you have some low clouds on the bottom right of your screen, by the way. That's on our tornado warning cell. Let's keep an eye on her. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we've gotten the most important storm report of the day. Apparently, there is a report in Pittsburgh of a tree that came down after the storm, and there's a very angry hive of bees that has been displaced.
Okay, thanks for the update. Tree fell down, and bees are loose. That's so random. All right, let's go back over to Shoal. Hopefully the bees are okay in all seriousness.
Oh my gosh, man.
Rotation, by the way, in the Ohio storm is broader. Shoal's still going crazy over the structure. Hey, Danny for the super chat. Risk and timing for Ardmore, Oklahoma. Timing is going to be sometime between about 9 to about 12 o'clock. Be mainly damaging winds, but a low tornado risk will exist. A bee NATO. Bees are coming out. Once again, pretty crazy structure here. Basically what we've seen all day long on that storm just south of Seymour. In case you have not already heard, again, we had a 106 mile per hour wind gust in Seymour. This storm is still actively producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and this is heading in the direction of Burke Burnett and is also heading towards Wichita Falls, just to the west of Windthorst. So we still have a significant threat here of severe weather heading off to the northeast. You are in this area, make sure that you are staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I'll put Freddie McKinney back on the bottom right. New t-shirt, be NATO. That'd be kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie, though, this tornado threat, it's still going to exist. It's just a really large, broad area of circulation. The inflow notch that we had has legitimately been completely cut off, and it's really gotten high. It's been high precip this entire time, but also the area that we had rotation in, again, was having a pretty strong inflow as well. We do not really have that inflow anymore here off to the west of Wichita Falls. So that's at least good news for right now. This thing, though, is still going to continue to produce damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour as this heads in the direction of Wichita Falls. Let's go back over to Ryan Scholl. The IHOP special here. Thank you, Brent, for the super chat. Scott Hansen, take note. Max Gutting for NFL Red Zone with the PDS Octo Box of Chasers. Or basically, Scott Hansen. 7 hours of commercial-free weather coverage.
Oh, man. You guys can still see it. Okay, you guys can still see it.
By the way, shout out to Jamie with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. This is back to Connor on our tornado warning storm. He has 4 cameras on. Sheesh. I think he's going to the other camera in a second. We'll go back to him in a moment. Let's go back to Shoal.
Oh my gosh. We're have to run again, guys.
Structure's still pretty insane.
Wow.
Katie asks, my mom lives in Massillon, Ohio. Just outside of the tornado warning. Should she, I cannot speak, seek shelter? It's a good question. I'm going to be honest. This storm is not that concerning if you're outside of the warning. Like, if you're in this area down to the south or even off to the north of Polygon, like, I would say weather aware, but it's not that concerning. I don't know where. Oh, that's over here, isn't it? It's talking about Massillon. Is it that? In this area, you need to be staying weather aware because this storm is heading in that direction. Velocities on radar, though, are honestly pretty broad right now, and I don't think we're going to see a continuation of this tornado warning in the near future. I think the tornado warning was honestly just kind of temporary. It was a quick little spin up, and it's definitely gotten weaker here over the last few minutes. Just back over to this is Connor's 4-cam view, and you can see the storm from 4 different angles here. The tornado warning cell here just southwest of Wichita Falls. Tons of lightning. This storm's picked up a lot of lightning here as of recently. This is back over to Ryan Scholl.
We should definitely hit 1,000 likes today. Mean the world.
All right, we do have an update. This is according to PA Storm Trackers on Twitter. Any chasers that are west of Archer City in Texas on Route 422, there was a vehicle accident rolled over, and emergency responders are not coming out due to the weather. If anybody can check in on their safety of that person. Just heads up, if you know anybody in that area, that is a report there west of Archer City. There's a rolled over vehicle, which could be from the winds, could be from hydroplaning. We really do not know. But hopefully they are okay. Thanks, Smith, for the super chat. Heaven Fire is watching. I don't know who that is. All right, Shoal is repositioning for the IHOP supercell to the south of Seymour. This stream, by the way, is not brought to you by IHOP. I think we're just going to stay on our 3-cam view for now. All right, we do currently have 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. The majority of our severe weather is starting to shift into the southern plains, including areas like Texas and as well as Oklahoma, where damaging winds and large hail are the main concerns, but we still have an elevated potential for tornadoes. Again, there is a tornado watch in effect. I would not rule out a strong tornado or 2 still with the storms that we currently have ongoing here around Wichita Falls, Texas. Back over into Kentucky, we do still have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect. That is going to be for damaging winds for the main concern for all these storms is damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, and there's also going to be around quarter-sized hail with the majority of those storms. Back over in Ohio, we still have a tornado warning off to the west of Canton, south of Cleveland. As I've mentioned, the rotation's pretty broad on this. I'm not that concerned right now about this storm, but we'll keep an eye on it in case it does.
A new tornado warning
Try
has
to do
been
something
issued.
crazy. And while we're talking about crazy, they have issued a tornado warning in Oklahoma. So that is the storm near Frederick. We were talking about this a little while ago. It is now attempting to produce a tornado. We have a little couplet right now coming up into the town of Frederick. So if you are in Frederick, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is for Tillman County in Oklahoma. It's going to be going up towards Hollister and basically paralleling 5 and 54 Road, moving to the east-northeast. All right, as I was talking about, back over in the northeast, we do still have damaging winds ongoing with our line of thunderstorms here, moving towards the east coast. Generally speaking, though, our severe weather threat is definitely dying down here in the northeast. So I don't think there's much more time until our severe weather threat is low in the northeast. Connor's looking at our tornado warning cell back over in Texas. Let's go over to Connor. Let me try to refresh it. Let's try this again. There we go. It's a view of that storm here near Wichita Falls. Thank you, Mac and Cheese, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Vaughn, for the super chat. Will Wichita Falls see a tornado? It's possible. I would say more than anything, though, wind is definitely the greater concern.
Bowing out real nice. Bowing out, headed towards Wichita Falls.
But as this, I mean, as Connor's saying, this line of storms is going to be bowing out, and once that happens, we could see a new tornado risk materialize, especially on the northern side of that bow.
CSG, thank you for the gift of memberships. Thank you, Barbara, for the super chat. Bro, what is going on near Frederick, Oklahoma right now? That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Frederick's on the bottom right of your screen. Some rotation right now coming up into Frederick. It's a weird looking storm. We had a tornado be just south of 5. I don't really see a definitive area of rotation. We had a little tightening there just a moment ago south of 5. Looks a little bit broader on the latest scan, but if we have a tornado, again, coming up into Frederick, Oklahoma, if we have a tornado. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. There are a couple cameras over here. See if any of them have any views of anything. And as of now... What about Denton, Texas? Denton, Texas is going to see a line of storms. So what's going to happen over the next few hours is that this entire segment of storms that we currently have is literally going to form into an entire line. So this is right around 10 o'clock or so. We are going to have this large cluster of storms ongoing from Oklahoma City back through Abilene with damaging winds and also the potential for even a couple of tornadoes. By 11 to 12 o'clock, this will continue as a line of thunderstorms from Oklahoma City back just to the south of Wichita Falls. And then during the overnight hours, this should continue. Might even see a tornado threat out of one of these storms that do develop down here near the Red River Valley. So that'll be something to keep a close eye on. But generally speaking, this is going to become just basically a large line of thunderstorms over the next hour or two and should continue to produce the potential for damaging winds, some hail, and then the potential for even a tornado. Should have a new SVC outlook here pretty soon. Connor is now driving away from the storm. I think Corey's kind of in the middle of this right now. This is Corey Gherkin, kind of in the middle of our storm here west of Archer City. Yeah, so Corey's in the middle of our tornado warning. Kind of in the middle of our storm on Route 82. It's definitely not anything like what we had before. That's for sure. Before was crazy.
Burger at Comovert's Connor, I got your stream pulled off. He was like, "Are you a storm chaser?" So I gave you a shout out. I said, "Go subscribe to Connor." Thanks. There you go. Appreciate it.
By the way, shout out to Rock and Mac and Cheese for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities. And that is Corey Gherkin. He's kind of in the middle of our tornado warning cell here, but again, the velocities have really broadened out, which is good news. I still think, though, within the next hour, we should see this bow out more. We should see more organization with this line, and I do think the tornado threat will increase again going towards Wichita Falls and Henrietta. So, something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Drew, for the 7 months. Thank you, Christopher, for the super chat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a really thin one for Alney going towards Jacksboro for 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Actually, I'm going to get Tornado Pagey on the bottom right. We're going to go to her in a second. Still have a tornado warning in Ohio, south of Cleveland, northwest of Canton, near Rittman. Still have an area of rotation here near Rittman. It's not overly strong. There's a little area of rotation, though, heading into Rittman, Ohio, eventually going towards Canal Fulton. So could still get a tornado with this as it continues to move in the direction of Canal. I cannot speak. Canal Fulton going towards Canton in North Lawrence. If you are in this area, make sure that you're still staying weather aware. It's a pretty small, little supercell. It's nothing really out of the ordinary. If we got a tornado with it, it would be on the weaker side of things. Let's go back to Texas. Let me check on the storm near Frederick. This Frederick storm kind of looks crazy, but again, I'm not seeing really a definitive area of rotation. If we had a tornado, it'd be kind of right about here. Velocities aren't overly strong, but if we have a tornado, again, it'll be coming up towards Frederick near 183. over the next few minutes. This tornado pagey in the middle of our tornado warning in Texas. A little bit of a different look here. Going through some of the wind, frequent lightning, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour still possible with this storm heading towards Wichita Falls. Hey, Colt for the super chat. I haven't even had time to repair the roof damage from the last big storm that we had in Wichita Falls. Unfortunately, there's another big one coming. Hopefully this one's not as bad, though, as the last one you guys had. Sun sets here within the next hour, so it's going to get dark here pretty soon. That's right there, smack dab in the middle of our tornado warning cell here, southwest of Wichita Falls. The storm already has a history of producing damaging winds as high as 100 miles per hour. Probably will continue to produce at least some significant damaging winds heading towards Wichita Falls. Is Burke Burnett camera on? All right, I'm going to try to get Burke Burnett on here. Also, this is Freddie McKinney.
Ewan was timed out for 60 seconds. Okay. Figured
on the leading edge of this tornado warning.
We've had hail yet. I think so.
Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Done an excellent job, co-pilot.
Currently 25 miles southwest of Wichita.
Thanks, Eva.
I might just like, I don't even know, dude.
Fry in the bag.
I am 12
You put the fries in the bag,
southwest of Wichita coming into town.
You put
here
the fries in the bag.
just a little bit.
Fries are in the bag now.
Bro, I need fries in my bag. I am hungry. Completely off topic. It's a big semi truck that rolled over. Where was it? On one of their feeds? Hey, Porch, you're becoming a member. Wawa order again, bro. I've had Wawa way too many streams in a row. I gotta get something different. What are we DoorDashing tonight? I don't know. You guys decide. What do I DoorDash for food tonight? We have an upgrade in Kentucky, actually. Let's go to Kentucky. We have a tornado possible label on our storm in Kentucky. Off to the west of Prestonsburg. This storm actually looks interesting. Near Bethany and Bays. Big surge of wind going into Bethany, Kentucky right now. We also have a little bit of rotation just south of Campton. Going towards Van Cleve, Bays, Baracker, and just south of Wheel Rim. So again, very strong surge of wind currently moving down to the southeast and a potential tornado threat as well. Fix this camera here. Get a large pizza, or I'm not getting a large pizza. Chick-fil-A actually might be the move. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't had Chick-fil-A in a while. They have canceled the tornado warning here southwest of Wichita Falls, so our only active tornado warnings as of right now are going to be for those in Ohio, which the one in Ohio might be canceled soon. We have one in Ohio, and then we also have one back over in Oklahoma. So the one in Texas has been canceled for the time being. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for New Franklin, Barberton, North Canton, and Canton. Likely means that they're going to cancel this tornado warning as well. So we should see this tornado warning canceled here in a moment east of Lodi. If you're in Lodi, you're fine to get out of your safe place. The storm has passed you in Ohio. Rittman, still stay there. Wadsworth as well, still stay in your safe place. As long as there's at least a tornado warning here and the storm's over you, I'd stay there just because of the damaging wind threat that's going to be coming into your area here over the next few minutes. Back over in Pennsylvania, we still have a line of storms falling apart near Jim Thorpe in Allentown with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Really not much left, though, in the Northeast. The Northeast threat, again, is really starting to wind down. We should see a pretty large condensing to our tornado risk here, or even in general, our severe weather risk in our next SPC outlook, which is in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Until I know what this is about.
Back over to Freddie, where we did have a tornado warning. The charisma for the super chat. The National Weather Service of Johnston County has a very low risk for tornadoes tonight. Would you agree?
Why he is pulling somebody's wife out of the tub?
What? I do think the risk of tornadoes is very low in Oklahoma tonight. It's not zero though. Hey Douglas for the becoming a member.
I got Jordan's snap location. He's in Seymour right now, so.
The plant will eat you. I'm getting like Scarface vibes in the beginning of the movie.
I don't know what vibes I'm getting, but in what world do you ask a stranger to help pull your wife out of a bathtub?
What?
In what world does someone say yes, Jordan?
I don't know what the context of whatever's happening here is, but what are they talking about?
You know, the first person
I don't even know if like what.
I don't know if I missed something.
Well, I don't even know if Jordan's like joking or not. I don't know if Jordan's joking.
Dude, some of the most random storm chasing comms ever.
Somebody's house right now.
Big does this guy's wife have to be to need 2 people to get her out of the bathtub?
Okay, this is the context. Apparently, they are talking about Jordan pulling somebody out of the bathtub after a tornado, and that might be an injury. So that's what they're referring to.
If he does.
Jordan Hall again with my radar. He doesn't have any thing on his stream right now, but
what you just said, Connor.
he's in Seymour right now, where we did have a potentially large tornado.
Oh, she is the dump truck.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna wait for a second. We're about to be in the circulation here. I mean, it's just greener than green in here. I'm just gonna stay here, and then like, I don't know if Jordan was just joking or like maybe there's a chance he wasn't joking. Like I don't even know. Was it bad in Seymour? I honestly wonder if maybe something like hit Seymour. Maybe.
All right, let's do. I'm gonna put Connor bottom middle, put Freddie bottom left. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So, yes, Jordan Hall is in the town of Seymour, and this is related to tornado damage. I believe there's been some major structure damage in the area, so they're currently doing search and rescue. This is where we saw the 106 mile per hour wind report, and when you look back at the historical radar data, it looks like that 106 mile per hour wind report was associated with the rear flank downdraft of the storm. It happened right at 7:08 Central Time, and at exactly 7:08 Central Time, we had a radar scan, and it was basically in the strongest area of velocities. I know that we also had chaser reports of 100 mile per hour inflow, so hopefully this was not that strong of a tornado, but obviously 100 miles per hour RFD plus 100 miles per hour inflow can definitely indicate a significant or violent tornado. There's luckily not a lot outside of the town of Seymour that this hits, so it shouldn't have done anything too significant. I think we really got lucky in terms of the path that this took. There were a lot of storm chasers that got caught in this storm. A lot of them almost got into bad situations, as we said before, but I think we did really luck out with the storm. The reason that it's no longer really producing a tornado right now is I think the RFD was so strong, it just threw cold air out and went very quickly outflow dominant. And that's the reason why we're not seeing it produce a tornado or a couplet right now. It is going to congeal into a line, like you said, and we could see a few QLCS spin-ups with that, and or at these few sort of pre-storm showers that we're seeing could also have some slight rotation on them. The tornado watch is in effect for another 5 hours for this area, so you need to pay attention to the weather if you're in the area.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, let's go back to the 3-cam view. Like Freddie McKinney's driving right through the middle of this storm.
It still is not walking back, which makes me think that he might not be joking. So
this is Freddie driving through Holiday, Texas, in the middle of the storm. By the way, for those that are wondering, I did not order Chick-fil-A. I got Popeyes because Chick-fil-A's delivery fee was way too much. I was not paying $5 to get food delivered. I'm not gonna lie. On top of everything else that DoorDash has for FIFO fees.
We're driving back.
Thank you, Nick, for the super chat.
Some hail in here, actually.
Yeah, I can definitely try, Nick. I can definitely try that.
Yeah,
By the way, this storm that Freddy is currently on is still a serious storm. It's not just producing the potential for, again, a possible tornado threat, but it's still producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. Still a destructive supercell heading towards Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, and also just north of Olney. So if you are in this area, you got to continue to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east. Change this. Where did put Shoal bottom middle, and we're gonna put Connor bottom left. All right. Thank you also, Angie, for the super chat. Keep up the great work. Always watching from Ohio. I appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the super chat. The Frederick tornado warning, I'm not seeing really any definitive area of rotation right now. At this point, if we have a tornado, it could be over the radar site. So again, if you're in Frederick, just continue to stay in that safe place. The tornado warning does go for 10 more minutes. There is no longer a tornado warning in Ohio, by the way. So the only active tornado warning that we currently have, again, is in southwestern Oklahoma. Keep in mind that we do have a tornado watch here for the next several hours. In case you've not already seen the deets, these are your details. Tornado watch is in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time. This includes southern Oklahoma, North Texas, and even parts of central Texas, where a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to the size of tennis balls is also likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. So we are going to continue to see a pretty elevated threat, I think, of severe weather here over the next several hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. This is all coming out of our line of thunderstorms. And as of right now, we're in a slight lull of our tornado risk with this line. But as it bows out, if we're able to get another inflow notch, which it looks like one is attempting to develop north of Archer City, the tornado threat could increase going towards Wichita Falls, also heading in the direction of Henrietta. So Henrietta would eventually be in the path of that. Hey, Donnie for the super chat. Bust? This is not a bust. This is nothing like yesterday. I mean, yesterday, honestly, we had like 8 tornadoes confirmed yesterday. Riley relayed that we had 8 tornadoes confirmed back up there in like Wisconsin and Minnesota. We actually had tornadoes yesterday, but again, it was not like our main threat. It definitely panned out more as like a slight risk, maybe a low-end enhanced risk for like Wisconsin. So Donnie says, send you an awesome lightning video I just grabbed in Ohio on Twitter. By the way, Riley, if you see anything on Twitter, you can at me. Or you can put it in the chat. Also, Jordan Hall helped a lady in a bathtub or something along those lines. She is okay. So that's just a heads up, a little update there from Seymour, Texas. So where we have had some damage. I have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in Texas and Oklahoma. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail. They are reissuing a warning. This will be for Wichita Falls as well. This will be hitting Wichita Falls really over the next 20 to 30 minutes. It's going to be a long period of storms because we also have convection out in front of our line. So our damaging wind threat's going to be moving into Wichita Falls here over the next few minutes. I do think our tornado threat is going to try to ramp up again in this area just southwest of Wichita Falls. So we definitely need to keep a close eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Right as you said, we have 8 tornadoes. We actually got our 9th confirmed literally 4 minutes ago. So this was yesterday in Aurora, Missouri. It was an EF1. Peak wind speeds of 90 miles per hour. Is on the ground for 2.18 miles. Maximum width 100 meters. Started in Lawrence County and also ended in Lawrence County, Missouri.
All right, thank you for the update. We just got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Hollister and Loveland in Oklahoma, just south of Manitou near Frederick. So our rotation is going to be over the radar site. It is moving east. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building just north of Granfield. Long-term Lawton and Geronimo. I cannot speak. Near Walters will be in the track of this in the near term. So if you're in those areas, continue to stay weather aware. Generally moving to the east right now. We have a lot of convection as well out in front of this. I don't know if we have something on over the radar site that we just can't see, but honestly, with all the convection out in front of this storm, I think this thing's going to struggle quite a bit. We just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Wichita, and Archer counties in Texas. Brand new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Wichita Falls, Henrietta, and Scotland. You should be treating this as a tornado warning. If you are in any of these areas, you need to be treating this as if it is a tornado warning, as damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour could knock down trees and power lines in Wichita Falls, Texas, and Scotland and Henrietta. Any of these areas, all right, you need to make sure that you are taking this seriously. Very dangerous storm. We've had many storms like this today that have knocked down bunch of trees and power lines. And this one's no exception. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, meaning it's a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds. Also, we could still get an isolated tornado. I think we may have just had at least a quick spin up there near Highway 25. Very rain-wrapped area of a little bit of rotation there. So definitely still a chance of a tornado here as this moves into Wichita Falls. Shout out to Grayson with the $10 super chat. I hear that there is a tornado in Ohio and heading towards Wadsworth, Ohio. There's no tornado in Ohio. We have one, actually now we have two storms that are severe in Ohio. The one storm that did have a tornado warning that is just really wind at this point is south of Akron, coming up on Canton. The one south of Mansfield is mainly a wind threat as well, a little bit of quarter-sized hail. We've also had some new storms initiating near Cleveland, but those are generally just strong storms as of right now. I'm going to try to get that camera on yours. Let's do that. It's a live shot from Freddie McKinney in the middle of this destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's producing 80 mile per hour damaging winds. Also thank you, JC, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Rain and wind is picking up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking southwest of Holiday, Oklahoma, southwest of Wichita Falls. Looks like we may get a bookend vortex on the end of our basically linear system that we have forming here. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that'll be something to keep an eye on going towards, again, Wichita Falls, Petrolia, Henrietta. Some of the areas that we're keeping an eye on. A little bit of rotation right now over Holiday. And again, that is in Texas, not Oklahoma. Texas going up towards Wichita Falls, and I-44 and also 281 are in the path of at least a little bit of rotation. The storm is still producing destructive 80 mile per hour damaging winds. Once again, this is Freddie.
Eli, how are you doing, man? Pretty good.
Who's in the midst of this.
Like 1 out of 10, how are you doing? Oh. like what everybody else is doing.
Other than the fact that I'm really
apparently Freddie said there might be a funnel cloud, which is right along 82, which there was a little bit of rotation. He said like about a couple minutes ago when we weren't on him that there may have been a funnel cloud.
I don't know why.
Unknown though.
I feel absolutely amazing right now. I feel wide awake. Oh, where was that?
I don't know, but it knocked out the power.
Power just got knocked out. Oh.
Lightning.
Power has gone out now here in the Wichita, or just southwest of Wichita Falls.
I was very
Be prepared for power
that.
outages if you're in Wichita Falls.
Got knocked out because of that.
Oh, copy that. Now we're real close.
Was the bolt in front of you or behind you?
Just in front of me.
Okay, I'm actually ahead of you. I thought I was maybe. Oh, another big bolt. Couplet's tightening up in here, Chad. We might get a tornado. We might get a tornado in here.
There's actually a tight couplet right now near Holiday. There could be a tornado dropping near Holiday, Texas. There's a couplet.
Buried in the rain. Got
it's going up towards Wichita Falls.
We might get struck in here, man.
And again, Freddie is right next to this area of rotation, pretty much. Or almost. He's about a mile or two back to the west.
Have some fried almonds here in a second, Eli. Wow,
there's at least a small couplet. This isn't as large or as, you know, at least strong as the velocities we had earlier, but
pretty much right on this road. I'm trying to plow. Oh, another big CG. Just getting slung out in here.
Yeah, it's like a little circulation coming right towards the Holiday, right towards me.
Yeah, I'm right on the west side of it. I got like a major CG barrage in here.
Connor's actually out in front of us. We're going to go to him in a second. There is definitely rotation here. I don't know if they're going to issue a warning on this yet, but rotation got a little broader on the latest scan. But there is rotation right over Holiday coming up on Wichita Falls, Texas.
See if we can intercept this thing.
Freddie's definitely enjoying the chase. Freddie's had a little bit of everything today. Broke his windshield even further. Almost saw a tornado.
just behind the couplet.
Lots of lightning.
For a new radar scan to come out.
Been a mix of everything today.
He really wants to tighten up in here. Yep, new scan. It got even tighter. Might have a tornado trying to develop here. Might have a tornado trying to develop here right over Holiday. We're coming in from the west. Rolling in. Rolling in from the west. It would be kind of to the right somewhere, although not to say we'll probably see it. It's probably
DoorDash IOP. I'm already DoorDashing Popeyes.
Well, yeah, definitely. It is kind of on the leading edge, though. There might be enough of a gap where we might be able to see it. One way to know if there's a tornado.
If you're guys tuning in, this is Freddie McKinney. This is not a tornado warning storm, but it is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading into Wichita Falls, Texas. Also heading towards Henrietta and Petrolia. It's not just doing that, but there's also a possibility that we get a spin-up tornado out of this. Just to the southwest of Wichita Falls.
101 here.
Let's see what our 3-camera view is.
It's getting dark. It would be like
Thank you, D, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
just to our right.
By the way, completely unrelated, but Ryan Scholl has a PDS cow intercept. This is south. I think this is west of Abilene. This is south of our main supercell, and this is near Olney, Texas. PDS cow intercept here. Now back to let's go back to Freddy. If I can find Freddy's button. There it is.
I just went west and then north because I figured it was going to come.
Hey, Hickory, for becoming a 3-month member.
To see if maybe I can see something.
Corey, do you see my lights yet?
I see somebody.
Let's get a moose spam in the chat for the cows. Get a moose spam. Actually, I want to go back to Scholl because he's actually this is what it looks like from the cow's POV. A supercell rolling in right now. This is producing damaging winds and some hail.
Guys, again, we got the storm. Oh! Wow, what are you doing there? It's a PG channel. This is a PG channel, cows.
I don't know what was happening. I didn't see it.
Yeah, they're tagged. They would be tagged here in Texas, probably.
All right, let's go back to.
Tornado trying to drop here over Holiday right now, guys. So if you're in Holiday,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a tornado warning. This is going to be for Wichita Falls, Texas. So, tornado warning now for the Wichita Falls, Texas area. Freddie McKinney is right next to this area of rotation. If you're in Wichita Falls, Texas, if you're in Lakeside City, Holiday, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. The rotation, again, is right over Holiday, and there could be a tornado at legitimately any time, heading up towards Lakeside City in about 5 minutes, and then Wichita Falls in about 10 to 15 minutes. But you should not wait that long. You should be in your safe place right now. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back to Freddy, who is in the middle of this thing. It's right next to where that rotation is.
wow, that was a close ball.
Hey.
There it is.
Bro has a siren.
Wait, Corey, I think I might be on your 6.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate the super chat. I look forward to seeing your photos.
Right behind you. Yep, here's Corey. Oh, yeah. Corey. Windy. Oh, yeah, she's getting windy in here. Big RFD.
So he's starting to get into the RFD surge. Again, couplet is right over Holiday. If we have a tornado, it'll be right over Holiday. This is not the same situation as earlier where we could have gotten, like, strong tornadoes. The rotation is definitely strong enough, though, to the point where we could get a tornado. I mean, a tornado is a tornado. It's right over Holiday right now. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a member. Latest scan is showing that circulation literally over the town of Holiday.
Tornado guys in there somewhere. We're almost in it.
Corey Gherkin is actually, like, inside. Almost inside of it. This is Corey Gherkin's POV. He's also next to Holiday. winds are definitely very strong right now. Freddy is now going into the RFD.
I think it's just to the right. Big bull.
Freddy thinks he sees a bull lowering.
I'll let you go ahead, Corey. It should be right here.
We have a tornado. It's going to be over the town of Holiday, coming up towards Allendale and Lakeside City in the next 5 minutes, and eventually going towards Wichita Falls.
It's right here.
If we get a good lightning flash to see something. FSC, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter or message us on Facebook. Links to all of our socials are in the description.
There they are. Not picking anything up on the camera. It is a wash in here.
Rotation is now right over Route 82.
For a little bit to the right. It looked like it was to the right.
Right over Route 82, coming up towards Wichita Falls. It's not tight rotation, but it is strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado here. Hey, Jassy, for becoming a member.
This thing is just buried. Nice shifted in front of us.
Yeah, I'm basically hitting it. It's on the road right in front of me, like by like maybe a quarter mile.
Yeah, I think we're just on the west side. It's just so ill-defined.
This is Connor's POV.
Be right in front of us.
He's right literally where the rotation is. It's pretty much over top of him almost. At least his dot on Omega is showing that.
Now it's just to our left, I think. Alright, I think it's just left of 82 now. I'm getting RFP. I'm like right south of it.
Yep, that seems to make sense.
Hey. Now I'm in deep range.
So again, three different, I mean, there's a bunch of chasers on this, but this is, again, our storm that's heading up towards Wichita Falls. The latest radar scan does have the rotation at least a little bit broader, so not as strong. Our main couplet is over Route 82. And this is, again, traveling up in the direction of Wichita Falls, Texas, moving to the northeast. And keep in mind, the sun is setting right now, so it is definitely getting darker out there. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, that is from German, Texas, and you can see it's actually a lot like, you know, it's not like completely dark. So what we're looking at in the storm right now is literally because of how tall these cloud tops are. If we go to the echo tops on this supercell, or not really supercell, but the line of storms, it's upwards of 50,000 feet tall. So it is a very tall thunderstorm that is moving into Wichita Falls, which means that it's going to be very difficult to even see anything with the, you know, the sunlight basically going right into the clouds. So we're not going to be able to see much of anything. But back over German, Texas, it's a little bit more clear, which is this camera here looking towards Olney. So just kind of for perspective.
I was trying to load radar.
I'm trying to go to Freddy here.
Maybe not decent right now.
Freddy's getting some pretty strong right to left motion, which means he's now going through more of the inflow.
There's a wind shift.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a wind shift. So he's near the rotation.
Have southerlies coming across
Or he's in the area of rotation, but no clear tornado as of now.
New southerlies. I am like in it.
Yep. I actually can't freaking see
anything.
I cannot pick anything out in the camera.
You're in Wichita Falls, you should treat this as if there's a tornado coming. You'll be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
It should be the left. There might be a tornado in here. Okay, looking at radar, it's about to get a nice surge of outflow. It might shunt the circulation right at us. Stop here for a second. Okay.
I have no clue, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Corey, what do you think? I might just keep going forward. Who? I thought it was at 100.
Thank you, Brandon, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Connor and Freddie are not in the same car. It's over a walkie-talkie radio.
Circulation right here.
Bunch of chasers in the radio. It's not just them.
What are you trying to do?
But they're the two that are on this storm. So that's Freddie. This is back over to Connor. They're basically in the same area. This is, again, coming up on Allendale, just outside of Wichita Falls in Texas.
We have to be pretty close, so that bowl is crazy.
Are you still in here, Connor?
Yeah, this thing's... I think I'm like... I gotta be just barely ahead of you guys.
Yeah, I think we're in it right now. I think we're in the exit circulation. I might just sit here. I don't even know where to go.
I'm gonna go back to radar. Once again, this is our area of rotation. It's coming right up into Wichita Falls right now, paralleling 82. And if there's a tornado, it is going to be fully rain wrapped. So do not try to look outside for this. Make sure that you are in your safe place. There's no reason to try to go record it for TikTok or anything like that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We're going to continue the funniness and shenanigans of the day, and we're going to talk about a slight velocity couplet west of Charleston, West Virginia. So it's the smallest couplet of all time, but they have warned things like this in the past. It's a bookend vortex sort of in the middle of a QLCS line, so this could get a warning in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is back off to the west of Charleston, West Virginia, going towards Hurricane and Milton. There's actually a little bit of rotation here. So very tiny, but possible tornado threat heading off to the northeast. All of our severe warnings are done for the now in the northeast. A lot of wind damage has been left behind. We are actually seeing an uptick of severe weather in Ohio, mainly damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk here. To stay weather aware, if you're between Cleveland back through Mansfield, these are dragging to the southeast right now. Damaging winds is the main concern. And then also off to the east of Richmond, we do have a line of storms that has formed. It's mostly going to be gusty winds, but there is a potential for some isolated damaging winds. The tornado risk should stay low. Now, there is a little bit of rotation south of Sawyersville that's going to be going towards Prestonburg, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Back over in Oklahoma, we have one severe warning north of Oklahoma City near Pawnee. That is an elevated storm with quarter-sized hail. That one near Cushing could also get a severe warning for hail. Back on near Frederick, we no longer have any tornado warnings in Oklahoma, but damaging winds is going to continue to be the main concern. There is still a little bit of rotation again coming up on Wichita Falls. We are watching for a little bit of an uptick of rotation as well near Burke Burnett, heading towards Temple and Walters, and Comanche and Waurika. So those are other areas that we need to keep an eye on. Our main area of rotation, once again, is rain wrapped coming up on Wichita Falls right now. So we could have a tornado, and if we do, it's going right along 82. It's going to come into Allendale, and then eventually into the southwest side of Wichita Falls, coming up towards Johnson and Caulfield Roads, going basically right along Kell Fairway and then going up towards Wichita Falls. So be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is Connor Croft, who is just barely to the east of this rotation. Apparently there is a funnel cloud. This is also near where Freddie is. Or at least reports of a funnel cloud.
Yeah, I don't know how he's seeing a funnel in here, but I mean, maybe.
Dude, I believe him. That's what I must have saw. I swear, I saw like a bowl lowering like just in front of me.
Yeah, well, I saw that. It's just like I don't know how to like.
By the way, shout out to Ronald with the PayPal donation. Great job reporting. I am enjoying the weather watching from California. Appreciate the PayPal donation. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying. It's happening for Denton, mainly a damaging wind risk going towards Denton.
We were on the west side of it. I saw
That'll
like
be
just a dark
late tonight.
kind of bowl lowering on the right side of the road. And you were saying it was also south of the road too, so it all lines up. Might just be like a weak tornado. Weak tornado in here.
Latest radar scan still showing a couplet coming up on Allendale.
I actually bumped into Eric Fox.
It's our latest radar scan. Again, still a little couplet coming up into Allendale right now near Lakeside City. It's about to be in Wichita Falls in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Again, this is nowhere near the intensity of what we had earlier in terms of our rotation, but there is at least still some spin here. along and just south of 82. Additionally, we do have an update to our warning. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Petrolia, Henrietta, and Wichita Falls. So even if we do not have a tornado, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is still likely. Oh, this is a view from Ryan Scholl of the supercell that is not this one, but further down to the south, where the cows are, near Olney.
Wow. This is an incredible sunset, man.
Really cool little sunset here. Thank you, Kirsten, for the 8 months. Thank you, Brent, for becoming a member.
Chilling out and watching the sunset at the end of the day. That's what we're doing. We've had an amazing chase, so I can't even be mad.
I do have to say, yeah, Scholl was not on like the right storm today when it came to the tornado threat, but he's had some unbelievable shots. I don't think any other storm chaser really went, at least the ones that we have, went for the southern area of storm activity. He's been kind of hanging down there on the south storms, and I mean, the structure has just been unbelievable. So, yeah. I do want to go to Storm Runner Media. They're in, they're currently in, I think, the southwest side of Wichita Falls, and it looks like this is where they're at right now. They're near where this tornado would be. They're just to the north of where the strongest rotation is.
The circulation is just south of us, guys. It's just south of us.
This is still a radar indicated area of rotation, by the way. The warning has not been upgraded.
Definitely torrential rain here, guys.
I'm gonna go back to Freddy here.
Got it. That's exactly what's about to happen here. About to get robbed on stream.
By a tornado.
By a tornado. Look at this couplet. Where's it heading? No, it's just, I don't even know. It's just, I don't even think it knows where it's heading.
Intercept the line and then go from there.
I have no clue where that couple's going.
Yep, same here. It's a fun little line.
It is.
Also another couplet kind of down the south there.
Fun. Got a little upset the hail like died pretty much when I got to it, but it's fun.
Thank you, Yevit, for the super chat. Appreciate that. What about Denton, Texas? Again, Denton, Texas, damaging wind threat late tonight. It's a low risk, though. I think tomorrow is the bigger day.
Where?
Also, we do have a new SPC outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be our latest outlook. Do we have a new outlook? That has an update on the website for some reason. Let me go back over to here. Oh, yeah, it has updated. This is our latest SPC outlook for today, which also is not updated on the SPC website. We can see the cover photo. You can kind of see it. It's very small over there. Whenever the actual graphics get updated, we will show you guys, but the enhanced risk, at least in the Northeast, has been removed. It has been maintained here in the Southern Plains, where we do actively still have some significant severe weather ongoing. It's in Burke Burnett, Texas right now on one of the radar mega cyclone ports. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit here. Heavy rain. That's on our northern mode of storms here. And honestly, I wouldn't rule out a tornado threat trying to get going up here near Randlet, near I-44, tracking towards Walters. Got a little bit of rotation trying to develop here on this northern edge of our line. Generally speaking, down near Scotland and Windthorst, it's mostly just damaging winds right now. Rotation on the storm near Wichita Falls is a little bit weaker, but if we have a tornado, it's going to be just south of 82, and it's going to be coming up into Wichita Falls here over the next few minutes. Near I-44. Back over to Freddy.
Oh, you're good.
Just getting off the exit. This is near our rotation, near Lakeside.
It is, until it won't be.
Didn't we staying here last?
Yeah, we did. Wichita Falls, Texas.
Okay, it was like after I got my concussion.
Yeah, dude, I've stayed in Wichita Falls so many times.
It's a nice hotel here.
They have a lot of nice hotels.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, they have issued a new tornado warning on that other activity further to the north. This is going to be for Burke Burnett, Texas, near Ranlet. We have a couple areas of rotation that we're keeping a close eye on, maybe even one near Duval, heading off to the northeast, basically paralleling I-44. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Freddie is currently in the middle of that Wichita Falls tornado warning. Same thing with Connor. Could have a tornado drop at any time, though. We actually have some strong rotation right on I-44. Potential tornado right now on I-44, tracking up into Ranlet right now. Ranlet, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place now. If you're in Cookie Town, you need to be in your safe place. Taylor, and just to the west of Temple. All need to be in your safe places, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
A lot of wind in here.
I'm going to leave it on Freddy. I got to get my food. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
I go down to this road. Okay, right here.
It's gonna be underwater.
Yeah, where does Wichita Falls?
We're gonna find out if I got a straw this time.
About that part.
I might crash out if I don't get a straw.
Oh, great.
We got a straw. We got a straw. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's fair. Forgot my life jacket.
I forgot my floaties.
Let's get some W straws in the chat. That's the first time in 4 DoorDash orders that I've actually gotten a straw.
This reminds me of like Hurricane Debbie Downer.
It really does, except for this is like a little bit stronger.
Yeah, you got stronger winds in here than you did Debbie.
Is they got a reference to Debbie?
You got 2 couplets on the southern Oklahoma there.
I'm just gonna like, I don't even know, just might turn left here.
And Freddy's in the middle of our Wichita Falls tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've just issued another tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Henrietta and Bellevue. So they've actually issued a tornado warning here for a potential QLCS tornado threat heading in the direction of, again, Henrietta and Bellevue in Clay County, Texas. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. The rotation on our Wichita Falls storm has been a bit broader over the last few minutes, and then back up to the north in Oklahoma. We actually have a tight little couplet right now near Duval. So potential tornado dropping near Duval, and then also the rotation still pretty strong near I-44. Going towards Ranlet and Cookie Town. So be in your safe place fearing those warnings. It's back to Freddy, who's currently in the warning in Wichita Falls.
I just kissed the median.
Are these guys getting Popeyes at a time like this?
Are they getting Popeyes?
That you behind me, Dio?
They're going through the drive-thru.
Yes.
It's a wild time to be getting Popeyes. Oh, the power god? Or wait, why is it so dark here all of a sudden? It's so dark. I think we're just in the forest. Yeah.
We're in a forest?
Well, kind of. We're just in like a little like open area. Oh, what was that?
The GoPro overheated.
It's the little things in life like straws.
No.
Pretty much.
How did it overheat?
I think it was recording.
We could probably delete like.
All right, let's go ahead and go to Riley so I can eat real quick. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So, looking at the storm report this hour, seeing if we have anything interesting, and I would say this classifies as interesting. We have a tornado report in Salt Lake City, Utah. Yes, Utah has a tornado report for the day. So it actually seems like this was most likely a land spout tornado. So not a normal tornado that you would think of. Nonetheless, it does qualify as a tornado report. Also, this warning here in Oklahoma did briefly meet the requirements for a PDS tornado warning. It no longer does, so we probably won't see an upgrade to that warning. Still no debris signature on either of those. However, our couplet up here near Duval is definitely very, very significant. So we may see an upgrade to the warning just based off of that.
All right, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead. We just got a new tornado warning. This one's going to be just east of Granfield. Pretty strong area of rotation, possibly a strong tornado trying to drop right now. Just west of Ranlet. This is Cotton County, Oklahoma. So again, brand new tornado warning here, basically paralleling I-44. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast. Let's go to Connor. He has really strong winds right now back over here.
Oh, hey, DL.
It's back over near Wichita Falls where our tornado warning is. But very strong rotation right now west of Randlet. Definitely a potential for a strong tornado with that near I-44. That is intensified really fast.
This is just like a hurricane chase.
Wow.
Yeah, same here. I got a windshield appointment in this very town tomorrow morning at like 8:30, so I'm just gonna let this thing rip and then find a hotel. Is that a safe way? No, it's just a local shop here in town.
Well, we basically got hurricane force winds right now going through Wichita Falls.
Yeah, I literally was on the way down here and I got a new windshield. That's why I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna like test something out for it.
This is our 80-mile-per-hour wind warning, too. We got 80-mile-per-hour winds going through Wichita Falls. Basically a hurricane.
I need to get a new mirror cover because I literally want to explode into about 500 pieces.
I do think we have a tornado in progress northeast of Duval, northwest of Randlet. Again, in Oklahoma. This is just north of Wichita Falls. It's moving north. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a member. All right, let's go back to... We'll put Connor bottom right. Let's go back to Riley. Go ahead.
Hey, Max, I was just looking at the latest reflectivity scan. You can actually very clearly see exactly where this tornado is. So this is actually more of an embedded supercell than a QLCS spin up. So this does actually have the potential to be a long track tornado, unfortunately, if it can sustain itself. The tornado is literally right here right now. You can see the exact ball on reflectivity where that tornado is.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, really strong rotation right now, southwest of Cookietown. We do not have a CC drop as of right now, but this is in pretty much an open field, I think, right now. There's a lot of farms, so we probably will not see a debris signature, but we at least have a very likely tornado right now northwest of Randlet. It is radar indicated, but very likely tornado that is in progress there. This is back to Connor in Wichita Falls. We're checking to see if anybody's on that tornado warning in Oklahoma, by the way. Because that one, honestly, I think is on the ground.
I don't know what my plans are for sure yet. I just know that's where I want to go.
By the way, I ordered
a new tornado warning has been issued.
5 tornado warnings. This actually, I think, is the highest number of tornado warnings we've had today.
Break if stuff's not as good as tomorrow, so if you're sacrificing tomorrow's chase for getting that, I would strongly.
All right, brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Clay County in Texas, Cotton County, Oklahoma, and also for Wichita County, Texas. We basically have a spam right now of QLCS tornadoes across this entire area. We have a slew of tornado warnings all around Wichita Falls, just south of Lawton. If you are anywhere in these tornado warnings, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We could legitimately have a tornado anywhere. Going from south to north here, west of Henrietta, we have a little bit of stronger rotation near Lake Arrowhead. This is going to be coming up on Henrietta over the next few minutes in Clay County. And then back over near Wichita Falls, our rotation is a little bit on the stronger side of things, heading up towards Petrolia and Dean. That is a couplet right there. It's very weak rotation, but it is a storm that could produce a tornado going towards Byers and Petrolia. And then back up in Oklahoma, we've had strong rotation over the last several minutes, one of which is west of Cookietown, and then the other one is just to the west of Taylor, both capable of producing tornadoes. We do think that this did produce a tornado, at least for a couple of minutes, to the northeast of Duval, but honestly, I do not think it was a very long tornado. Probably was on the stronger side of things. It was just kind of in an open field. This is back to Tornado Pagey. She is driving through some really heavy rain and wind in the Wichita Falls area. This is what it looks like right now near Wichita Falls. I've got to say, Popeye's fries slap. They're so good. Definitely a lot of strong winds here around Wichita Falls. Again, the storm is still warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, so this is definitely a pretty significant storm right now rolling through the Wichita Falls area. Even if you don't get a tornado, wind damage is definitely appearing likely across a large chunk of this line. Latest radar scan, let's go north to south. Rotation is a little bit broader off to the east of Granfield. So it's a little bit broader near Cookie Town. It's coming up along I-44 going towards Walters. Our other rotation east of Ranlet is also on the stronger side of things. This could be our next tornado going up towards Temple. So if you're back up near Temple, be ready to go to your safe place. No tornado warning as of right now for Temple, but that's where that's heading right now. Back over near Dean, we have a little bit of rotation. It's a little bit weaker on this latest scan, but there's still enough rotation for a tornado warning if you're in Dean. And then back near Henrietta, it is all currently a lot of QLCS tornado potential here. So that means basically tornadoes embedded in our line of thunderstorms, which is going to be heading in the direction of Terrell and eventually going towards Nocona, Texas, which I know we have some people watching from Nocona. Park Hill asks about Ryan, Oklahoma. This is heading right towards you. It is heading directly towards you in Park Hill. Or sorry, not Park Hill, and Ryan. and Ryan, Oklahoma. Literally saying bro's YouTube name instead of the actual city name. It's back over to Tornado Pagey. In the middle of our storm near Wichita Falls. Have her on here for a second. I do want to show you guys the new SBC outlook for tonight. There are probability changes. So we have Tornado Pagey is driving through a ton of rain, but here's your latest SBC outlook for tonight. Actually, real quickly, I want to go to Connor. Connor actually has wind direction. Winds are changing directions here. It was originally going left to right. Now that we go back to it, it's right to left. And this gives you an idea of our, again, rotation with these storms. Initially, we had more of an inflow. Now we have more of our RFD surge coming through here. Near Benjamin. No, not near Benjamin. Sorry, his location hasn't updated. But near Wichita Falls. Basically on the southwest side of town. Thank you, Gayleen, for becoming a member. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. I don't think DFW is going to see much tonight.
Dang, we're almost through this. Almost on the back side of it now. This whole thing is one for QLCS stuff, but I think tomorrow's going to be a bigger day, so I don't think I'm going to follow it.
This road became a stream.
Yep, it happens quick.
So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Back over to live radar. The area of strong rotation that we had before northwest of Ranlet has been broader over the last few minutes. That is basically, again, paralleling I-44. Our other area of rotation near Route 70 that is coming up towards Temple, that rotation is still on the stronger side of things, which is going to be heading towards Highway 5 and Temple over the next few minutes. They have condensed the tornado warning a little bit, so Ranlet not really in the warning anymore. And then back over near Dean, we still have an area of rotation here. This one's been much weaker, in my opinion. Not really as intense as our other rotation in Oklahoma. That's still moving towards Petrolia. Could still see an isolated tornado out of that. More than anything, we actually have more of an inflow notch there. So that's probably more of the inflow of this storm. But we do have a little hook. Again, the rotation, though, is fairly weak, in my opinion, on this particular storm. Basically going up Highway 79 towards Byers over the next few minutes. Again, no tornadoes are confirmed as of right now. These are going to be a lot of what we'll see other than Oklahoma. A lot of what we're going to see, though, in Texas here over the next hour are tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms, which means that they might not even be picked up on a radar scan. This is the SPC outlook for tonight. I don't know if I touched on this. I don't think I did. This is the SPC outlook for tonight. So the risk of severe weather is still elevated in Texas and Oklahoma, where we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. Before we talk more about that, I need to go to Tornado Pagey. Look at this. Winds are very strong right now here near Wichita Falls. Very strong winds here. And there's even some minor flooding, at least puddling.
Yep, it was. Whoa. That was flooded.
So that's a live shot there again near Wichita Falls. This is back over to our risk of severe weather. So again, enhanced risk of severe weather is still in place for parts of Oklahoma and Texas. We have a slight risk that still goes back up through Missouri, and there's still a slight risk in Kentucky, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. The tornado risk has been relatively...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The tornado risk has shrunk down quite a bit. We have a 2% tornado risk across a large chunk of Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas. 5% tornado risk still includes a good chunk of southern Oklahoma, central Texas, and even back into parts of North Texas. And we still have a 2% tornado risk back over in Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and New York. Damaging winds could be significant over the next several hours. They have a hatched area for that in the southern plains, and then large to very large hail, one of the greatest concerns out of our supercells over the next few hours. They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This is going to include Walters, Temple, and Comanche. This is mainly going to be for those areas. Again, we have multiple areas of rotation embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Really, the main one right now is this one coming up towards Temple. This is your winds going away from the radar, and these are the winds going towards the radar. So going towards Hastings and Comanche, strong area of rotation moving to the northeast. Also, the rotation's gotten a little bit stronger near Henrietta. We could have a tornado at any time going to Henrietta over the next few minutes. Storm Intermedia has some flooding in Wichita Falls. Look at this. Cars are going through some flooded roadways here. By the way, shout out to John with the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that.
Well, guys, this is the aftermath of the insane storm we just chased. All the way from pretty much...
How far down was the flooding? Can you go back west?
Yeah, I just went due west. Just follow the light and you'll find the flooding. It's pretty bad.
Huge shout out to Brandon with the 20 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Brandon. Really appreciate that. If you got to give some membership, make sure to thank Brandon in the chat.
Guys, I'm going to attempt to...
Y'all are in Wichita Falls, and I just went through Wichita.
That's flooding getting worse right here.
Let's get it.
We'll keep Storm Runner Media bottom middle of your screen. Once again, we are watching a large mesoscale convective system currently building. What is going on with my screen? What the heck happened? Oh, there we go. Again, we have a large mesoscale convective system currently rolling across southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas. Damaging winds and tornadoes are going to continue here over the next few hours. And again, it will be eventually going in the direction of North Texas. We still have a tornado watch in this entire area here. Entire area that goes until midnight tonight. It does not include Denton County, does not include Dallas, Plano, any of those areas, or Fort Worth, but it does include Gainesville, Sherman, also includes Bridgeport and the Bowie areas. So that is technically North Texas. Thank you, Jasper, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Kayla, for the super chat. How's Denison looking tonight? I think Denison's going to be more of a wind threat. That will be pretty much closer to midnight, so it'll be a little bit until your storms get there. All right, Riley's going to go ahead as I try to eat a little bit more. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, yeah, I've just kind of been looking at this line just like you are. I am monitoring this motion or the movement of the storm whole system off to the east. I do think that we're going to need an extension to our watch, probably all the way to the Oklahoma border. I don't know yet if that's going to be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. I would imagine it'd probably be a low-end tornado watch just because the chances of seeing embedded QLCS tornadoes also high or are very high. Also, I do want to mention that we are going to see new convection eventually tonight further off here. And this is going to move east, and that would probably be a more significant threat for Dallas if it does end up convecting that far south. It's pretty 50-50 on models what that's going to actually end up looking like, but that would not make it into Dallas until very, very late tonight, if not tomorrow morning. I've been also looking at our environment for tomorrow. Right now, we do have a 5% risk of tornadoes in basically the same area tomorrow, but I do think we could see a localized upgrade to that, although still also 50-50 on that. That's going to mostly depend on what our weather does today. Also, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm, not severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning near Henrietta, Oklahoma. This is for another one of these embedded QLCS spin-ups. We can see our small area of rotation here. There's a little bit of contamination going on just because of the way that the radar beam is orientating through this precipitation. So it is a little confusing. Or yeah, Henrietta, Texas, my bad. But this is basically what we're going to continue to see over the rest of the night as we see storms just keep going off to the east.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the the update. Again, brand new tornado warning here in Texas. This will be for those in Henrietta, going towards Ryan and Terrell, west of Nakona. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Rotation's actually a little bit stronger here on the latest scan, going right into the town of Henrietta, going towards Walton and Edwards. We still have a strong area of rotation near Temple. That is continuing. That's moving northeast. It's going to be going up towards Waurika Lake, Empire City, Comanche, and also Addington and Hastings are all in the path of that. Also, there's a report from somebody in the chat. My sister is reporting power out in Wichita Falls on the east side by 79 and 82 highways. So heads up, power outages are obviously going to be possible, especially since our storms here are actually still producing not just a threat of tornadoes, but also producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. And we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Duncan and Waurika. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and that will also be for quarter-sized hail. Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I've never had a Popeye's chicken sandwich without the I've always had it without the pickles and always without like the mayo or whatever's on it. I asked for those not to be on it, and they gave it to me, and it's actually not bad with both of those things on it. I'm not gonna lie. So that was my first. This is like my first time actually having a legit chicken sandwich. I usually just get it without anything on it. Funny story. Corey Gherkin's got some big time flooding. Looks like we have a stranded car. Possibly stranded car. It looked like it was stranded. Storm Media has this too. Look at the flooding here. In Wichita Falls, it is significant. This car is... I don't know what this guy's doing. Bro, what are we doing? Is it worth it?
Up to the bumper.
No way that's worth it.
That car probably just ruined it, but definitely some water in the intake.
It's back over to Corey. I don't know where. Let me get the exact location here. This is back over on the southwest side of Wichita Falls, near Southwest Parkway and Fairway Boulevard, that intersection. Got a fire truck coming in here too. Some major flooding over in Wichita Falls, and we've already seen a couple of people trying to drive through it.
Barely in the water.
Is that guy stranded? Apparently that guy right there in the middle of your screen is stranded. They've barely gone into the water.
Yeah, Cindy, what I think it was Hurricane Debbie? No. Yeah, it was Debbie, I think. We sat there at that one town in Florida and watched people drive through the floodwaters.
Where's Max at? I have a feeling he's from Wisconsin. I am not from Wisconsin. Really is like a hurricane? I mean, we basically saw a hurricane in Wichita Falls, but in the severe weather realm instead. Thank you, Park Hill, for becoming a member. Any tornadoes today? We've had at least one near Seymour.
Gonna see a killer whale jump through the road here soon.
Keep Corey on the bottom middle of your screen. But yeah, again, major flooding over here in Wichita Falls. All right, back over in Henrietta, the rotation's gotten a little bit weaker over the last couple minutes, but we still have enough rotation to the point where we could get a tornado going up towards Ryan. Additionally, if you're back over near Temple, still some strong rotation moving off to the northeast, going towards Empire City and Comanche in Oklahoma. The tornado warning for those in Wichita Falls has now ended, and the same thing goes for the one along I-44 in Oklahoma. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they reissued a new tornado warning, because there is still rotation there. It's not as strong as before, but just west of I-44. Still enough rotation there for a tornado just west of Walters. And then in Petrolia, the rotation here has been broader and weaker over the last few minutes, but we could still get a tornado on that going towards Waurika. Shout out to Jason with the Venmo donation. I do appreciate that. It's back over. It looks like a lot of people are doing the smart thing, by the way, here in Wichita Falls and are turning around instead of going through the floodwaters. We've seen that now multiple times here. Turn around, don't drown if you're here in Wichita Falls or any of the surrounding areas where there could be flooding. So back to Storm Intermedia.
He's just closing the hole. He might be closing the hole.
The fire truck there. Hopefully people will not be going in this roadway. Thank you, Melanie, for becoming a member.
88.6 thousand subs. That's basically 1,000 new subscribers today, which is awesome. So thank you guys so much. Very confused about what's happening
right now. Rusty asks, is Duncan, Oklahoma currently, or should I shelter? Duncan, Oklahoma. You are gonna, I would honestly, you're not on the tornado warning, but I would still get to your safe place here in the next few minutes. The tornado threat will probably honestly exist up through Duncan, especially with our rotation being on the stronger side of things near Temple. But I do think even if you don't get a tornado warning or a tornado threat, there will be a potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour back up near Duncan. So at the minimum, there will be high winds that could knock down trees and power lines and all that sort of stuff. Got a little interesting supercell down here near Throckmorton, Texas. Mainly just a hailstorm, quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Going towards Olney and Newcastle. That should continue here for the next little while. Back over near San Angelo, we do actually have a severe storm all the way back down here in southwestern Texas near Merston, west of San Angelo. That is producing the threat for 60 mile per hour damaging winds, in addition to $half sized hail. So if you're in San Angelo, be ready for that. Also, look at this right here. I think these are bats that just took off near San Angelo. Look at that. That little ring that's going out from the radar. Got bats that are taking off out here in Texas. It's actually pretty common. You can see them on many different radar sites. Let me see if I can go back a little bit back down near San Antonio. And you can see right here, these are all bats that are taking off. So you can actually see that on radar, which is pretty cool. It happens near San Antonio all the time too. San Antonio is honestly crazy. Look at that right there. That's literally bats taking off near San Antonio. Boom. It's pretty crazy stuff. Even got like some red popping up here. The DBZ values go crazy on this. 40, 45. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern North Texas for Bowie, Nakona, and Munster. This is going to be for Cook and Montague counties. So 65 mile per hour damaging winds. And quarter-sized hail is possible. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Back over into the Ohio Valley, the severe weather threat has been definitely lower here as of lately. We're mainly talking about damaging wind potential with this line. Not seeing anything that's that severe, though, in Kentucky at this point. But back over near Charleston, in West Virginia, we are talking about at least some damaging winds moving through Charleston, Marmet near Madison, and just south of Spencer. Strong storms near Marietta, and then also a severe warning will continue here back over southwest of Canton near Berlin. That is mainly going to be for 60 mile per hour winds. They actually put a tornado possible label on this, but the rotation has been relatively broader here over the last few minutes near Berlin. And then the severe thunderstorm watch is now pretty much over across the Northeast, and the severe weather threat in general is pretty much over up there. Latest radar scan in Oklahoma still indicating at least a stronger area of rotation near Temple coming up towards Empire City and Duncan. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to heed the warning. Still strong area of rotation moving to the northeast. Going towards Comanche, Duncan, and Empire City. Thank you, Flip, for the super chat. Thank you, Chase, for becoming a member. Thank you, Aaron, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. This is back over to Corey Gherkin and Stormrunner Media with the flooding in Wichita Falls. We'll go back to Corey.
Mill is draining.
They're actually, oh yeah, they're draining the floodwater right now. That's interesting. You can actually see that happening. Little bubbles popping up. Hey, Johnny, for the super chat. From North Dakota.
Yep, storm drain. I just don't think they have enough storm drains is the problem. Every time it rains down here, it floods. Anywhere out here in Texas, New Mexico, rains like a half inch, flooded. Alright guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll be live again tomorrow. Before I don't even know what day it is. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Goes by Venmo. The Venmo, PayPal, all that stuff is in the description if you ever want to donate, but by no means is it required. Don't forget, by the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people.
It's pretty impressive how fast that water is going down.
Also, if you've been enjoying this stream and you want to have more weather content just like this, again, subscribing to the channel is one of the best ways to do so. You can also follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Links are down below. It's at MaxVelocityWX. Not that this is really relevant, but I will be officially a degreed meteorologist in 7 days. So we'll be able to call me eventually, here pretty soon. I'll be called Meteorologist Max Velocity. It's a crazy time to be alive. Let me fix this camera here. Back to radar, we still have a tornado warning coming up on Comanche and Empire City, going over towards Duncan. If you're in Duncan, Oklahoma, still stay weather aware here. No tornado as of now, but still strong rotation heading up towards your area over the next few minutes. Zoom out a little bit here. Thank you, Farrell, for the $50 super chat. Thank you for your excellent coverage. Here's something to keep you in sandwiches and fries during the long hours when you do this. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus, for becoming a member as well, and Mackenzie, Chase, John, all for becoming members of the channel. Durant overnight. Durant overnight should be mostly wind. There is a low tornado potential, and again, as Riley alluded to earlier, there could be a new watch that gets issued for this area at some point in the next couple hours, as this line of storms probably will continue to produce severe weather, even out towards McAllister. Pox with the $20 super chat asks if central Oklahoma is good for the night. I would say central Oklahoma is mostly strong storms, but I do think severe weather in terms of wind and hail is still possible. I think the tornado risk, generally speaking, should be on the low side of things up there. Here's our latest radar scan near Duncan, or just southwest of Duncan, Oklahoma. Still have a couplet about to cross over Highway 53 coming up on Empire City near Comanche. Could drop a tornado at any time. Can I go over tomorrow? We actually can go over tomorrow because I think the latest HRRR model run has come in. So, assuming that is correct, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. If that's not correct, then we are wrong. Okay, it has come in. Let's go over tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be another big day, I think. I think tomorrow actually could be a bit more significant tornado-wise than today. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member. So this is what the timing looks like for tomorrow. I'll go through the SBC outlook as well, but we're going to have a line of storms basically ongoing tomorrow morning with damaging winds and a few embedded tornadoes possible across parts of Oklahoma and North Texas. By the early afternoon hours, we'll have more storms, I think, initiate. Tomorrow is going to be a day where you have to watch very closely for trends in the morning. If this line of thunderstorms is ongoing pretty much all morning and afternoon, I think the tornado risk is going to struggle. However, if we end up seeing discrete cells fire in the afternoon hours like the HRRR model is showing, the tornado threat could be more elevated in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. If you look at the significant tornado parameter values around that same exact time where we have discrete cells, look at these values, 3, 4, 5 across the Dallas-Fort Worth area and just south of DFW. So I do think the potential here for some significant severe weather is going to be in play in North Texas tomorrow. I think our main area to watch for tornadoes will be around Dallas-Fort Worth. That's just how it's setting up for tomorrow. It's, again, going to depend more on if storms fire in this area properly and if the environment is unstable and we don't have a ton of storms in the morning that just kind of weaken our environment for the afternoon. So tomorrow looks like it could be a big day. I honestly don't know why we didn't get a 10% hatched in our outlook today. Nonetheless, I do think we're going to see a 10% tornado risk added to this area tomorrow, probably for a potential for strong tornadoes. This is the outline right now, so a slight risk in Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas. And then our tornado risk is a 5%. I think what will happen is that we'll probably see our 2% go a little bit further to the north for our morning threat, and then our 5% should stay here, a 10% probably down here, if I had to guess. But it might take some time. It's going to depend on it'll basically depend on our I cannot speak mesoanalysis in the morning tomorrow. That's what it's going to depend more on. And if the storms look like what we just saw in the HRRR tomorrow morning, then I think we'll continue to see an upgrade to our risk for tornadoes. Huge shout out to Aaron, Peter, Melanie, and Chelsea, all of the Venmo donations. I really appreciate it. Melanie says, great tornado coverage. I appreciate that. Also, Chelsea says, we relied on your coverage today when the storms were near Pittsburgh. Bad wind damage, but we are all safe. I'm glad that you guys are all safe up there. The wind was pretty crazy up there in Pittsburgh. 80-mile-per-hour winds over there. I honestly don't think this tornado warning near Ryan and Terrell will continue much longer. The tornado warning for Petrolia is about to end. Really, our most significant storm right now is in Oklahoma, just out to the southwest of Duncan. So again, potential tornado heading up towards Duncan, Oklahoma. Still a strong area of rotation. Couplet moving northeast. Thank you, PJ, Amber, for becoming members. And Rob, welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, if you're up in Duncan, continue to stay weather aware. Again, you don't have to be in your safe place right now if you're in Duncan, but you should probably get there in the next, like, 5 minutes. You're not really in the tornado warning yet, but the wind at the minimum is going to be a threat. I do think we'll get a new tornado warning for Duncan, Oklahoma here in a few.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, they have issued a new tornado warning. This is for Cotton, Comanche, and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. It'll pop up here in a second. It is, it's going to be for this storm since it ends in 3 minutes. All right, so now if you're in Duncan, you got to get to your safe place. Central and west side of Duncan. Marlowe's also included in this in Oklahoma. Strongest area of rotation is west of Comanche, heading up towards Highway 7. Near Duncan and Dixie Park. And Marlowe. This is going to be another rain-wrapped tornado if we get one. I mean, every tornado so far today has been rain-wrapped, so this one's probably going to be rain-wrapped too. Thank you, Shelia, for becoming a member. Our moderate velocity member. Thank you, Mindy, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And also, Kyle, thank you for the super chat. I'm taking a horse trailer to Ardmore, Oklahoma tomorrow. Will I be safe? Well, I mean, we're going to have damaging winds in the morning and potentially in the afternoon, too. Like, there's going to be 2 rounds of storms. So, just be weather aware. The wind threat is definitely the most concerning thing for the Ardmore area. What causes it to be rain wrapped? A lot of the time when we have high PWatt values, which is what we have here, a lot of the time when we have a lot of rain wrapping around a storm like what we do right now, especially with the convection out in front of out in front of our rotation, that basically is what we call rain wrapped, which is almost impossible to see in any circumstance. But basically, we have very high PWatt values, which means that there's a lot of rain falling, a lot of liquid coming out of the the sky essentially. So it makes it hard to even visually see a tornado. So that's basically what that means. Not all tornadoes are photogenic. I know every tornado that you've probably ever seen in your life, or almost every single one that you've seen, has been a big wedge or a big cone tornado or a rope or whatever it is. It looks really, you know, like it looks like a tornado, but like a lot of the time we do have rain-wrapped tornadoes too. Like it's not just the photogenic tornadoes. Whenever we have an environment where there's a lot of rain falling, high precipitation, lots of water in the atmosphere, that's all going to dump down. And basically, it's going to make it more rain-wrapped. So this is what we would usually call in the weather space as a high precip supercell, but it is more embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So I wouldn't really say it's a full-blown, you know, at least in like discrete storm. It's more of a linear mode here. I'll stay zoomed out here. Hey, Iron Queen for the super chat. Max doesn't do Canada. We actually were going to cover Canada today if we got any warnings that were tornadic. Canada's not doing as bad though right now. Looks like all the chasers are done for the night. All right, Riley is going to go ahead and take over for a minute. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was going to go ahead and just do a whole rundown of this entire system north to south, just because we've had so many people impacted by this today. So starting all the way up here in Maine and parts of Canada, we have a few scattered rain showers up here. None of these are expected to be severe. We do have a few more significant thunderstorms over here in Vermont and New York, but once again, none of these are associated with the severe thunderstorm warning right now. We could see a few gusty winds and small hail with this, but nothing too concerning. The further south we get, we're getting into a little bit more interesting convection, but once again, none of this is worthy of a severe warning or a special weather statement at this time. This is all just associated with the turbulence of our front as it's sort of moving through the area. Places like Pittsburgh, I know you got hit really hard earlier today. This system has basically completely dissipated now, and we have a few just general rain showers associated with the northern portion of an MCS that's going through to your south. You're not going to see any more extreme winds or hail like you saw earlier today. It is just going to be a little bit more precipitation there in Pittsburgh. This is our MCS that we have in here in parts of Kentucky and West Virginia right now. There's only a couple, well, now there's only one severe thunderstorm warning associated with this line, and that does include Charleston, West Virginia. This is going to work its way east over the next few hours before eventually dissipating. Kentucky, mostly the same story. The system's a little less significant in through here. We do still have a severe thunderstorm watch in these areas for a few more hours. However, this is going to expire pretty soon once the storm makes its way through. We have a little bit of a gap in our precipitation, a few showers here in parts of Tennessee, but nothing too significant or noteworthy going on there. Same story in Arkansas and Louisiana, but this is where we go back to Oklahoma and Texas, where we do have our active tornado warnings right now. This is still just a nice Boeing line segment. This is what we're going to see all throughout the night as it makes its way further off to the east. Reminder, we've said it a couple of times already, but going to point it out again. If you look over here, you can already see some scattered convection. Eventually, this is going to grow upscale as it moves into our severe thunderstorm watch and form another Boeing line segment. Nothing to be worried about yet, but that was going to be associated with our tornado threat tomorrow in Dallas and the region over there where we have that 5%, just because it is going to sort of be the final ingredient in actually convecting storms tomorrow. Ending it off all the way down here south near San Angelo, we do have one more severe thunderstorm warning just associated with some damaging wind gusts and hail. There should not be a tornado out of this, as the environment there is not favorable for tornadoes. However, still pay attention just in case.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update across the country. Back to our tornado warnings again in Texas and Oklahoma. We have a tornado warning coming up towards Duncan. The tornado warning southwest Orion. Not really much left here. Rotation again is on the broader side of things near Terrell and Ryan. If you're near Route 81, just heads up. Again, that's moving northeast off to the northwest of Nakona. Just outside of Duncan, our rotation is a little bit stronger here. All right, so this storm's still strong enough to produce a tornado heading up towards Marlow and Bray and Central High. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. All the storm chasers are done for the night. So we are back down to our normal cameras. But again, we will be keeping a close eye on any other cameras that are coming up. I think there's actually some up, and let me double check. There might be Oklahoma traffic cams up here. I have no clue. We have an entire program now that has like every camera, but Oklahoma is one of the states we don't have. There's cameras over in Lawton. Where's Lawton, Oklahoma? That's up here to the north. That's what it looks like right now in Lawton, Oklahoma on the Oklahoma traffic camera. Oh, okay. I click full screen on this. Oh, won't let me full screen. Oh, here it is. That's what it looks like right now in Lawton, Oklahoma. A lot of rain falling up here, mostly a wind threat in the Lawton area. Could see some localized flooding. And some of these areas around Wichita Falls and Lawton are pretty poor drainage areas. So, generally speaking, you know, there could be some flooding. I mean, we have flash flood warnings already in effect for both areas, one of which is in Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett, and the other one up near Lawton and Medicine Park. Dude just ran a red light, did he? I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention to that aspect. I guess that guy ran a red light. Just saw it happen in real time. All right, area of rotation right now is heading up into Duncan, Oklahoma. And this is your last chance here in Duncan to get to your safe place. I personally do not think there's a tornado in progress, but I do think, again, the rotation's at least strong enough to the point where we could have a tornado at any point as this moves northeast. Drivers in Lawton are pretty bad. That's what everybody says about every state. Every state, every city, there's always bad drivers. It's never good. No CC drop as of right now, by the way. Rofitz asks, any outlook or guess on the next EF5 or EF4 tornado this upcoming May? More Oklahoma resident here. Now, there's no science in guessing the intensity of a tornado in any given month. Like we could have any rating of a tornado. To be brutally honest, you know, back over in you know, just a few days ago, we had the wedge tornado back over in Nebraska. Like that was probably EF4 plus wind intensity at the minimum. But it got rated in EF2. Like the EF ratings are based off of damage, so it's almost impossible to guess like what damage we're gonna have next month in what town. It's hard enough to predict if we're gonna have tornadoes on a given day sometimes. Nonetheless, even predicting a month out if we're gonna have like an EF4, EF5 tornado, it's just unrealistic. So. West Virginia here. Any concern for Morgantown? We still have a line of storms east of Charleston, which will continue to produce some damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado. I'm not sure where Morgantown is. It's all the way up here. So Morgantown, you're probably not going to see, I would say, severe weather, but you should at least see some gusty winds. If for some reason there is severe weather, it should be mainly a damaging wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. Thank you, Johnny, for the super chat. Will Weatherford be okay tonight or tomorrow? I think tomorrow will be active. I don't know about Weatherford, but I do think tomorrow, generally, this is going to be our hot spot for potentially some tornadoes. Again, that could shift depending on what happens tomorrow morning. Weatherford's kind of in that area, so definitely stay weather aware. Tonight, I'm not too concerned about this line because it's going to stay off to your north. How tall am I? I am 8'7". Thank you, Audrey, for the Venmo donation, and Autumn for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. So, somebody on the Venmo donation was asking about my degree. You don't, for meteorology, you just need to get a bachelor's degree. Like, that's the lowest one. And so that's what I'm getting in about a week. You can go for your masters if you really want, or doctorates, but I'm not doing that, at least right now. Yeah, but asks about rotation near Decatur. No rotation near Decatur. It's just a little line of storms off to your northwest. Very low tornado risk back over near Bowie and Nakona. Very low tornado risk going up that direction. But generally, our tornado threat is mostly going to be with the storm near Duncan right now in Oklahoma. 8'7" is so cap. I need to find the receipts. Give me 1 second. If you guys don't believe me, give me one moment. Your mind is about to be blown. All right. You're right. He's 8'9". I'm not 8'9". Okay, Loki, where is this? I could have sworn I had it on Twitter. Yeah, right here. I'm not even. This is not Photoshop, by the way. This is literally what Google will tell you. Max velocity, social media personality and meteorologist, is 8'7". I'm not kidding. Like, I mean, the proof is there. Like, you can't even deny it. If Google says it, it's right. Hey, Cedric for the sewer chat. Will the storm system stay strong enough as it's Ada, Oklahoma? Or Ada? Ada will be mainly a wind threat overnight. Low tornado risk. By the way, that is not photoshopped. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you look it up on Google, it literally says it on Google. Which is actually hilarious. Bro, paid for that? I did not pay for that. No, it literally just... I don't know. It's just what pops up. We do have an update on our power outage situation. It's back over in Pennsylvania. We had a significant line of storms go through Pennsylvania today. We are up to 550,000 customers without power in the state of Pennsylvania. That's nearly 10% of the state that lost power today because of the damaging winds. Center County, Clearfield County, Cambria, Indiana, Jefferson, Armstrong, Westmoreland, Allegheny, and Washington counties. Crazy. Thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a member. New York has 27,000 customers. For West Virginia, 27,000. Ohio, about 70,000. Missouri is about 52,000. Michigan is about 24,000. We've had a lot of power outages today from our severe weather. Tornado warning does continue west of Duncan. Main area of rotations coming up towards Central High and Marlow, just west of Bray. Thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a member. Say Max is 5'10". I am not 5'10". As Google said, I am literally 8'7". Gotta believe everything Google tells you. This is the latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The risk of embedded tornadoes and severe winds continues across the tornado watch near Duncan, Ardmore, Gainesville, Graham. All those areas are included in this mesoscale discussion. The main concerns across this region will be large to very large hail, could be as high as 3.5 inches in diameter. Tornado threat still could have a strong tornado out of this segment, and then damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. They have actually included Denton in kind of a little bit of that mesoscale discussion, but I do think the storms should stay to the north and west of Denton. You know, we should make a t-shirt that says I am 8'7" on the back of it, and just have people walking around with that on their shirt. That'd be hilarious. Or if we have like somebody that's like, you know, 5'1", and they have it on the back of their shirt, I'm 8'7". That'd be so funny. I don't know why that sounds funny, but it just sounds funny. Latest radar scan still showing some rotation west of Duncan. The cluster of storms back off to the west is catching up to this, so I do think this thing's going to weaken here soon, but we do have at least enough rotation for this tornado warning to continue. Near Duncan, coming up on Marlow, going towards Bray and Central High. I'm 5'1" and I'd totally wear it. Honestly, it sounds like a fun idea. It sounds like a fun t-shirt. Or put it on the front of the shirt. What do you guys say? If we did a t-shirt like that, I'm 8'7" on the back or front of the t-shirt? When does Riley graduate? About a year. Thank you, Dipple, for the super chat. Max must drive a convertible. I do not drive a convertible. Convertible sounds fun though. I remember getting like a rental car convertible one time. They're pretty fun. Back. All right, we actually might make that shirt. I don't know if we're gonna do it today, but we'll at least have it at some point. Thank you, Yo Chill, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Looks like it's moving towards Durant. Well, this line of storms is all moving towards Durant. It's an entire mesoscale convective system that's all bowing out, moving right towards Durant, Oklahoma, and Ardmore. Right now, the main concern across this line is damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. There's again a chance for a tornado with the storm near Duncan. And the tornado threat should continue even into the night, too. Also, this storm near Olney, even though it looks like it could produce a tornado, it shouldn't. At least for now, it's mostly just hail and wind. Not seeing much of a tornado risk there. Low chance of a spin-up tornado going towards Nakona. Any more golf matches coming up this summer? Not currently. I mean, Riley is gonna... We're probably gonna golf this summer, but I'm not gonna do a stream for it. We are going to be, we're literally, I mean, I've already kind of mentioned this, but we are literally going to be moving our entire weather studio. So it's going to be a whole new setup. We have a lot more monitors and computers that are going to be in place. It's going to be a crazy studio in a few months. We currently have 5 monitors that I'm actively have here. We'll be up to 12, I think, in about 3 months or so. Thank you, Wag, for the super chat. I think this will stay intense into Shawnee area. I'm a military and have family in there. Shawnee, I think, will be mostly just strong storms. There's a low chance of isolated severe weather. Damaging winds will be the main concern up there. This is what it looks like in Oklahoma City right now. We do have a strong line of storms coming in right now. Mainly just going to be gusty winds. Nothing here that looks like it's going to be producing a tornado or anything like that. Should be mostly just gusty winds. Tornado warning rotation has been getting weaker over the last few scans near Oil City. They'll probably continue the warning for at least a few more minutes. Probably be canceled in like 5 or 6 minutes, if I had to guess. I only have 3 screens in my command center. Well, most people aren't crazy like me trying to get 3 monitors. Or not 3 monitors, 12 monitors. We're going to probably have 12. You only do 4 per computer, so we're already kind of... We're not maxed out right now, but we'll be maxed out on 2 computers, and we'll have to get a 3rd one. Shout out to Mares for becoming a maximum velocity member. Pittsburgh is good for tonight. Pittsburgh is done. No, I don't know about done, but you're pretty much done. Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, Pittsburgh is basically done. There's another round of storms coming, but this is just going to be strong storms. Nothing really severe about this. So Pittsburgh's good. But some gusty winds, some lightning will be possible. We still have severe weather ongoing in West Virginia. It's mainly damaging winds right now near Clenendon, east of Charleston, going towards Craigsville and Weston. That will probably be weakening over the next hour. And then also the storms across the board in eastern Kentucky are mostly just strong. Not really much severe weather happening here. Raindrops look really weird there. Back to Texas and Oklahoma. Again, really the biggest threat at this point is Texas and Oklahoma. It's where the majority of our weather is popping. this line of storms. Thank you, Edward, for the super chat. Do you think these storms will start to weaken before they get into northwest Arkansas overnight? They should be, yeah. They should be weaker by the time they get to Arkansas. Tomorrow, a little bit better of a chance of some damaging winds and a low tornado risk. Thank you, Kayla, for the super chat. When will Decatur see storms? Decatur is not far from seeing storms. It's still probably... I mean, if you saw storms, it would have to be this stuff here, and it's currently staying to your north. So I would say if you're in Decatur, which is... I believe Wise County, Texas. You're probably not going to see much here. They should stay to your north. But if for some reason you see storms, damaging winds is the main concern. Low tornado risk. Thank you, Stephen, for the 10 months. They have just issued a new flash flood warning for Canadian, Oklahoma, Cleveland, Logan, McLean, and Grady counties. That is basically all of the Oklahoma City metro that has just been included into a new flash flood warning. That is radar indicated. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX for rapid fire updates on weather. Also, you can join our Discord server. The link is in the description. I recommend you check that stuff out. Thank you, Donna, for the super chat. I appreciate that. We have one injury being reported from earlier today. A tree is down on a mobile home with significant damage back over in Clifton Springs, New York. There's one injury being reported there from a tree down on a mobile home. There's also another injury being reported in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. A tree fell onto a car, which injured an occupant. That is back over, again, in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. So at least 2 injuries from today's threat of severe weather. We do need to continue to keep a close eye on the storm near Nakona. I do think this is mainly going to be a wind risk, but with the way it's setting up right now, we do have a little bit of an inflow going to the north side of the storm, kind of into the north side of the storm, just east, west. I can't speak directions. West of Nakona. A little bit of an inflow. Looks kind of similar to what we had earlier, so I wouldn't rule out a tornado threat with this in the near term, heading more in the direction of really far northern North Texas, so northern Cook County, central northern parts of Monte County, and then eventually tracking into southern Oklahoma just south of Ardmore. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The tornado warning for Duncan continues for 9 more minutes, but again, I think this will probably be canceled. I'll have to keep an eye on whatever's happening here near Comanche. I don't really think that's really rotation, but we definitely have some strong winds right now near Comanche on the back side of this line. Hey, Brooke, for the super chat, Tulsa has loud thunder and lightning right now. Got a couple storms up here. Nothing crazy up here near Tulsa. A couple strong storms. That's really about it. Any Remos for becoming a member? Got a flood report coming out of Lawton, Oklahoma. There's flash flooding occurring at multiple locations in Lawton along Southwest Lee and 11th Streets. So heads up, there's flash flooding up there. We've had flash flooding also reported in the Wichita Falls area, which it sounds like a lot of that has now at least gone away, but keep an eye out on the roadways if you're traveling around Wichita Falls. Localized flooding will continue over the next few hours in these areas. How tall am I? Again, I'm 8'7". We've already been over this. Anything possible in Southwest Missouri tomorrow or tonight? Not really much tonight. I'll go through the future radar on Omega here, just so you guys get an idea. This is all the southern plains. So this is by late tonight. Line of storms moves towards Springfield, Tulsa, northwest Arkansas. Another line of storms will form, as Riley alluded to earlier, back over in western Texas. This will be a line of storms that continues into tomorrow morning with mainly damaging winds, but embedded tornadoes are possible in this line around and just south of Oklahoma City. And then by the late morning into the early afternoon, this line of storms will continue to push to the east through Bartlesville, Tulsa, just to the south of Springfield. And then eventually by tomorrow afternoon and evening, a new threat for very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are possible in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in North Texas, where a strong tornado threat is also going to be a possibility. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The line of storms will continue throughout 8, 9 o'clock, moving through Little Rock. It'll continue all the way back down west of Shreveport. And eventually by the early morning hours on Thursday, this line will fizzle out, and then our next round of severe weather will be on Thursday, which honestly, Thursday does not look as concerning as it could be. I'm going to quickly go to our future radar on pivotal weather so you can see a little bit better. Thank you, Claire, for upgrading to or becoming a moderate velocity member. But this is what our low pressure system looks like here over the next few days. So this is what it looks like as we go into Wednesday and Thursday. So Wednesday, a little weak low pressure system moving over the Rockies. By Thursday, this moves into the Ohio Valley as a pretty weak storm. It will eventually bring a little bit of severe weather. Should be pretty, messy in my opinion across this area. And then by Friday, that moves out. Saturday, Sunday look pretty good. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we could see severe weather return in the Great Plains. It's a little uncertain what we'll be seeing on Tuesday or Wednesday, but that's an area, that time frame to watch for. And then the GFS model has a tropical storm forming near Louisiana about 1.5 weeks from now, which is probably not happening, by the way, but that is something I've not seen on a model in a long time. I guess we're back into we're back into hurricane season here soon by seeing random GFS model runs showing hurricanes or tropical storms, because apparently the GFS model wants a hurricane. Or tropical storm, excuse me. The European model does not show that, by the way. Just an FYI. That is kind of wild, I'm not going to lie. The shenanigans are back. All right, tornado warning ends in 4 minutes. Still keeping a close eye on the storm near Comanche. There is a little bit of rotation here going towards Velma. I don't think it'll get tornado warned at any point soon, but something to keep an eye on. All these storms mostly along the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma. GFS is drunk again, pretty much. I live in Iowa. Thanks for the coverage yesterday. No problem. Thank you, Patrick, for the super chat. Thank you, Yuria, for the $5 Venmo. How are things looking in Stamford, Texas tonight? Let me see where Stamford is. Thank you, Brooke, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How's Cheese Girl doing? She is currently sleeping in the cat tower next to me. Stamford's fine for the next few hours. Again, we'll have another round of storms developing late tonight into early morning tomorrow. That'll try to move into your area with mainly a damaging wind threat. And Blazin is asking about Stratford, Oklahoma. You're in the path of at least a damaging wind threat. There will be a low tornado risk with this line as it continues to push towards Ada, Ardmore, the I-35 corridor just south of Oklahoma City. Do I use Instagram Reels, TikTok, or YouTube Shorts? Well, if you're talking about like if we upload on those, we do upload TikToks, Instagram Reels, and Facebook, I think. And then if you're asking about what I watch, I usually just watch Instagram Reels. Our warning for Cook County and Montague County was upgraded. It is now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Bowie. This is a considerable damage threat. That'll be moving in the direction of Thackerville, Marietta, Leon, in southern Oklahoma, just outside of Gainesville. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. Please tell my grandson Carter that it is safe in Massillon, Ohio. I think it is safe. Let me just double check. Yeah, the storms are already past you. You're good. Storms are well off to your east, and they're not even severe. They're just strong. So you are chilling. You are chilling. Tulsa gonna get anything? Mostly just strong storms for Tulsa tonight. Getting some pretty good lightning right now over at Centerdy Ranch in German, Texas, bottom right of your screen. Good amount of lightning out of the storm that is just off to the north and west of that camera. This is our storm here, only a little bit more discreet, but mainly just hail and wind. And then our line of storms off to the north, which is producing more of a significant wind threat right now. Thank you, Emily, for the super chat. How's Abilene, Texas looking tonight and tomorrow? Abilene, Texas tonight should be okay. Again, a few strong storms in your area. Tomorrow, early morning, there will be a line of storms that'll pass to your north, might impact Abilene. And then afternoon and evening shouldn't be too shabby. I don't expect a whole lot of severe weather, honestly, in Abilene tomorrow, other than the morning. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We are 2 members away today from having 100 members on today's stream. Am I going live tomorrow? I think so. We should be live tomorrow. Probably be live for, it won't be, I don't think it'll be as long as today unless things really take a turn, but we'll be live tomorrow, like late afternoon, evening. I highly doubt we're live any earlier than like 2 or 3 o'clock. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lindsay, Pauls Valley, just outside of Ardmore near Duncan, Oklahoma. Velma, Tatum's, Katy, you're all included in this. This will be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. And our overlay is broken. Nice. Okay, it's broken again. Guess you guys get to see behind the scenes of it. There we go. Overlay was broken. But yeah, 70 mile per hour damaging winds. And there is a tornado possible label on the segment of storms where we could see some embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. If we didn't have an overlay, this stream would be looking terrible. Tornado warning has ended, by the way, for Duncan. So if you're in Duncan, you are good to get out of your safe place. We are still watching an area of rotation south of Duncan. It is pretty weak overall. It's going towards Velma, right near Highway 7, going towards Tatum's and Katy. Thank you, Cynthia, for becoming a member. And also shout out to Kat with a gifted membership. Henrietta will not probably see much more until like 3 to 4 a.m. Damaging winds will be the main concern. Ben says in Elgin, Oklahoma, northwest of Lawton, the power is flickering a bunch. Deaths from I cannot read. Deaths from dude, I cannot speak. From flooding this week in Lawton have had a bunch of people on edge. Thank you for the coverage. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, unfortunately, the flooding has been pretty significant, not just in Lawton. We've even had it in Wichita Falls tonight. So hopefully people are all right. Thank you, Cecilia, for becoming a member. Also, Arkansas, thank you for the super chat. Take this and buy you a beer for all that hard work. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully after the end of this week, I can relax at least a little bit for this weekend. Graduation is coming up in about a week. Thank you, Brandon, for the 20 gifted members again. W's in the chat for Brandon. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Brandon in the chat. I really appreciate that, Brandon. W's in the chat for Brandon once again. And thank you, Mateo, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And also Kurt, thank you for becoming a member. And Mad Panner for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Max, please say Puxawanatani. That's the best I can do right now. I need to listen to somebody saying it, and then I can get it. Thank you, Beth, for the super chat. Did Max just glitch? No.
Nope, no glitch here. Just a smooth response. Thanks for the super chat, though. Anything else you want to chat about?
That's not what I wanted you to do. Can you pronounce Puxawanatani in Pennsylvania, please?
Sure thing. It's pronounced Muxahenatani. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to hear.
All right.
Awesome. Anything else? Just let me know.
All right. I'm kind of creeped out now. I didn't think it was going to talk to me while I was doing the super chat. Bro, I was just trying to ask for the pronunciation. That was it. I don't even know what she said anymore. I'm not gonna lie. Or it. I don't even know what it is. Oh man. Got a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Kona still. It's been pretty broad, mainly wind. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Congratulations on getting your meteorology degree. Got my 500k hat and 1 million sub hat, number 92. Thank you so much. Enjoy your streams. Appreciate what you do and helping people. I appreciate that. It's awesome. You got number 92 as well. Also, thank you, MJ, for becoming a member. Will your school provide a link for graduation? I have no clue. I'm not going to lie. But once again, I'm not going to stream it just because of, again, privacy. I don't want people to just know where I'm graduating and then, like, people just show up, if you know what I mean. So, we're going to keep it on the low, I think. It's the way I want to do it. I do not have a girlfriend. That was not my girlfriend talking, for the record. Thank you, Devon, for the super chat. How does Wichita look tonight? Or are we talking about Wichita, Kansas? Wichita, Kansas should be all right. I don't think anything's happening up there. The severe weather risk doesn't even include Wichita, Kansas. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather for this entire area. Keep in mind, another line of storms will form overnight tonight, which actually is one of the reasons why they've left a more elevated risk for severe weather in place here across western Texas. And don't forget, one of our storms earlier today produced 4-inch sized hail. We actually had 2 storms produce 4-inch sized hail earlier. Matthew Capucci also reported 5-inch sized hail, which is DVD sized hail. And this might be the craziest report we've had today. 106 mile per hour winds in Seymour, Texas at about 8 o'clock this evening, or about 7 o'clock Central Time this evening. Crazy stuff. How's it going, Tyler? Thank you for your service. Durant estimated time of arrival. With these storms moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour, I think. Let me double check. Moving 30 miles per hour. 50 miles per hour, 40. It's about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these storms are moving east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. I do think Durant is probably going to get hit by this in about 1.5, 2 hours. So right now it's about 9:35, so probably around 11:30 or so would be my guess. 11:30 for the Durant area. If you're in Denton County, again, it's very hit or miss. I think the chances of you seeing a storm tonight are like 25-30%. But if you were to see one, it would probably be sometime after midnight. This is the main storm right now in Texas, and it's heading towards Munster and Gainesville with 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Really not a whole lot of rotation here, but there's a little bit over Nocona, so we're keeping an eye on that. Back over in Oklahoma, there is still a little bit of rotation near Velma and Duncan. So still a couple areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. Thank you, Jonathan, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Cynthia, for the super chat. How does Ardmore look tonight? Ardmore is dealing with damaging winds. That's the main concern, maybe even an isolated tornado. And Letty is asking about Chico, Texas. Chico is probably not going to see anything, but if you saw anything, damaging winds, the main concern. The storm should stay to your north. Thank you, Andrew, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Fort Worth? I think Fort Worth is fine tonight. Tomorrow, though, definitely be weather aware. We will be live tomorrow, I think, for at least some time. I don't know why we won't be live tomorrow, because tomorrow does look more elevated. So we should be live tomorrow with coverage. Could have a severe weather outbreak in Texas. It's entirely possible. But definitely be ready for that. But I think we'll be live tomorrow. Tornado threat, again, looks elevated. Here's your tornado risk for tomorrow. It's a large Easter egg that's kind of sidewards. We got a 5% tornado risk across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Back over northeast Texas near Texarkana, west of Hot Springs, in southeastern Oklahoma. Near Waco, east of Abilene. A few tornadoes are likely tomorrow, in my opinion. I do think we'll get a 10% hatch tornado risk, and if we were to get one, again, I think it's going to be this area, where we could see strong tornadoes tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Diane, for the super chat. Congratulations on your degree, and thank you for being a productive member of society. I appreciate that. Thank you, Diane, for the super chat. Oklahoma City Metroplex, mainly going to be just strong storms. We got a line rolling through Oklahoma City right now, but nothing severe here. The leading edge of the line is moving right through the downtown area of Oklahoma City, pushing into Moore, Norman, Edmond, eventually going towards Chandler, Shawnee, Takasuma, Takumsa. I'm so bad pronouncing names tonight. It's actually terrible. How do you pronounce Takasuma in Oklahoma?
It's pronounced Takasuma. Let me know if you want to hear any other pronunciations.
Takasuma. Takusuma. I think that's still too long.
Got it. Actually pronounced Takusuma. Thanks for the heads up.
Okay, bro. I don't need you to keep talking. Check on Riley. Riley's working on assignments. He's still in college. He has to actually do stuff. Check Louisville. Louisville's good. Louisville's good for tonight. Tomorrow's a different story. Pennsylvania storms. Just strong storms, nothing severe. Storms are coming up on Pittsburgh again, but again, these are not going to be severe. Just some gusty winds of like 40 to 50 miles per hour are the main concerns. East of Charleston, West Virginia, we still have damaging winds moving into Craigsville, heading towards Snowshoe and Mill Creek. 60 mile per hour damaging winds, the main concern across our line. Near Pikeville and Hazard in Kentucky, strong storms rolling through this area. Nothing severe as of right now. Tennessee, looking pretty quiet. We actually have a couple storms out there in Tennessee, but nothing severe. See if we can get the Henderson camera on here. I don't think that one's even on Omega, or on here yet. But Decatur. We'll get Decatur on here. Decatur County. Let's do that. Oh, never mind. I guess we won't. Let's go back over to Oklahoma. Still seeing a pretty big surge of damaging winds heading into Tatum's, Katy, eventually going towards Wynwood. This is still producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour in southern Oklahoma. Not seeing really any rotation on that area of storms. If any rotation, it's pretty weak. Should be mainly damaging winds for right now. We're keeping an eye on any tornado risk that might pop up here. Thank you, Allie, for the super chat. Lawton in Fort Sill area here. I want to thank you for doing what you do. My 5-year-old and I are currently watching and you're making him feel safer with your reports. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate the $10 super chat. And thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Chance of hail in the second line of storms coming towards Wichita Falls. I need to check our shop. It's in the floodplain. I don't think Wichita Falls is going to see any hail. We have a storm down to your south, but this is not coming to Wichita Falls. This is mainly just a hailstorm. But again, not going to Wichita Falls. It's staying down to your south. $50 size tail, 60 mile per hour winds, the main concern out of that area of storms, or that storm in particular. Thank you, Claire, for the super chat. Is an underground parking garage a safe place to go into a tornado? I mean, if it's underground, that's underground's good. I don't know what the actual structure integrity of it is, but it's underground, you're good. Thank you, Wicked, for the generous $20 super chat. Also, shout out to Bailey with a very generous $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Bailey. I appreciate the thorough and level-headed coverage. I appreciate that. Yeah, unless it floods. I mean, that is true. If it floods in the parking garage, then it's chalked. But no, if it's like an underground parking garage, it actually is not a bad place to be in most cases. I going to Formula One? I don't even watch Formula One. I barely knew about Formula One until like a year ago. I mean, I'm pretty involved in sports, or not involved, but I watch a lot of sports. You know what's funny? I got Popeyes from DoorDash or whatever. And I just dropped fries everywhere. They actually gave me 2 sides of fries. I just had one. They gave me another one. So I guess it's for leftovers or something. And they gave me a straw, by the way. Which is crazy. On DoorDash. Thank you, Grayson, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Has there ever been an athletic weatherman? I have no clue. There has to be. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm that athletic, but probably is a few out there. Or Popeye's fries honestly hit tonight. I'm not gonna lie. They hit different today. Hey, Haley, for the super chat. Haley, I don't know what you're talking about. In Burke Burnett, I think they're fine. Just a video or a stream of the house. This is back over in Oklahoma City right now. Let me try to get the camera on here. So it looks like right now in downtown Oklahoma City. I know, oh, that is the wrong screen. What the heck am I looking at here? Clicking all the wrong buttons right now. This is a look. We're not on a tornado warning, but this is a look at Oklahoma City right now. On the east side. Little live shot. Again, the storms moving in Oklahoma City are not severe. They're just strong with some gusty winds. Some rain coming down, some localized flooding as possible. We got a McDonald's in the shot here. Got some gas station up there. Brian's something. I don't know what that is. It's on the east side of Oklahoma City. Yeah, Oklahoma City, again, I know we have some people watching from there. It's just strong storms right now. Nothing to be concerned about. This could intensify as we go into the overnight hours as it goes towards Shawnee and McAllister, but it's not severe as of right now. Got a large area of wind that is heading towards Pauls Valley and I-35 right now, just to the west of Ardmore. So that's a continuing risk of severe weather. With 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible going towards Pauls Valley. And then back over near Bowie and Gainesville, we still have an ongoing damaging wind threat. I do think the tornado risk with this area of storms is pretty low at this point, near Nakona and Munster. But 70-mile-per-hour winds should continue. Quarter-sized tail is also possible. They don't even have a tornado possible label on this anymore, so I do think the tornado risk is not very concerning anymore with our North Texas storms, at least for now. But again, tomorrow will be a different story. I think tomorrow will be pretty active here across the Texas and Oklahoma regions with potentially some tornadoes going to be in play tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Mackenzie, for the super chat. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. How is Sherman, Texas looking tonight? Should be mainly a damaging wind risk, assuming that this line here continues to push towards Gainesville. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is the main concern. Low risk of hail. The tornado risk also is fairly low at this point. Also, thank you, Megan, for the super chat. Looks like this is heading right towards us at Lake Texoma. I don't know where that is. Lake Texoma. Where's Lake Texoma located? I don't have it on the search bar here. William, this is actually kind of an interesting question. So, William's asking, what would you do if you're in a tornado emergency and a flood emergency? It's actually more about your discretion. It's kind of hard to actually pick where you would go for that. You would probably want to go to the lowest floor possible, if there's a legit tornado coming, but it's honestly more up to you and what you think is safer for you. So that's actually more discretionary. There's really no right answer. It really just depends on your situation. North of Dallas. Oh, Sherman and Whitesboro. Is that right here? If it's somewhere up in here, I mean, I just answered the question with the Sherman area. Damaging wind should be the main concern. A tree down injured a mother and child in Toronto. That is not what you want to hear. We've had multiple injury reports from trees falling down, even in the United States too, back over near Pittsburgh and a few other locations as well. Haley with the super chat says, my mom was like, OMG, do these people know that they have a weather camera pointing at their house? Oh, yeah, I have no clue, honestly. It's always been like that. I don't know if it's that, I don't know if that's their house or it's somebody else's. I have no clue. Hey, Clay for the super chat. Is Duncan gonna get some hail? Duncan's already done until like early tomorrow morning. There will be another round of storms that fires off here pretty soon in West Texas. It hasn't done so yet, but we're gonna get another line of storms here in the next few hours. This is what it's going to look like in just a couple of hours. This is about 1, 2 o'clock. Another line of storms will try to fire off out here in West Texas. This will organize by early tomorrow morning. Mainly a damaging wind risk across the Oklahoma and North Texas regions. Low tornado risk. And then by tomorrow afternoon, things could get pretty messy here across North Texas. Perhaps a few tornadoes being possible if this line of storms can move out fast enough. I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. I'm not entirely sure yet. We should have a video tomorrow morning. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure yet. But as a reminder, if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. I think we'll have a video tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really know, though. It's a severe weather threat for tomorrow. Let's talk about our severe weather threat a little bit for tomorrow here. When is Shawnee going to get severe storms? Shawnee will get severe storms, and it will probably be within the next hour. Or sorry, maybe not severe, but at least strong storms. The line of storms is just east of Oklahoma City. That's coming up on Shawnee and Takasuma. Shawnee. If you're Shawnee, there will be a threat of at least some gusty winds, some lightning, some heavy rain, maybe a low-end threat for damaging winds, but that's really about it for Shawnee. There's a severe thunderstorm watch up there for another hour. For tomorrow's threat of severe weather, once again, we do have a slight risk of severe weather in place. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, where our most elevated risk of severe weather will be. Marginal threat of severe weather includes parts of the Ohio Valley and back into the southern plains, where damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes are likely. Our greatest tornado threat is in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And this will be mainly during the afternoon hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're in this area. Again, we're going to be live at some point tomorrow. I don't know when, but we'll be live probably sometime in the later afternoon or evening covering this threat of severe weather. We will have a line of storms in the morning, but I don't think we're going to be up and early for that, honestly. It's just really early in the morning for me. Thank you, Haley, for the super chat. How's Maysville, Oklahoma looking? Maysville, mainly 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't really see much of a tornado risk right now, but the wind threat's about to be entering into Maysville, Pauls Valley, Purcell, coming up near Lindsay. And I-35. Kyle says, thanks for the dinner idea. My fiance made me go out and get Popeyes after you mentioned it. Love the stream, by the way, from Southwest Missouri. I'm telling you, we need a Popeye sponsorship now. Thank you, N25, for the becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. What about hail for Ardmore and Marietta? I don't think we're going to see much hail. I mean, there's a risk of quarter-sized hail, but I don't think we're going to really see much hail out of these storms. If this storm can go a little bit further north, which right now it's going more due east, but if it went more to the north towards Ardmore, I wouldn't be surprised with the quarter-sized hail. This storm up here near Lindsay, I highly doubt we have really any hail with this thing. It's probably just mostly damaging winds. And this thing's still spinning. I mean, we definitely have damaging winds coming up towards the Pauls Valley area in Lindsay and as well as Maysville. So damaging winds should continue across the board here in southern Oklahoma. Thank you, Invisible, for the super chat. Does this pay for your Popeyes meal? Popeyes, after DoorDash and tip and all that, was like $28. So it's ridiculous how much they charge on there. But I also tipped well. Thank you for the hours of entertainment and valuable information from the PA and MD line back over in Pennsylvania and Maryland. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the super chat, Invisible. Appreciate that. What size tornadoes are you thinking for Dallas, Fort Worth, particularly Aledo? I don't think we're going to see any tornadoes tonight in Dallas, Fort Worth. But tomorrow, if we have tornadoes, there's a chance of a strong tornado. It's very well in play with our environment tomorrow. Thank you, Milkman, for the 2 months from Ontario, Canada. Will Northwest Arkansas be okay tonight? Northwest Arkansas, bro. Northwest Arkansas should be all right. Tip well is a good feeling. I agree. It is a good feeling. Especially for good service. Risk in Nakona. Nakona is mostly going to be damaging winds, and honestly, they actually, I think, just canceled the severe warning here. Initially, we're supposed to see damaging winds there in Nakona, but we no longer have a warning there. So I don't think Nakona is going to actually see anything severe. However, there's a storm behind it that's going to produce maybe a little low-end threat for some hail and wind. Very low tornado risk out of that storm as of right now. Shout out to Mira with the $25 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. And Mira says, thank you for the great coverage. I appreciate that. We are in Lawton, Oklahoma, or we are flooding in Lawton, Oklahoma, same area as Saturday. Now, unfortunately, there are flooding reports coming out of Lawton. I think that we have some cameras that are looking at the flooding. Let me try to pull one up. There are a few traffic cams in Oklahoma, or in this area of Oklahoma, that were looking at some flooding, I think. Not really. I mean, this might be flooding. I can't really tell what this is. Let me full screen this. Yeah, right here. This is actually a live shot on one of the Oklahoma traffic cameras. And they actually have road closed right here, I believe for flooding, if I'm not mistaken. Or unless it's just a new road going in. That looks... I can't really tell, honestly. I don't know if that's flooded or not. I think that might just be closed for some other reason. Anybody know from Lawton what this is? Is this closed for flooding or something? Or is this just closed for no reason? Or for, like, construction, I mean. Thank you, Evan, for the super chat. I live in West Jefferson, North Carolina. What's the deal with our weather pattern this year in North Carolina? We are extremely dry. Usually a couple gnarly storms in the mountains this time of the year. We've had a large ridge over there. Really, our weather pattern recently has been something like this. We have a high pressure system over here that's been pretty dominant, and a low pressure system over here. Basically, that's generally our weather pattern. It's not like this, but that's basically what we're seeing. And so a lot of our weather over the last few weeks has been storm systems literally just coming over the Rockies, while high pressure is dominating over here on the east. Now, as we go into next week, it'll be a little bit different. We should have a little bit more rain in the southeast. I don't think we'll see much severe weather, but we should see a different weather pattern where high pressure is dominating at the surface level across parts of the Midwest and back into the Ohio Valley. And on the other hand, our threat of, like, you know, severe weather and stuff like that will pretty much be lower for most of the United States. But I do think there will at least be a couple days next week that we see some severe weather that might be live streamable. Also, thank you, Clayton, for the super chat. Congratulations on the upcoming graduation. I appreciate that. I'm in South Florida, but I watch you every time you go live. Thank you for all you do. Good night, everyone. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nala, and have a great night. Thank you for the super chat. If you are just tuning in, we still have a mesoscale convective system moving across Oklahoma and Texas, mainly damaging winds right now, south of Oklahoma City. Low tornado risk still exists. Again, if we were to get a tornado, the main area to watch for would be near Lindsay, Maysville, and Pauls Valley. There is still a tornado possible label on this area of storms. The line is moving to the northeast towards I-35, going towards Pauls Valley. Severe thunderstorm warnings do continue near Henrietta, north of Olney. Mainly for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, even a little bit of half-dollar-sized hail as well. Hey, Golf for the Super Chat. How severe do you think the tornadoes will be tomorrow for Fort Worth? Just trying to prepare. It's going to depend on what happens tomorrow morning. Like, it's literally going to be contingent on our morning convection. If the convection is all out there tomorrow morning, it's really messy and it stabilizes our atmosphere in the afternoon, we probably will not see much of severe weather, like in terms of tornadoes. But if it's a lot less active, meaning we don't have as many storms out there, in the morning hours in North Texas, I do think a tornado, like maybe a localized tornado outbreak is possible. Now that you graduated, are you getting a job with the Weather Channel or leaving the channel? I am staying here. We're not going anywhere. Still doing YouTube. What time do you think for DFW? This will not impact DFW tonight. Our only threat for Dallas-Fort Worth will be tomorrow, like late morning and as well as into the afternoon. So we got a decent area of just broad rotation right now near Lindsay. It's just a large area. Mainly damaging winds kind of circling around this area near Lindsay. Almost like a mesoscale convective vortex here over in southern Oklahoma. All right, sorry. Thank you, Andre, for the super chat. How much longer are you going to be live? I don't know. We're just here. Thank you, Keith, for the super chat. How's Bowie looking for the next storm around 1 a.m.? I mean, the next storm is not even 1 a.m. It's like within the next 20 minutes. We got another storm coming right into Bowie. But not really much with this. I think the main concern, again, being some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, which is this storm, for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The one near Archer City is half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, south of Wichita Falls. That one's also going towards Bowie, by the way. So Bowie's going to see even more severe weather. We also got another severe warning back over in West Virginia. This line of storms is still chugging along back over near Craigsville and Snowshoe, producing some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk anymore in West Virginia. Same thing goes for Kentucky. If we were to get another tornado tonight, it would probably be in Oklahoma. Hey, Steeler Nation, for the super chat. Thank you for all that you do from here. Or I cannot read. Thank you for all that you do here from all of us here in the Steel City. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generous super chat. Hey, Chris, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Alexis, for the super chat. Is Springfield, Missouri in the clear from high winds the next couple of days? I think you guys will be all right the next couple of days. There will be some strong storms, possibly tomorrow, but it should be a low-end threat. Thank you, Bodie, for the super chat. How about Overbrook, Oklahoma? Overbook, Oklahoma. Should be mainly just some damaging winds, maybe a low hail threat. The line of storms has broken up a little bit here just west of Ardmore, so there might not be a whole lot of wind threat at this point, but damaging winds would be the main concern. Pride Arnold's going towards Dallas-Fort Worth. He is traveling that direction. I think most of the chasers stayed up there in Wichita Falls tonight from what I've seen. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. As I mentioned before, West Virginia is still going. Elkins Mill Creek, Snowshoe, just outside of Parsons. 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming up. And stay away from windows. Trees could fall down. Power lines could also fall down in this area. How's Northwest Arkansas looking? I think Northwest Arkansas is chilling. I think you guys are chilling over there. Some isolated damaging winds overnight tonight. I know our thumbnail's really big, by the way, I mean, that's literally all the places that we saw severe weather today. But again, really at this point, the greatest threat of severe weather is down here in Oklahoma and Texas, and maybe western Arkansas late tonight, and then also back over here in the West Virginia area. This line of storms should fall apart once it gets over the Appalachian Mountains going into Virginia. The storms really should fall apart in the next couple hours, but this line will keep going for a little bit. Our marginal risk of severe weather does cut off here pretty soon. So not much longer until this line just kind of fizzles as it gets closer to Harrisonburg and Roanoke. But damaging winds will continue, I think, for the next hour. Sherman getting ready for bed? Yeah, you can go to bed in Sherman. I mean, you guys are honestly probably fine for most of North Texas. These are the main storms we keeping an eye on, though. Hail and wind continuing, low tornado risk. I think the tornado threat, though, generally speaking with this activity is pretty much zero. But I honestly still think if we were to get another tornado, it would probably be in Oklahoma. These storms are definitely looking interesting. Looks like a little mesoscale convective vortex up here. Thank you, Clay, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Hey, Tyler, for the super chat. I don't know, bro. It's a camera. It's looking at somebody's yard. Can Armor to go to bed? Yeah, you can go to bed in Armor. Just have ways to receive warnings. You know, like this morning, I think a lot of people are caught off guard in Southwest Missouri. We end up having a bunch of damaging winds, and we even had, a few tornadoes in and around the Springfield area in Southwest Missouri this morning. It literally came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody really expected it. So this was some of the hail that Matthew Capucci from my radar measured earlier. 4.73 inches in diameter. That is crazy. Back over to the west of, or north of Abilene. I think it was west of Seymour. That's massive. Massive. That's basically DVD-sized hail. That is crazy. I will retweet that photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That is bananas. Thank you, Dale, for the super chat. Our go-to meteorologist retired from KLTV. I only rely on your channel for accurate weather predictions. How you cover all the United States at once is legendary. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Avery, for the super chat. Did you change the tornado warning sound? I did not. No, it's the same thing. Congrats on your degree, by the way. I graduate with psychology degree in 10 days. Congrats. Congratulations on that. Thank you, Lee, for the super chat. How do you feel about the severe weather potential going to Noble, Oklahoma? Velocities make me concerned. I don't see anything concerning velocities-wise right now. I mean, the biggest thing is that we just have a large area of wind that is moving into Pauls Valley, Wynwood, and Katy. There could be a spin-up tornado in here, but I'm not seeing anything that's like a long-term tornado concern when it comes to like strong or long-track tornadoes. These would be your typical kind of spin-up tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So we legitimately could see that anywhere in this activity near Pauls Valley. People should Google what a DVD is. I mean, honestly. Some people don't know what a DVD is. It is true. We don't usually have chill like ends of... I mean, this isn't necessarily chill for everybody, but I mean, it's... With no tornado warnings for like an hour, it's been kind of like, a little bit laid back. Hey, Keith, for becoming a member. Thank you, Minimum Velocity. What a name. Minimum Velocity for the $5 super chat. It looks like another wave is heading towards Springfield, Missouri tonight. I mean, this line of storms will eventually go in that direction, but it should weaken by the time it gets there. That's what it looks like by 3 to 4 in the morning. I mean, there will be a lot of storms, but it should be weaker by the time it gets to your area, near Springfield. How fast does hail fall? It can fall at upwards of like 90 to 100 miles per hour. Some of the larger hailstones fall really fast. Like, you can legitimately have MLB pitcher speeds with these big ice things coming out of the sky, at almost any given baseball-sized hailstorm. Thank you, Gain, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. But that's why hail's dangerous. Like, if you go outside and there's anything larger than, like, some little cheese curds falling out of the sky, like, it can be very, very dangerous. Hey, Jimmy, for the super chat. How do you think this storm may get in Eureka Springs, Arkansas? I think damaging winds will be the main concern across the board. Very low tornado risk over there. Thank you, James, for the super chat. I didn't get a straw with my Frosty. Thank you for the Thank you for the information. Hey, Shauna, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. I believe in UFOs. Thanks for your beliefs being in the chat. Appreciate that. I mean, we basically had a UFO earlier. We had a full-blown, like, crazy-looking storm earlier back over west of Seymour before we had the tornado. Very blue skies. Snyder, Texas is getting hail tonight, or is Snyder, Texas getting hail tonight? I don't think so. I don't think anything around Abilene will get hail tonight. This general area should be pretty clear from at least large hail. There could be some small hail, but large hail, pretty unlikely. We are waiting for our next line of storms to form, which it does look like we are beginning to see at least some convection bubbling now back over in West Texas. Again, this will eventually upscale into a line of thunderstorms, which will produce more damaging winds, some hail, and the potential even for at least a low-end tornado threat into tomorrow morning. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning here across southern Oklahoma, just south of Norman, for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. We still have a tornado possible label on this. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. Just a broad area of spin, mostly wind threat, though, near Pauls Valley and Wynwood. This goes for 5 more minutes, so we will have a new severe thunderstorm warning in a moment. We'll see what the details are on that. See if we get anything interesting out of that new warning. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. I could not tell you if hail damage is covered for insurance. I have no clue, for health insurance at least. I mean, you might, and I mean, there might be a company that does, but I don't know of any personally. My tree got struck by lightning this morning. That is pretty crazy. All right, we'll have a new warning here in just a few moments for Oklahoma. We're just awaiting that. Should be out here in the next 3 minutes or so. DFW could have supercells tomorrow. And again, we'll be live, assuming that stuff happens tomorrow afternoon. Can you please tell me how the weather will be tonight for New Cumberland, West Virginia, and Zanesville, Ohio? Threat of severe weather is pretty low up there tonight. Main concern will just be damaging winds with anything that's left over. We still got one line of storms moving through eastern West Virginia, but really not much here. Just mainly damaging winds tracking across the state. Appreciate the super chat. Ohio's done. Ohio is fully done. Just a little bit of rain on the east side of state. No severe weather left in Ohio. Yeah, really the only severe weather left is back over here in Oklahoma and Texas. Still a continuing risk of severe weather, mainly damaging winds. And actually, they have no warning right now south of Pauls Valley, which is very interesting. So we might actually be done with the severe weather threat, at least temporarily near Pauls Valley. I think the warning got canceled. I don't know. It at least doesn't show my map. They might issue a new one, though. If they issue a new one, it'll be in the next 3 minutes. So we'll wait and see if they issue a new warning on that. I still think there's some damaging winds in there. Thank you, Hippie, for the super chat. Joplin, Missouri should be fine tomorrow morning. Just, again, isolated damaging winds the main concern. Will Waco see bad weather tomorrow? I would say probably not. It's a low chance. It'll be mainly to your north and east, I think. There's a low chance, though, of a little bit of severe weather there. Any future for the super chat? I mean, probably. Any chance also for the super chat? Random question: is there a National Weather Service alert system for the lakes signal boaters to get off the water? I think there are like alarms that go off in the Great Lakes, like sirens, but I don't know for sure. There's usually something. Michelle says, Max, can you please tell my big baby brother to go to bed? Thank you. Go to bed. Bye-bye. Go to bed. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. I'm terrified of hail watching from New Hampshire. I mean, hail can be huge. It can be terrifying. That is for sure. Waiting to see if we get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Oklahoma. If not, I mean, Really, all that's left here would be North Texas for severe weather, at least in the short term. And then long term, we got the line of storms that'll form in West Texas. I'm a little surprised we don't at least have a severe warning here, but definitely doesn't look as intense as before. If we had anything, it would be mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds at this point, I think, in southern Oklahoma. Massachusetts is chilling. Not much left there in Massachusetts. Where was that pancake cloud at again? It was like Olney, Texas, I believe. I think that's where that was. It was right, Olney. Max is still alive. I am still alive. We've hit the 7-hour mark. I think for the second straight day, by the way. We were live for 7 hours yesterday. We were live for 7 hours again today. Thank you, Joe Lynn, for the becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Can Tulsa go to bed? Tulsa, you are chilling. Strong storms will be the main concern. There's a lot of storms up there. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of lightning, lots of probably claps of thunder, but I don't think we're talking about anything really severe up there near Tulsa. They have not reissued a warning here south of Oklahoma City, so we kind of have to assume that this is just not severe anymore. Just gusty winds and lots of lightning. There's a lot of lightning for sure, so you're going to see lots of flashes across southern Oklahoma tonight. But our only severe weather now left in the southern plains near Henrietta and Scotland. That's literally it. If you're in Weatherford, you are good to sleep. Do I go live during hurricanes? We do. Quite frequently go live during hurricanes. When do I decide to go to bed? Whenever I feel like it. Am I going to be live tomorrow? We should be going live tomorrow. We should be live. As a reminder, if you've not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified. We will likely be live tomorrow. Need James for the super chat? I have no comment. Can Durant go to sleep? Durant, you can go to sleep. Just stay alert. Have ways to receive warnings. It's the best thing you can do. Hurricane coverage. I mean, if you guys saw the latest GFS model run, I mean, not saying we're gonna have a hurricane. We're not gonna have anything, but I just want to show it anyway. Thank you, JD, for the super chat. The GFS model does indicate that we could see a tropical storm on May 10th or May 11th. Again, this is not happening, but I just thought it was kind of funny looking at the GFS model. We don't usually see this stuff pop up in the models like this time of the year, but it does show a tropical storm just off to the west of Florida. Something to keep an eye on. Hey, Jolyn for the super chat. Oh, sorry, Jonalyn. Jonalyn, is it Jonalyn? I appreciate that. Thank you. As a reminder, our severe weather risk for tomorrow looks like this. We'll probably get an enhanced risk if I had to guess back over near Dallas, Fort Worth for possibly some tornadoes. And then on Thursday, which is tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday, a large marginal threat from Texas back into the Northeast. I honestly don't see much right now Thursday. Thursday kind of looks like, you know, just a kind of like springtime day where it just like isolated scattered severe weather. Check out the significant tornado parameter values here real quick. Just out of curiosity. So tomorrow looks elevated, and then not really much on Thursday. There could be an isolated tornado or two on Thursday, but it does not look like anything organized. So if we see any severe weather on Thursday, it'll be mainly just hail and wind, maybe a low tornado risk. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. The SPC categories are awful, slight, and marginal are synonyms, and enhanced sounds like it'd be worse than moderate. Yeah, some people have that opinion. You know, that's always been a talking point, though, too. I mean, that's been a thing for a while. People have always talked about the categorical names. Hey, Joseph, for the super chat. Can I go to bed in Tioga, Texas? Tioga, Texas, you're fine. I would still have ways to receive alerts since you are in the tornado watch, but you should be fine. Should be a-okay. But yeah, we have literally no warnings in Oklahoma anymore. Again, it's just strong storms at this point south of Norman. So I do think our risk of severe weather is much lower, at least in Oklahoma for right now. Have a great night, Gray. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the super chat. They tested our tornado sirens in Bentonville, Arkansas today. Like, why? I mean, they test tornado sirens all the time, especially this time of the year, to make sure they're working. I mean, today was fine. I mean, I don't think Bentonville, Arkansas was really in a risk of severe weather today. I could be wrong. Bentonville's up here. I mean, technically you were. I mean, it depends on when they were tested. If it was sunny outside when they tested it, it makes sense. They aren't supposed to test sirens, though, when there's actual weather happening. Can Cook County people go to sleep? You can go to sleep, just again have ways to receive alerts. The only severe storm really that's ongoing right now in North Texas is this stuff right here near Henrietta, which is tracking towards Cook County, but it might stay to your north and west, so I really wouldn't be super concerned about this. It'll be mainly hail and wind. It should stay to your north and west, but still a possibility that it reaches Gainesville here in a little bit. Joplin, go to sleep? You can go to sleep in Joplin. Should be good up there. What time you'll be streaming tomorrow? Because I'll be in school. I don't know when we're going live. It'll be sometime in the mid to late afternoon, evening hours if we go live. I don't think we're going to be live for the morning threat, because I will probably not be awake that early after today's stream, but we'll see. And the best way to know when we're going live is click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. Thank you, Patricia, for the super chat as well. What is Fayetteville, Arkansas looking like? It'll be mainly an isolated wind threat overnight, assuming that this line of storms materializes and stays organized. Could see some isolated damaging winds in northwest Arkansas, but I think the risk is pretty low. Tomorrow morning, again, line of storms forms off to the west, moves into Oklahoma. That could be a bit more significant for western Arkansas, but again, still mainly isolated damaging winds even tomorrow. We should have a video again tomorrow morning talking all about this, so make sure you're subscribed, all that good stuff. Should at least have a video tomorrow morning. I think we will. Not 100% positive yet, but I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. Max, I need an 8'7" shirt. We'll figure that out. We might do that. We might make one tomorrow. Like if we have a live stream tomorrow, we might release it tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But by the way, guys, don't forget, I didn't mention this today, but we do have our new merch drop at shopmaxvelocity.net, the graduating merch Meteorologist Max Velocity collection. Really cool design that our designer made. You can check this out at shopmaxvelocity.net. It's one of the links in the description too. This is a limited release. It's only going to be out for like a week or two. So if you want to get any of this, like now is the time. We got stickers, mugs, hoodies, and t-shirts. And we also have our Supercell collection that Riley made. And then our actual Supercell collection, which is honestly amazing. I love this thing. Like, I love the t-shirt. I have one. I wore it the other day. It's amazing. You also got mugs, stickers. You got phone cases, all that good stuff. Check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net, one of the top links in the description below. The worst of the weather is done this evening. It is done. We just got another warning, though, over in West Virginia. It is still going. Got another severe warning. This can be back over in Mongolia, Preston, Tucker, and Marion counties, which will pop up here in a second. For West Virginia, there it is, Morgantown. I know somebody was watching from Morgantown earlier. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is possible in and around Morgantown, west of Oakland. Near Parsons, Fairmount, and Ralsberg and Kingwood. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning west of Graham, Texas. That is also for quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. We have yet again another severe thunderstorm warning west of Newcastle. What is on that Supercell t-shirt? It's a Supercell. Honestly, I honestly think the Supercell shirt, or if you're talking about the one that we have, like the actual one that Riley didn't make, that one is honestly way cooler, but I graduate college in May, I'll get it. W. Yeah, honestly, the graduation merch is pretty cool, though. Old screen saver pick again last week. That was awesome. Are you talking about my background? My background is... I don't know, I have YouTube open here. Let me close that. It's my background, by the way, now, guys. We changed it. We changed the background. It's no longer Grandpa Velocity. No longer Grandpa Velocity. It is now a blue screen. I had to change it because if we ever did that again during like a tornado emergency or something, it would be chalked. Like it's a terrible thing to have on the background, so I had to change it. It's a sad day. We had to retire our computer background. It's literally just a blue screen now. I mean, I could keep it, but like, dude, it was such a jump scare, like to everybody. Miss Grandpa Velocity? It might make a return at some point soon. We'll see. I'm keeping it off, though, for now. He was old enough for retirement, pretty much. Alrighty. Well, as a reminder, if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified. We'll be live again tomorrow, I think, at some point. Should have another potential outbreak on our hands, so we'll be, again, live tomorrow. What we're going to do is we're going to continue our weather coverage for another hour or so, but we're going to hand it off to Riley. He's been helping out throughout the stream, so Riley will continue some live coverage for the next hour, and then, again, we'll be live tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified with all the latest updates. You guys don't have to do anything. You can stay on the stream, but we'll be redirecting over to Riley, so I can go to bed here soon, and, yeah, and so I can finish my french fries from Popeyes. Yippee. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. You don't have to do anything. Just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected to Riley's stream, and we'll continue our weather coverage here for at least the next hour in case anything does come up that is concerning. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. If you don't for some reason get redirected to Riley's stream, we'll put the link in the chat. All right. Have a great night. See you guys all again in the next one.